Doesn't slow down.
Almost, yeah. That would have been nice. Really nice. Yeah. This was permanent. The other one.
Probably you want me here to figure it out.
It's only a single screen. I
would think President Trump wants to run station every seat. I'll take.
Yeah. Yeah, because all the speakers are going to be down here.
And I'm just giving those 5 minutes remarks and that's it.
Yeah.
I'd rather them be showcased.
Me too. Me too.
I mean, it's an extra 40,000, but you can definitely tell it's better.
Yeah. Yeah, we will. I'd like to take you up. Got a lot going on.
Yeah, I'll get
Everybody good?
you want your lights on, that's right. It's kind of interesting. Our daughters, the only thing I'd be worried about is how it looks on the camera.
Yeah,
They're all supposed to
that's
go
what I'm
big
wondering.
trips.
If I can make it.
No.
All evaporate.
We got a lot of things going on this year.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be like, okay.
Yeah, you guys are.
Yeah. So that's what it takes into that key point.
We had.
So you should have to do it all that.
Okay.
This is Tom Geller, just trying to do sound check. Good morning.
She drives back 2 weeks later.
You take the train, that's
Wow.
actually last week. On Friday at 8 p.m. Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, you had to pick me up at the train station. So he talked to him, like, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know. He said, I figured I'd give it a try. Didn't get back yet, but so because our doctor's broke, so I got to do a part of it. I want to bring some stuff home and she was, pictures of Cleveland Hospital. I don't know how to do the YouTube live stuff, that's what I'm watching.
Oh, yeah. But it was gonna be a black. Oh, yeah. We were up here.
First class seat by myself. So that I would have nobody around. I'm like,
That's what I was supposed to be out there, West Coast, and we were still seriously thinking about doing it. I'm like, I know.
yeah. School is just talking about things. And we don't, we should go through this for a lot to do. That's crazy. But then I got, you know, she says. They were allowed. We were allowed to come here before this. No, you should. Yeah, we'll go read the book.
Good morning. Good. You got the board meetings today.
More water in it.
My heart stopped. I don't know. Actually, Mark, not there.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
These guys out, I'll come see you.
Morning, President. Good morning. Oh, we saw your vehicle up here, so we figured that was. Yeah, it just doesn't say president.
Our board meeting today.
Plus, I want to get back to my other things, Charlie and Eddie Joe. Yeah, so, I'll see someone should make one. Yeah.
Well, it's live, but it's not showing up on their YouTube page.
Is there like an availability time?
I don't think so.
Just point me in the right direction, I'll chase it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she knew that number. I want to run that. Did you do anything or maybe just need to catch
Next one, that's in the end.
Morning, this is Tom Gallagher, doing a sound check.
Morning, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Sit over here by the hot shot.
I don't know about that.
Betty Jo says that see you gathering.
It's really, this initiative really improved. They told us we couldn't meet in person, but then we pulled it off to do this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good thing. It's gonna be a match.
The dean said she saw.
I haven't told you till you look much better. You can only get one to cover the rest. That's right. I know, they steam up, I can't ever put them, I hate it. There it is, huh?
Yeah, seems like it's slowing down.
Right.
I seen the numbers last night, 34% lower in the state from a month ago.
You know, it's a tricky part. You've seen some places flare up with their testing tens of thousands. And
I golfed with a guy, he called me a month ago, says, tested positive, so I got tested, I just in weeks, so it's just, I won't even run golf. Yeah, right. Yes, I did. And I had no symptoms, so, I stayed at home, but after a couple of days, I still feel great, so you start wandering, and you go to the store, then you're coming down the golf, and everything else was 11 days. First of all, I'm fortunate, my eye was a little from home. Okay, but the economy shuts down. If I could, I was roofer. I'd have to in 11 days, the contact was in 11 days.
well, that's why we're not surveillance testing on campus, because governor, we were on some calls with the governor and presidents, and all these presidents talk about all these thousands of people that want to test, coming out to residents, this and that. Governor said, the turnaround, if you do all that, it's gonna go from 2 days to 6 days. And then what good is a test?
Yeah.
That you're waiting for 6 days, are you quarantined? While you're waiting?
If you have no symptoms, like I didn't start drifting outside that little quarantine.
Well, and then you could dream up some symptoms.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
right?
I know.
It's like, wait a minute, my nose is running.
When it first come out, like, I had my wife, oh, wait, I got a cough. I go, no, you don't got a cough.
Yeah, but
It's scary.
it is scary.
Oh, another room?
It does, I do feel better now. Doctors talk about it. I just, like, hell, I heard the guy from Mercy Health was feeling got it under control, and we reached out to see if we could do to help. Unless something
Like me down
changes.
here, and then these are slides.
Oh, and then you know how to treat it.
That's what I was asking.
But it's-
Sharon, do you know if it's like?
Chances are the day after the election will be.
You want to respond to folks and see the live stream? No.
And I quit watching world news because it just gets to be too much. There is something to fake news. Or sensationalism is what it is. It's just everything's, the world's ending on every little.
Like yesterday, they said only 6% of the deaths.
We've unmuted you. Do you have a question, Gallagher?
People who died of COVID, just COVID. 94% had comorbidities. Obesity, asthma, cancer, whatever. So.
Hi, Tom, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, good morning. This is Tom Gallagher. Just checking my sound. That was all.
Okay, great. And you
Great.
have, you have slides to present, correct?
I do. I was planning to share my desktop.
Yes, excellent. Okay, great.
Thank you.
So much.
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to see Mike back in action.
Yeah, you got a good one there.
Yes, we do. We're excited.
Well, that's what he's looking for is bit parts. You know, so I tried to talk him into, so why don't you come back and run this, and this, and he said, I've never felt that in my life. He said, and I just don't want to get across some of that stuff that happens when we have these projects. I get it.
Yeah. It makes sense.
No, it does. And I've often said, how do you find that going from 45 years to 70 years? You don't want to go zero. So how do you find something to be meaningful? But you're going to do some of the things you've never been able to do.
How do you capture that experience?
You know, that's,
Thanks again, guys.
so who are we seeing right there?
Those are folks within the conference room down the hall that are going to be speaking, handles the phone.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so when people are coming, they could wait in there and
Gotcha.
prepare, yeah.
So are we too close together? Am I going to get in trouble here?
I don't think so. Maybe we should do a seat apart.
I'll go one more down.
Do we want them further down, Sharon?
I mean, I
Speakers?
guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like, so what do you want
I was just hoping that people would be down because you're so close to the microphone.
Maybe you should move down here.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if you go to that chair and President goes to your chair.
Let President Trump be focused on it.
Okay, yeah, let him go to.
Yeah,
You want,
we want you over.
You can go to the second chair,
okay.
and that way we're doing physical distancing and.
So I'm okay when I talk for my 5 minutes, take my mask off.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we're allowed to do that, right?
So we're just.
Yeah.
Sure hope so.
I wasn't driving.
Jimmy,
How you doing, Carl?
how are you, buddy? Nice to see you. My man,
What's up, man?
how you doing?
I'm living the dream.
Where you guys want me, Dom? Anywhere in particular?
Over there in the Erie Terminal. We wanna beam you in.
Yeah.
Just stand on the top.
That's how he treated me when I was his player, too.
That's right.
Why don't you go over to
Yeah,
the cross campus?
No, go down the other end and work that scout team a little bit. Tell me how the defenses look like. The only position worse than scout team quarterback is scout team tailback. They say, run it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Sophomore year, I remember those days. That hurt.
My problem was senior year. I remember those days.
Right now, I see
This is some high-tech stuff here.
This is a heck of a setup.
We lucked out when Chandler Coley gave us that gift.
Mm-hmm.
We put in 18 of these around campus.
Wow.
This was a year and a half ago,
Mm-hmm.
and it saved the day when this COVID. hit.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we
Now we're gonna try to get up over 30 of these.
Yeah, it's really not, right?
They're unbelievable. We can talk to people.
We're ready to
In
go.
Oklahoma, you're sitting there talking to a guy. I mean,
All right, so Jim, if you want
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual Regional Economic Diversification Summit. I'm Jim Kinnick, Executive Director of Eastgate Council of Governments, which serves as the Economic Development District representative in our area, as well as we operate and act as the Metropolitan Planning Organization in our region. I'm certainly excited to kick off the summit today. We all wish we were able to meet in person, but the circumstances surrounding the pandemic, this is the best course of action. And I'm very confident you'll find the virtual interaction today to be very informative. We have great sessions and a great team of panelists to be part of the conversation. As many of you know, Eastgate received an EDA grant following the devastating loss of jobs with the closure of the GM Lordstown Assembly Plant. Eastgate, in partnership with Cleveland State Center for Economic Development, awarded the contract to Youngstown State University to develop a plan to guide the region in a comprehensive, diverse, and equitable economic recovery. And today, the summit is the first of one of the initiatives that's part of the recovery plan. Before I get started, I'm going to turn it over to some of our speakers. I must thank EDA for continued support through many of our initiatives, but certainly this one, through the grant and the planning process for the event today. Now I'd like to invite Youngstown State President Jim Tressel the opportunity to comment on the initiative and the partnerships.
thanks so much, Jim, and for all of you out there, we're so proud to be hosting this event. We couldn't be more proud of Dominic and Rachel for how they put this all together and working side by side with Eastgate and all of the various partners. It's wonderful that this is occurring on our campus. We're excited that we have the technology to be able to reach all over the globe here and bring the great expertise in. And we're excited to have Congressman Ryan here with us today. And I know Senator Portman's coming on to share for a few moments. And it just reminds us how fortunate we are that our representatives in Washington really are challenging us, which I think is number one, but they're also backing us to see if we can make a difference. We can utilize the talents that we have. We can utilize all the partnerships that we have to be able to do great things here in the Valley. Just looking at all of the panelists on here, the expertise is amazing. One of the things that Congressman Ryan always challenged us about is that here in the area, from an education standpoint, we've got to make sure, whether it's our K through 12 or our career and tech centers or our community college or Youngstown State University, Cleveland State, Kent, Akron, all of our regional partners, is that we're providing the talent that you're going to be needing. And so thanks so much for believing in us. Thanks for giving us these great opportunities to see if we can meet that challenge. And I know you look forward to all of the speakers and all of the exciting things that we're fortunate to have here in the Valley.
Great. Thank you, President Tressel, and certainly thank you for your leadership. Next, I'd ask Doug Leinott, EDA Director of Office of Economic Integration, to offer a few words.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me to address you this morning at today's event. We love to come to these in person when possible, but this is certainly just as good. Want to take a moment to, first of all, thank Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, Youngstown State, and Cleveland State for working together to put together today's event and facilitating this convening of local and regional stakeholders. Very grateful to the members of Congress who are taking a direct interest in today's event, including Congressman Tim Ryan, Bill Johnson, and of course, Senators Rob Porter and Sherrod Brown. Very much want to extend thanks on behalf of EDA to our federal partners at the Department of Energy for their participation as well. It's just very exciting to see everybody kind of coming together in support of a number of different regional priorities for economic growth. If I can just take a few moments, I want to explain EDA's role in the summit process and the work of our team in economic development integration. But first, want to make a couple of comments about economic development in general. And in particular, when it comes to an economic crisis, this is a particular situation that typically cries out for an immediate solution. Economic impacts, negative economic impacts, are felt immediately by families who depend on the income of one or two parents. They're felt immediately by businesses that rely on local spending. They're felt immediately by communities and regions whose economies may have been defined by one or two major industries. And while it is typically not possible to immediately rebuild an economy or to replace an entire economic sector, what is possible is reflected by what's taking place here today. And that includes collaborative strategic planning, asset mapping, the identification of specific economic diversification goals and objectives, and the identification as well of the types of projects necessary to realize these. And being intentionally mindful of mitigating the harm that is experienced by unemployed workers by directly linking workforce development and job creation strategies so that the pipeline of new talent is directly matched to the pipeline of new job opportunities. And so this brings me to the genesis of what's taking place here today. The Regional Economic Diversification Summit, or the REDS process, was developed by my team, the Economic Development Integration Team here at EDA. It's also known as EDI. This is a relatively new practice within the agency, having been established 4 years ago in 2016, and it consists of a small team at EDA headquarters in Washington, along with one economic development integrator staffed to each of EDA's 6 regional offices. Our work on the EDI team is defined and guided by 3 primary objectives, the first of which is to increase access. In other words, to establish the policies, the methods and procedures that can ensure that local and regional applicants can easily identify and leverage the relevant federal economic development resources that can best support their priorities and objectives. 2, enhance collaboration. Our second objective is to facilitate coordination among multiple partners and stakeholders, both federal and non-federal, public and private, to promote multiple strategic investments in support of local priorities that can contribute to sustainable economic growth, especially for distressed communities. And finally, we are seeking ways to reduce the overall administrative burden experienced by applicants and recipients of federal grants. We continue to work with our federal interagency partners on guidance tools to help applicants navigate and possibly consolidate different administrative requirements that are triggered by each individual award of federal assistance. The REDS process was established to provide an effective means for EDA and our federal partners to meet these objectives on behalf of and in partnership with communities and regions across the country. I'm sure we all know that there isn't one single program, federal or otherwise, that can solve all of the economic distress that is experienced by a community or region. And when it comes to programs, EDA's funds are often the smallest part of any given project budget. Our agency frequently seeks to partner with other federal programs to ensure the success of the projects that we're supporting. Likewise, the REDS process is predicated upon the willingness of federal agencies to collaborate with EDA along with local and regional stakeholders to support innovative, comprehensive strategies for economic diversification and participation. We call this the REDS process because today's summit is not a one-off or standalone event. It's the starting line for the hard work that will take place after today's summit is over, and that is necessary to successfully achieve your vision for regional economic growth and prosperity. At EDA, we are here to provide whatever support we can every step of the way. EDA is proud to serve as the lead integrator of federal economic development resources, in which we seek to facilitate a more integrated model of federal service delivery that is capable of supporting comprehensive, big picture strategic plans and projects. We remain grateful to our federal partners who consistently and enthusiastically collaborate with us to support the economic goals and objectives that you have established at the local level. As we often tell our federal colleagues, we at EDA want to be in the strongest possible position to promote your resources and your expertise to communities and regions across the country. So again, I simply want to say thank you to everybody who is participating in today's summit, to local and regional stakeholders, to the elected officials, the panelists, and our partners in various federal agencies. I want to extend a special thanks to the Chicago Regional Office of EDA, including Acting Area Director Susan Brem, Economic Development Representative Kyle Darton, and Regional Economic Development Integrator Carl-Ann Unger. I'm personally looking forward to receiving ongoing status reports describing the good things that are happening in the Mahoning Valley resulting from today's summit. So you certainly have our best wishes from EDA at headquarters, and please be in touch with us anytime you think that we can be of assistance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Doug. We appreciate those comments and the detailed explanation. I do have hats off to your team, Susan, Kyle, and Carl-Ann. Carl-Ann's been on the phone with us for weekly calls for about 3 months now, and the emails back and forth. So we certainly appreciate that support. Next, we're honored to have Congressman Tim Ryan participate in the summit. Congressman Ryan's very active in all the initiatives we're going to talk about today. We appreciate his support and direction and look forward to his comments.
Thanks, Jim. I'm excited to be here. Welcome to the 13th Congressional District in Youngstown State University. I want to thank President Tressel for his leadership. Dom and Rachel, Eastgate, all of our partners here, as President Tressel mentioned. Doug, we're so excited to hear about what you just had to say. We've been working in this community for a long time, talking about it for a long time, and I think the last couple of decades really making great strides to try to diversify our economy. So I say that as a resident of the Mahoning Valley, but also as a member of the Appropriations Committee. I think one of the great challenges that we have in government today is really to do exactly what you're saying. How do you integrate all of these disparate parts that all have good goals? I think all want to meet the challenges of the day, but just because it's not synced up, it's not integrated, we've struggled to really align private investment, public investment, the kind of training, job, workforce development issues that we need all to be kind of paddling in the same direction. So I just want to say kudos to you for your leadership and all of you at EDA for making this a reality. I know we got a lot of work to do, but I think what your team will find here is a great group of people, obviously very smart, very strategic, but we've laid down a lot of groundwork to diversify the economy. So whether you're talking about additive manufacturing, you're talking about business-to-business software, or you're talking about battery storage, or you're talking about hypersonics, I mean, we're moving in a variety of different directions here. So to think about integrating all of this with what you're doing, what the Department of Labor may be doing, what the local community colleges and universities are doing is very, very exciting for us. So I just wanted to be here personally to say thank you. We appreciate your work. As President Tressel mentioned, you know, we sit down at tables like these all the time. We don't ask who's a Democrat, who's a Republican. We talk about how do we create jobs that are good paying jobs to stabilize our community. And I know that's your mission as well. So thanks to all of you for your good work. And we should probably sit down after this and talk about how we can continue to try to invest into this model from the federal level so that we can continue to expand it and really get deep dives going across the country. So again, thank you to everybody here for all their great work. And we really appreciate what you're doing and look forward to a lot of success stories down the road. So appreciate you.
Great. Thank you, Congressman Ryan. Well said. Next, I'd like to turn the program over to Dominic Margianda. He leads the YSU team on the recovery grant effort, and he'll get us started with our sessions.
Great, thank you all. And good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us this morning. As Jim said, I'm Dominic Marchionda, and as the principal investigator for the Lordstown Recovery Project, I'd be remiss not to reiterate and extend some thank yous to those that made this Regional Economic Diversification Summit possible as we look forward to the work ahead. Obviously, thank you, Congressman Ryan, for being here in person and always supporting the Valley's efforts. We'd also like to thank Congressman Johnson, Senator Portman, and Senator Brown, as well as their respective staff for timely letting them participate virtually throughout today's event. Of course, Doug, we'd like to reiterate a thanks to you for being here and appreciate your words. Also, we're welcoming Dan Brulette, the Department of Energy Secretary. Thank you to him for joining. Dan Simmons from the Department of Energy, the Assistant Secretary, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And of course, President Jim Tressel for being here today, always accommodating in his busy schedule and for his commitment to excellence and service leadership to ensure that YSU, we're collaborating with our regional universities, as Congressman Ryan always reiterates, and just making sure we identify effective ways where YSU can leverage its resources to be a catalyst and a key resource in the region. Jim, I'd like to thank you and your staff at Eastgate Regional Council of Governments for making this project possible and countless projects in the Mahoning Valley related to economic development possible. Also, I'd like to touch on Cleveland State University's pivotal role in the critical ongoing research support function that they're providing for the economic diversification in the Mahoning Valley, and particularly on this Lordstown, Ohio recovery project. Kent State University, their Cleveland State Urban Design Collaborative, as well as our YSU Department of Economics, has really helped driving this project as well. So special thanks to them, and we'll be hearing from them later. And of course, I'd certainly be remiss not to thank Dean Betty Jo Licata of the Williamson College of Business Administration here on YSU's campus, and Pat Weiss, Director of the Small Business Development Center here, and all of their team that allowed us to host this event remotely in a state-of-the-art facility with great equipment right here on YSU's campus. And also Sharon Zembauer, who's helping us field any technical problems throughout the day. Hopefully there are none, but she's our RT guru. I'm not sure what we would do without her the last couple of weeks. And again, a special thanks to all of our moderators who have agreed to participate and run their panels today. And of course, the panelists and any local partners tuning in, as well as, of course, all of the several federal and state agencies represented on today's call. We really appreciate so much your time and look forward to today's discussion and your expertise to help bolster the economic competitiveness of the Mahoning Valley. Finally, I would like to quickly thank colleagues Mike Ripko and Rachel McCartney for their tireless work in helping coordinate this effort. This event was obviously, we wish we could be in person, but we switched up to a remote event, and it took a lot of work. And without their help, and of course the relentless assistance from Carlan Unger and the team in her office at EDA for helping us plan this event, it certainly wouldn't be possible. So special thanks to all of you. As we get started here, to kind of recap our agenda, I will be introducing today's discussion topics for each panel and introduce our moderators before letting them turn it over to the panelists. Please note that after each session, we're going to really have some time for question and answer between federal participants and the panelists. So please respect that time, and we look forward to that engaging discussion. Finally, due to the virtual nature of this event, please be patient if there's any issues that arise, as this is a remote event, and feel free to use the private messaging function of the platform, as Sharon will be on standby to answer any questions for presenters that are presenting remotely from wherever you may be. So I know some of those that are presenting formally and have slides, we have those on backup. So if there's any experiencing any trouble at all, don't hesitate to reach out as soon as possible. And with that being said, let's get started with today's event. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule here, but at this time, our first session the topic is electric vehicles and battery research and logistics and distribution. We will be joined and welcomed by U.S. Senator Rob Portman and Dan Simmons, Department of Energy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And then we'll turn it over to our moderator, Randy Cole from White Horse Strategies. So with that being said, if we'd like to start with Senator Portman's comments, and we'll continue with the panel. Thank you.
Tim, you got about 3 more minutes you could get.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator
Yeah,
Rob
okay.
Portman. I'm really glad to be participating in the Regional Economic
Good topic.
Diversification Summit. I want to thank President Tressel and YSU for hosting it, and to Jim Tressel, thanks for all you do to help improve the Mahoning Valley and being very personally engaged and involved in every economic development project. It's been fun working with you. I also want to thank Doug Leinott and of course Daniel Simmons for their work to spur economic growth in the Valley and everybody involved. It's a group effort, and that's what I love about working with Youngstown and folks in the Mahoning Valley. It's exciting to me to see what's happening. We've now broken ground, of course, on the first bill grant to be received, the Youngstown bill grant. I've had the chance to look at where it's going to make a difference in terms of infrastructure, transportation, and so on. And now to be breaking ground is really exciting. I was happy to be very engaged in that process, including calling the Secretary of Transportation personally and having the opportunity to talk about the improvements we've made to the application over time. And so it was fun working with the group and really fulfilling to get that done. By the way, now we've got another opportunity coming up because in Lordstown, we have a lot of exciting stuff going on too, including, of course, the new electric pickup truck, the Endurance, which I've had a chance to look at. I can't wait to drive one off the line, but it's fun to see that plant begin to be working again and some of that equipment that was left behind by GM, frankly, being repurposed. So I'm excited about Lordstown Motors, but also a lot of other things going on in Lordstown that are important, and therefore the bill grant application for Lordstown is one I'm going to be strongly advocating for, with the hopes that we can have another success with another bill grant to continue to try to build on our successes for the Valley. So look, these are strange times. Here we are talking virtually instead of in person. You know, the pandemic has been tough on a lot of people, including in the Valley, and yet I see hope around the corner. I see the opportunity for us, once we can get this pandemic behind us and get the vaccine and do the necessary things in terms of providing funding for the healthcare side of this and get people back to work safely, that the Mahoning Valley is going to be poised to begin to make real progress and to bring back jobs and to bring back good jobs. With regard to the bill grants, those are very helpful, but it's broader than that. It's about the economic growth that comes with that and with so many other things that this group is working on. So thanks for having me on today. I look forward to crossing paths soon up in the Mahoning Valley, or if you all come to Washington, I know I've got the opportunity to speak with a bunch of you soon on the Lordstown application, and Godspeed in your important work.
Great, thank you, Senator Rob Portman. And now I'd like to introduce Dan Simmons from the Department of Energy, Assistant Secretary, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy.
Well, thank you very much. It is, you know, these are interesting times. It is great to be here today and have an opportunity to talk about the work that we do at the Department of Energy. I also understand that Secretary Brouillette will speak later today. Yeah, it is great to be here and to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is transportation and some of the work that the Department of Energy is doing on transportation. Transportation is well, it is, you know, the overall goal is reducing the effects of distance. Before 1900, if we were in a different time and I was like there with you today, you know, if I were to walk out and get in my car right now, it only took 5 hours to get there. Before 1900, it could have taken a couple days. And that just tells you about the value of transportation to connect people, to connect goods, as well as people, and to create new economic development. That transportation is critical for the future. In the United States, transportation energy currently accounts for about 1/3 of all the energy that we use. And it is the second highest expense for families, behind only housing energy bills. So transportation and the cost of transportation is critical. It's critical for connecting people with jobs. It is critical for connecting people with people. So we are committed as the Department of Energy to advance affordable and reliable energy while offering consumers more options. And one of these options that we focus a lot on is electrification. But we have a lot of work to do for electrification to achieve its potential. According to Bloomberg New Energy Finance, they believe that people will buy 56 million EVs a year by 2040. About 9.6 million of those sales will be in the U.S. market. 9.6 million EVs is an approximate $100 billion a year battery market. And this potential shows the value of having reliable battery manufacturing supply chains. In your region we think is well positioned to be a part of this. Energy storage is it is a key priority for the department. It is a key priority for my office, the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And we are committed to developing new lower cost battery technologies, as well as charging technologies that are needed for EVs at scale. Over the past 10 years, the Department of Energy's battery research and development work has helped reduce the cost of lithium-ion EV battery packs by more than 80%, and that is a fantastic achievement. In parallel, the Department of Energy has supported R&D to significantly reduce the amount of cobalt, a critical material in these batteries, in part because it is cobalt. The more cobalt, the higher the cost of lithium-ion batteries. So we are continuing to drive down costs with the goal of lowering pack cost to below $100 per kilowatt hour and decreasing charge time to less than 15 minutes for a 300-mile range. Really, so that if you're driving an EV, it is the experience is very similar to what we have with with internal combustion engines today. Now, of course, we cannot achieve this mission without collaborating with industry and with academia. And we use the input from our private sector partners to drive our efforts and ensure that our research is a maximum value to the transportation sector and to the nation as a whole. In May, I spoke with the members of the automotive, fuel, and energy industries through our U.S. Drive partnerships. We discuss R&D needs, joint goals, technology roadmaps, and R&D progress for a wide range of technical issues. And we've had similar conversations just this past June with a consortium called with a group called the U.S. 21st Century Truck Partnership, where we work with industry to improve vehicle efficiency of freight transportation in the truck space while reducing environmental impact. And our dialogue with these industry partners gives us confidence that our R&D initiatives are positioned to deliver high-value results and support technology commercialization. This past January, the Department of Energy launched the Energy Storage Grand Challenge, which is a comprehensive program to accelerate the development, commercialization, and utilization of next-generation energy storage. In the typical year, the Department of Energy supports almost $250 million in R&D focused on next-generation energy storage technology. This includes almost $120 million specifically continued the development of next-generation lithium-ion technologies for electric vehicles. As part of this challenge, just last week, we announced the selection of 13 new cooperative research projects with a combined funding of almost $15 million over 3 years. These projects will be public-private partnerships to help scale up advanced lithium battery technologies at the Department of Energy's national laboratories for initial industry use. The most recent investment complements the July announcement of $140 million in funding for 55 new advanced vehicle projects. Among these 55 projects are those that will advance lithium-ion batteries using silicon-based anodes, as well as ones that focus on accelerating the development of smart charging technologies. As these technologies develop, we will coordinate our efforts with industry partners to make sure that we are addressing their needs and ensuring successful handoff when the time comes for these technologies to make it into the private sector. Our Vehicle Technology Office has multiple initiatives that are focused on supporting the advanced vehicle workforce and communities that are embracing new transportation options. These include our work through STEM education and support for the next generation of innovators. One example of that is our Eco Car Mobility Challenge, where we partner with industry and academia to develop a competition that provides hands-on vehicle technologies experience for students at 12 different universities. And it is fantastic when I've had the opportunity to visit with these teams to see the enthusiasm that students have for developing what will be the next generation of automotive technologies. One thing that we also fund in my office is called the Clean Cities Coalition. The Clean Cities Coalition consists of organizations and communities across the country that implement alternative fuels, fuel-saving technologies and practices, and new mobility choices. Ohio has its own Clean Cities Coalition, Clean Fuels Ohio, which partners with organizations to implement advanced fuel solutions, vehicle technologies, and helping build a statewide fueling and charging infrastructure. These coalitions use our online resources, which include case studies, fuel corridor and station maps, and tools to calculate costs and benefits of various vehicle and fuel types. As your area plays an increasingly important role in electric vehicles, I encourage you to plug into these resources, pardon the pun, when developing your regional strategies. At DOE, we know that our funding goes much further when we collaborate and we work with others. So we will continue to do our part to support communities, industries, and people as we move forward advancing transportation technologies. Thank you again for inviting me, and I look forward to learning more about the opportunities awaiting your region. Thank you very much. And I think you're muted, by the way, still.
No. All right, thank you, Daniel, very much. Really appreciate you being here and great words to push our work forward and focus. Thanks again, and at this time, I'd like to hand it over to our moderator for today's electric vehicles and battery research and logistics and distribution panel discussion, Mr. Randy Cole, President of Whiteboard Strategies, and he can introduce his panelists and topics, and I'll turn it over to Randy now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. I really appreciate Daniel Simmons' comments because, at the heart of this, over the last 100 years, Northeast Ohio was at the heart of the internal combustion engine and transportation, right? From a fuel standpoint, Standard Oil was created here in Ohio. Of course, we know Akron was the rubber capital of the world in tire manufacturing. And of course, right there in Lordstown, the investment by GM in Lordstown in the production of all those vehicles for over 50 years. In fact, that plant opened in 1966. I was born in 1967. So over the last 50 years, my entire life, it has been an important part of our economy. And we had an entire ecosystem, not just the Lordstown facility, but an entire internal combustion engine ecosystem that helped drive Northeast Ohio's economy. So we're not talking about the last 50 years anymore. We're now transitioning to talk about the next 50 years in an electrified ecosystem and how we put the pieces together. So what really hit me is as former director of the Ohio Turnpike, and just so you guys all know, on the call because this is important. This facility, transportation is part of the Northeast Ohio economy. It's not just the manufacturing, but it is the logistics. It's the supply chain. It's moving the goods and people. So hopefully in our session, and thank you for giving us a little extra time, hopefully we'll come in under the clock and keep pressure off the other moderators. But we're going to talk about the investments, we're going to talk about manufacturing, and then research that supports those other two. I'm very excited about the panelists, a wealth of experts and experience. I'll introduce each of them quickly before their session and hopefully have lots of time for Q&A. So our first presenter is Tom Gallagher, who is part of Altium. the joint venture between GM and LG Chem. We are going to talk about battery manufacturing. He's got over 20 years with GM, and he's been a lifelong process improvement guru. And he has to love the way this plant's being developed and then the efficiencies of these new vehicles. I'll turn it over to you, Tom.
Okay. Good morning. Can everybody hear me well? Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Just wanted to. So I'm going to share my screen. This morning, I wanted to really share a little bit about our business, and I'm pleased to speak to you this morning as an opportunity to learn more about our Ultium Cells joint venture business between GM and LG Chem. It's really a unique opportunity as GM looks to transform the automotive sector with, we see, an all-electric future. So battery cells are among the most important components to ensure the competitiveness as we transition from internal combustion design from a vehicle perspective to electrification. And so again, GM looks to the future and sees an all-electric future and sees battery cells in this collaborative partnership as an important element of our future. So a few words about the investment. LG Chem is a world leader when it comes to, I'm getting some background noise. Are others? Okay. LG Chem is a world's leader when it comes to battery cell manufacturing for the automotive sector. They're among the top 2 competitors in the world in this space. They serve over 10 OEMs, and GM is a strategic partnership with LG in this space. So they bring the intellectual property from a product design and process design. They've got more than 5 operations globally, and the 6th one here in Ohio will be among the largest in the world. So we're investing jointly $2.3 billion, very significant investment when you look at the facility as well as the process equipment to launch this facility. It is scheduled, our work in the site started in April, and we're really on a fast track to build and construct the plant, launch, and bring to market new products. So really exciting timeline that we're under, and appreciate the cooperation of partnership in the region to make that happen. As we begin the installation of equipment, it will be a phased implementation of our process equipment along with building construction. So concurrent manufacturing and concurrent construction at the same time. And so that will begin in 3rd quarter of 2021, and our start of production is 3rd quarter of 2022. So again, a very accelerated timeline given the scope of this project, more than a 3 million square foot facility, and I'll give you some perspective when you look at it. So we are going to make battery cells. Image there is an indication of that battery cell be among the highest power density from a battery cell perspective in the industry, and allows a unique design configuration to fit trucks, crossovers, and car applications. And so our workforce is expected to be well over 1,100 people with staffing that will begin later next year. So some perspective of the site. We've taken a site that is adjacent to the Lordstown Motor operation and purchased that. It's 158 acres. We started construction, as I mentioned, in April. A lot of site work to do and positioning that site. In that, you can see kind of an outline of how the facility will sit on that 158 acres. We're using essentially all usable space for the building design. This gives you a sense, construction is really, as I mentioned, on a fast track delivery. And so working with our general contractor and the trade partners in the area, we've really quickly completed the excavation work and well into the steel construction. So more than 250,000 square feet of steel is erected at the site, really just moving very quickly. This gives you a sense, we have more than 12 cranes operating concurrently as we position the site and execute the construction in a safe and flawless manner. So again, this is really a purpose-built building. The nature of our process, beginning with raw materials and chemicals through completing the cell assembly for a battery cell, requires very unique components from a facility design where it is a clean room environment with unique temperature and humidity control requirements. Additionally, as we complete that construction with all U.S.-made steel, we are doing concurrent construction activities, civil, steel, mechanical, and electrical, really all about accelerating the delivery timeline. So overall, the construction has gone well. We appreciate the partnership with the Village of Lordstown, the state, and all the agencies to execute that. A lot of unique complexity when working through a design of this facility of this magnitude. The other factor is looking forward to the future of our workforce. It's important that we have partnerships, and GM has had a partnership and wants to build on that with Youngstown State University. So being a regional educational institution so strong in the technical field, we saw a unique opportunity to partner with Youngstown State. And so we're doing some strategies through partnerships where workforce development, how we're going to execute our training, reskilling our workforce, and then also supporting how we position our workforce. And we believe there's opportunities to bring on students directly from the technical programs into our business who can make a difference. And so, in fact, we had 3 students from electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and industrial engineering working with us just this past summer, and they had a work experience in Holland, Michigan at the LG Chem operation. So they're positioned well for being hired into our business as they graduate in May of next year. So really a tremendous opportunity and really a gateway through Youngstown State to connect us with the community. And so we appreciate that partnership and the leadership of President Tressel. So some key takeaways here when you really look at this business. GM and LG are bringing our strengths. We're part of an EV transformation. We've got GM has tremendous strengths when it comes to manufacturing, lean manufacturing, safety, and people systems. LG has all the technical capability where we can partner and bring that. As you look to the facilities, I just can't speak enough about the unique complexity of the process and the integration of the facility. So taking existing facilities that are brownfield and converting them are really not feasible. It's more than 2 million square feet of a clean and dry room environment for our battery cell manufacturing. So very unique requirements and complexity that we have to manage. And the final piece is really positioning our workforce where we can reskill them. And so I think it's really a great opportunity for learning and development, and one of the key reasons we came to the Valley. So again, why we're here in the Valley is GM's had a long presence in the Valley, and we feel we have strong partnerships and relationships, and we think that can accelerate our ability. And we encouraged LG Chem through the joint venture to enable and look at those partnerships as really a leverage point to be successful. We believe there's talented human resources and labor capital in the area that will allow us to execute and bring on the skills. We recognize there will be reskilling requirements unique to this business, but we believe that the infrastructure, the education institutions, community colleges, and schools are well positioned to help us in that space. Also, strong support from the local and state governments. Can't speak enough about Arno Hill and the Lordstown community wanting to make sure we're successful in being our advocate and working with the state agencies on our delivery of the facility and the process. And then land and infrastructure is a key part. As mentioned, there's excellent supply chain and transportation capability in the area. So we think those are enablers that will help maintain our cost structure as we work to drive down the cost of battery cells. And then again, partnerships in the community are important, and I just can't speak enough to the opportunities we have with Youngstown State to really leverage that relationship. So appreciate the opportunity to share with you this morning. I think really great opportunities in the Valley, and happy to be part of the team there. So thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And looking forward, I hope you're ready for Q&A when we get to that point coming up here in a little bit. Our next presenter is Anna Sifkin. And Anna is probably one of the more famous people on the call because she helped create the Energy Star program that is now the label on all of the devices we're looking at in our day-to-day COVID time. But she's had a huge background in transforming to an electrified economy, in electric devices, batteries, and we're very excited she's joining us from Pittsburgh. And an important part of what we're doing here, I think, is showing that it's not just Lordstown itself, not just the Mahoning Valley, but the projects here are bringing together the Midwest and working across state borders. So joining us from the campus of Carnegie Mellon University, the director of the Wilton E. Scott Institute for Energy Innovation, Anna Sifkin.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for this opportunity. I am just going to do a quick run through and very grateful to have such great representation from the DOE on the call. Good morning. I am actually calling you from my home today, not campus, so I am showing you a picture of our beautiful building on CMU's campus. I am a part of the Wilton E. Scott Institute for Energy Innovation. And I'm the executive director. I also am our partnerships lead for Energy Clean Tech. And I am delightfully recently appointed DOE Clean Energy Education and Empowerment, which is called C3E Ambassador. I am in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I very much want to thank our partners in Ohio and in Colorado, because we see this as truly a regional effort. In order for our university system to really be robust and to reflect the needs of industry, we have partners to thank. So I do want to thank these two in particular this morning. So the Scott Institute, we are a part of Carnegie Mellon, which is an R1 university in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we feel that we are a part of a burgeoning ecosystem around clean tech innovation and commercialization. Not just in Pittsburgh, but really in Southwestern Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia. It's a regional ecosystem that's brought together with many partners and with support from multiple universities, many of whom are on the call today. For that, I thank you. So our institute is specifically designed and was created in 2012 to be a hub for activities across the entire university. We have 7 individual colleges. So a way to bring together our business school energy track with our students in engineering and those who are even writing and doing rhetoric and environmental efforts. So we focus on collaborative research, strategic partnerships, policy, strategic policy analysis, entrepreneurship, and education. And our hope is to move towards a sustainable low carbon energy future. So there are 3 main areas of focus, and it is relatively comprehensive at Carnegie Mellon. We have 153 faculty members who are working on energy-related technologies. And those are a combination of folks with what I would call capital E, the batteries and technologies like that we're talking about today, as well as those that are in nexus areas that Carnegie Mellon is known for: computer science, robotics, AI, machine learning. So 3 main areas, and I'm going to talk about these very quickly, but I am going to mention that we have an annual report, and our newest annual report was just approved yesterday, so it should be hot off the presses. But this actually has, it's a comprehensive guide to the work that we've done during the past year called Impact, available online. So for this conversation today, I want to focus on those 3 areas, but really diving into a couple in particular. With our future energy technologies, we are looking at renewables and decarbonization. But as a part of that, transportation energy, batteries, storage, fuel cells, et cetera, are a deep area of expertise. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. As I mentioned, we also have traditional fuel efficiencies, energy policy, et cetera, as a part of our second major thrust area. And our third is that future state, computational technologies, autonomous vehicles. The first autonomous vehicle was driven in Pittsburgh in 1983. So we are at the forefront of working with those technologies and now integrating across our university and with other university partnerships and in partnership with DOE, the National Energy Technology Laboratory, as well as NREL and other national labs across the country. To really focus on sort of future state energy technologies. So the Scott Institute specifically, we really support faculty and student research. We put together partnerships with industry, with the public sector. We do a lot of programming to bring thought leadership together, and we foster entrepreneurship. So I really want to talk about numbers 1 and 4 for the next few minutes. So for our faculty, I mentioned more than 150 faculty members, but we also run a seed funding program where we've given our $2.8 million has netted 16.5 in external funding for projects across the university. We have energy fellows as well as different departments that are included in our effort. Now, the reason that this is important is because you'll see that bottom item is Scott Hall Facilities and Labs. Well, interestingly enough, during COVID, some of our faculty were not able to get into their labs, and that is where our partnership, funded by IN2, Wells Fargo, and NREL, has pulled together an important partnership with Bright in Ohio. We have a faculty member, Venkat Viswanathan, who is working very specifically on a chemistry project for cement. He's one of our lead technologists, by the way, on batteries. But in this particular case, he had a novel idea and needed a lab. And so we worked specifically with Bright to open a lab that he's working on in a new sort of future state of remote lab work. Very interesting work that's happening. Thanks to Bright. That fourth area that I was talking about, I also want to mention because we're very invested in clean tech and in energy entrepreneurship. And we have a deep partnership with the American Made Solar Prize, with the Geothermal Prize. And our startups out of Carnegie Mellon in the region since 2012 have raised about $218 million in additional funding. So we're proud of our partnerships that have brought this all together, that have made the ecosystem work in the region. And that allows us to do things like hackathons, investor showcases, et cetera, in our region. And we're particularly proud of the work that we do on the American Made Solar Prize, as well as our work as a channel partner. So a quick note on programming. We are doing our Energy Week in March of next year. It's hard to talk about something that's that far away, but I did want to save the date. This is an opportunity for many of our energy innovators to get together. And so I'd like to invite all of you to participate next year in March. And with that, that is the end of my short presentation to talk about some of the research efforts that we have at Carnegie Mellon. We are looking forward to hearing more about opportunities, particularly related to batteries, fuel cells, and other technologies with electrification. It's a very important area of focus for us, and I would love to connect with any of you on that topic. Thank you for these few minutes. Very high-level overview. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Anna. And again, I hope you're ready to stay around for some more in-depth questions coming up. Anna made a great segue to this by showing that one of the funders of their research and their projects is Wells Fargo. So joining us as a member of their sustainable investments team is Ramsey Huntley. She also mentioned the Colorado connection. He is joining us from Denver with a long background, again, in investment, energy, sustainability, and we're happy to have those investments coming here to Voltage Valley. Ramsey?
Well, good morning, Randy. First, just want to check you can hear me okay. Yep, I'm seeing the thumbs up. Great.
Yep,
well,
you're good.
Thank you, everyone, for having us join you this morning. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and just talk about just briefly for a few minutes at least some of the partnerships that we developed and the way that that we think about this ecosystem. And I want to pick up that thread. It's a thread I think every other speaker, going back to Senator Portman, has mentioned, which is this idea of an ecosystem. And I think that's what's so relevant for us and what we're so excited about here. So Wells Fargo is a global diversified financial institution, and we have our own long history of innovation as well. In fact, that history of innovation reaches all the way back to the Pony Express. So when we think about transportation and connecting the country, Wells was there in the Pony Express days, making sure that we could connect even then. So this is something that's deep in the DNA of the bank to be an innovative partner. We also have a long-standing commitment to the clean economy. In fact, today our tax equity investments represent more than 10% of all the solar and wind generation capacity nationwide. So we're deeply invested in seeing the clean economy continue to grow. And then the final point I'd make about where we come from as it relates to this kind of programming is philanthropically, we want to grow small businesses that support the clean economy and also support the sustainability objectives that our company has. And so when I look at those intersections between the clean economy and between innovation, that's where I see a real opportunity to keep growing business and to create great jobs. And that opportunity is why in 2014, we created the Wells Fargo Innovation Incubator, or IN2 as we refer to it. IN2 is a $50 million public-private partnership between Wells Fargo and one of DOE's premier national laboratories here in Colorado, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, or NREL. And we work closely with NREL to find promising entrepreneurs with clean technology solutions, validate that technology with world-class experts and facilities, and then help scale and grow the entrepreneur's business and ultimately create high-quality jobs that have a real positive impact both on our economy and from a sustainability perspective. And IN2 is successful because of partners like Bright Energy Innovators and the other incubators and accelerators that are at the forefront of technology discovery across the country. Thanks to Rick and many others like him around the country, we've identified the most promising, efficient, sustainable ag and construction solutions and have helped to grow those over time. And it would seem that the market really agrees with us because the 46 companies that have participated in IN2 have gone on to raise over $300 million in external venture funding since joining the program. It's an incredible return on investment with nearly $30 in investment into those companies for every dollar that Wells Fargo has put into the program to date. So, like I said, I'm particularly focused on how do we grow the ecosystem across the country so that we can continue to grow this clean economy? Because there's no one location, there's no one institution, no one business that can do this on its own. And so to do that, we've dedicated a significant portion of that $50 million in support for IN2 that directly goes to partners like Bright and Carnegie Mellon. We are intentional in that approach. And by that, I mean, we let our partners tell us what is most valuable to their regions and the companies they work with. We try to be as geographically diverse as we can so that we're reaching partners across the country, I should say. So while we certainly focus on the known innovation hubs in this country like Boston or the Silicon Valley, we're very intentional about reaching out across the country. And that's what leads us to the relationship that we have with Bright. And so successes that we've seen with our model that made me so confident that the Mahoning Valley can take this small nugget of an idea and really grow it in a very substantial way. And I see three things that are really important there, from where I sit and our perspective on the overall ecosystem development. And those are, how do we deliver on technology from great universities like our host today, Youngstown State, or like you just heard from the previous speaker, Anna, at Carnegie Mellon? How do we deliver on the manufacturing know-how from a great company like we just heard from, like GM? And how do we deliver on effective partnerships between the public and private sector? And very proud, to see Bright demonstrate that every day. And, I'm excited that we're able to play just a small part in that. And so what I would say in closing is just to keep thinking about how do we better collaborate together? Because I know that we can all win when we work together on solutions that are both reducing climate impacts while bringing even better technology solutions to consumers and ultimately creating significant new jobs. I think there's a significant opportunity to continue to substantially scale up these businesses through collaboration. And that collaboration requires all of us working together and bringing the know-how from the best and brightest across the country right here to the Mahoning Valley to keep growing the impressive efforts that are already underway. So I'll stop there and open it up to our other speakers, but look forward to further discussion during the Q&A. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you very much for the comments and the presentation. And we're getting close to our first Q&A period, but our next presenter is David Myhall to talk about battery testing and the efforts of Toyo in how that fits into the rest of this in the Valley. But, I'm just happy that David is a part of the panel today. He has spent a career supporting the political leadership in Ohio with very deep roots and ties to Senator Portman and our Governor, Mike DeWine. He's known as a very responsible and respected leader himself for all of his clients and what he's done. But talk to us a little bit about battery testing efforts and what you guys are working on, David.
Thanks, Randy. Really appreciate it. So first of all, I just want to point out the fact that I couldn't be more thrilled to be part of this because I don't know how many of the people on the call and panels today, but are part of this. But I graduated from Youngstown State University, and so I'm really excited that the Valley is coming back strong with this, and couldn't be more thrilled to be part of it. And quite honestly, Toyo Systems' journey to the United States actually started with YSU, and the introduction to Ohio was made by one of your professors, Paul Sarasic, that was there on a Fulbright scholarship, and met our CEO, Mr. Shioji, and introduced him to Ohio, introduced him to me, and brought him to Ohio, helped bring him to Ohio. So we're celebrating 30 years in the battery testing space. We have been operating with every major battery manufacturer in Asia since then. We're largely R&D and stress testing. And so, for us, it's really exciting to see what's going on in the Valley, because our story here in the United States has been sort of a rocky one. And one of the things I hope to kind of share with everybody today is some of the challenges for international companies looking at coming and participating in the United States, and where the Valley can step up and provide some things that makes it easier for companies like us to come in and be a good partner to the other industries in the area. And so we came here in 2013 and actually looked at the Valley originally for a facility. And it didn't work out at the time, ended up locating in the Columbus region. And I'll talk about some of the sort of challenges a little bit later. But, when we got here, we were really excited about the potential of batteries in the United States. We had just come off of, the 2009 stimulus that had infused a lot of money into the battery space. And so we set up a full-blown testing facility in the Columbus region. Unfortunately, it sat idle for quite a long time. And so what we're really excited about is that we're finally getting to the point that I think there is a need again for the services that we provide. And so let me talk a little bit about what that is. We largely see ourselves as a safety company. Our founder got into this business mainly to make sure that the batteries that are being used and manufactured are safe for consumers. And as we grow in this space, and all of you know very well that we're seeing a huge increase in electric vehicles. Our company's here and main goal is to make sure that those vehicles are safe for consumers. So, what really, I guess the main thing I want to leave everybody with today is some of the needs that we have. We're in need of partnerships. We're in need of really just access to other customers and businesses, because clearly up until now, the United States has not been a good place for battery testing. I mean, there just hasn't been a need. About 3-4 years ago, when the Gigafactory opened up, we became the #1 supplier and the only supplier to the Gigafactory for the testing machines. And when we got a call about a year ago from Rick at Bright, couldn't have been more thrilled about what you guys were doing and trying to see how we can fit into that. And that's really what we're here today to talk about and learn from everybody on this panel is how we can fit in, because our goal would be to put together a testing facility like what we have in Japan. We've got 3 of them over there. But the United States doesn't have it yet, a full-blown testing facility that would attract other businesses. And ultimately for us, if we can get there, I think it will help attract other businesses, because everybody that needs that creates batteries and is building batteries really needs the services that we provide. So we're just really here to learn. We're excited about it. Our company is excited to look at the opportunities in the Valley, and just thank you guys for doing this. Thank YSU, thank Rick Stockberger at Bright, and are hoping that we can collaborate with others in the future.
Thank you, David. So we still have 3 more presenters in this session, but since we are on time, still a couple minutes ahead of schedule, I'd like to open it up for questions from the people who are observing, the federal officials. others who may have questions over these first 4 topics and projects that we've discussed.
Oh, I'm surprised he's doing that now. Because you have 2 more speakers, or 3 more.
We have 3 more speakers, but since we have some time, are there any initial questions that come out so that they don't get lost before we go through more topics?
Am I muted? Yeah. All right. Yeah, Randy. Congressman Ryan had to jet to another meeting, but he wanted to ask a question directed towards Tom. And that question is, how are they going to recruit? Will you give old GM workers priority? And what's the training for the 1,000 laborers?
Yeah, so good question, and certainly something that we've discussed. What we'll be doing, there's unique requirements associated with battery cell manufacturing. In fact, it's a chemical process nearly halfway through. So having strong STEM capability is really very important. There's very little handling, lifting, or cyclic work associated with making a battery. Much of it is automated through the use of computers and other technology. So we'll really, I think there's an opportunity for many in the region. Some may be from automotive sectors, but I think it really opens opportunities for all. And so as a result, our recruiting effort will be focused on available workforce based on whatever skill set they may be bringing. And it really begins with technical aptitude, but also very importantly, a strong communication and ability to work in teams. So from a behavior perspective, bringing to skill set those specific skills. So the site will not have preference to GM employees coming. It is an independent business. So much like our joint venture business in Ohio, which we have with Duramax, those employees are not General Motors employees. So any GM employee looking to join would have to hire, brought in the business, and would go through a training and development effort to bring them on with the workforce. So again, it's an opportunity that we're looking for the best and brightest in the region, and we recognize there's going to be reskilling and retraining, and the partnerships there to make that happen. So that process will begin in first quarter of 2021. And again, I think the other piece I didn't state in my opening is really this business is truly a startup. It's more than just building a plant and beginning manufacturing. We are building a business. So it has independent operating system, financial accounting, a separate ERP system, and how we execute and transact the business. It's a freestanding business, and all the complexities with starting a business, launching a plant, and delivering a product relate to that. So as a result, workforce will also be unique to that property as well. So appreciate the question.
Great. Thank you for such an in-depth answer, Tom.
Randy, one thing I just wanted to reiterate, if anyone wants to ask a question that's joining through the WebEx platform, if they could use the raise your hand feature, that'll allow us to know where it's coming from. And then anybody that's calling in, you'd have to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and ask your question. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. And you can also enter something through the chat mechanism, and I don't have any current questions up. So unless you guys can see somebody with a hand raised, we'll go on to the next presentation. Our next presenter is Chris Kurzich, the Director of Government Relations and Corporate Affairs for Lordstown Motors. Of course, one of the projects that has attracted the most attention with what's happening in the Valley. And he'll give us an update on where they are, and again, why the Valley is important and what's happening around this, and maybe some of their challenges. Chris?
Thanks. Great to be here. I thought we were going to run a video first. I don't know if that's still available.
That's the video.
Yeah, we can. Am I unmuted?
Well, you are.
Why don't we let Dan Simmons do his question now while we get the video? Dan Simmons actually had a question for you, Randy. Can we start there while we get the video ready before Chris's presentation?
Absolutely. That's great. Thank you.
Well, that works if we need to make the IT stuff work behind the scenes. I don't have too much of a question. I just have really thank yous to Anna and to Ramsey for working with the Department of Energy, with Anna being a C3 ambassador. and also with the work that that Carnegie Mellon does as a power connector for our American-made solar challenge. You know, one of the real challenges that we have at the Department of Energy is figuring out the best funding mechanisms, and you know, not always doing the same things. And so using prizes and challenges is an important way that we try to work with the diversity to have greater diversity in our funding. But with prizes, one of the ways that people frequently think about prizes is that it motivates people to win the prize at the end, and that's great. But one of the real values of doing prizes is for people to develop connections, all participants to develop connections, and you know, working with people such as Anna and the work at Carnegie Mellon is critical for making these a valuable funding mechanism for all participants and not just the people that in the end win the prize. And also thank you to Ramsey and for Wells Fargo for working with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. They've been a great partner, and it really validates a lot of the work that is going on at NREL. I mean, I think that this is both NREL and Wells Fargo feel the same way about this, but being able to use the expertise at NREL to advance a wide variety of technologies is great. You know, from my perspective, as someone that oversees the lab, more private money coming into the lab is like validation that the lab is running well. So thank you for that. Really, just thank yous, and unless they have additional comments about those issues, really, I just wanted to say thank you for working with the department.
Thank you, Secretary. We certainly appreciate this support and have appreciated being a part of the program as a power connector. I would like to mention there are opportunities for others to become involved in the program as connecting partners. So we're always looking for labs and mentors and judges, et cetera. So there are any number of ways to get involved in the program. And I'm happy to speak with anyone after. Simply just send me a message. I'd be glad to tell you more about the program. Thank you.
And I would just echo that as well. You know, appreciate the support that you give, you know, to the lab from where you sit within DOE as well, Dan. And certainly, you know, I'm sure in your conversations with Martin, he's reiterated, you know, their emphasis on the way they cut across between the government and the private sector. And I would say from where we sit, it's been a very successful relationship because, you know, Martin is very intent, and the entire lab, frankly, is very intent on taking what they do and bringing that to commercialization. So, you know, thank you for all that you're doing and for helping to enable that kind of partnership in the first place.
Are we ready to run the video?
Yes, we're ready.
Coming up here shortly.
Whatever gets you out of bed in the morning. That little light that turns on. That spark that ignites something at your core. Whatever you want to call it. Make sure you use it. It's that electricity inside you that drives you, moves you, pushes you past what you thought were your limits. It's our ability to evolve. To become stronger than our circumstances. And above all, endure. Endurance is our very nature. It's fundamental, elemental, essential to our future. Endurance is what got us here. And there's nowhere it can't take us. The all-electric Endurance by Lordstown Motors.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to try to share my screen here and walk through a little bit of presentation.
Well, Chris, that was just about as good as walk-up music for a rock star or a presidential candidate. But now that we all have goosebumps, I hope that you're ready to keep that level of energy.
Well, great. Let me, I appreciate it, and it's so great to be with everybody here. Just want to run through a couple slides, a little bit of a presentation about Lordstown Motors, and thank you for the Senator for his participation, and then for your participation as well, Assistant Secretary. So we believe we're really excited about coming into the Valley, and we really believe that this is a great time for the Valley as we kind of transform the Mahoning Valley into Voltage Valley, as our CEO has said. So as a company, we really see that we bring three key competitive advantages to the marketplace. One is our unique design of our Lordstown Endurance pickup truck, really that we're focused on, taking a full-size truck and making it commercially available for the fleet market, but essentially bringing a 75 miles per gallon truck to the marketplace, which is really exciting. Our world-class executive team. So we have executives and workers from all over the United States coming to the Valley, bringing over 180 years worth of experience to transform this region for the better. And then also our great Lordstown complex that we're very grateful to General Motors for allowing us to purchase, which has given us a significant competitive advantage to get up to market very quickly. So again, Voltage Valley, here's an image of our plant. We are very excited to not only build electric vehicles
Hey, Chris.
here. Yes.
We're not seeing your shared screen.
Oh,
At least I'm not.
no. Okay, let me check.
I may be the only one. I'm not sure.
Let me try. Oops. And is that it? I'm on the web browser. Is that good?
I do not see it yet.
Okay.
You have the share content button?
I do, yeah. Let's see. Share content. Share. Is it shared now?
Select share screen.
Oops. Let's try that. Oh, wow. Sorry about the lighting here. Nothing?
No.
Okay. I'll try one more time. No. Okay. Well, I will just run through the presentation and run through a little bit about the company. So we're great to be an active member of the Valley and to participate in this great revitalization that we're seeing throughout the region. Our company was founded just last year and purchased the Lordstown facility in November 2019, and I've been in this process of retooling it for full production coming next year. So as a company, we're really excited about some of the, our key target market is bringing electrification to the hardworking men and women of America. And so with that, we've really focused our first vehicle, the Lordstown Endurance, on a fleet-focused market. So a price point that is $45,000 after the federal tax credit, a 250-mile range, which we think is great because most fleet managers are going between 60 and 80 miles a day, a towing capacity of 7,500 pounds, which is really competitive with all the full-size class two-way pickup trucks that are in the market. And we really see that this vehicle has a 75 miles per gallon equivalent. So a 500% improvement in fuel economy for the fleet manager and the consumer buyer. And so we are also excited because of the simplified design. So our Lordstown Endurance has fewer moving parts than a Model T. So essentially just 4 moving parts, and that's our in-hub motors. So both our in-hub motor and our batteries will be packed here in the United States. And so those are additional American jobs that we'll be bringing to the country. So we're really excited about that. So with the in-hub motor, there's four motors, 4 engines, motors that are in your wheels, and that really really focuses and helps the fleet buyer on a great differentiated traction and performance, high maneuverability. So there's a lot of videos out there about tank turns. We see this vehicle as having great maneuverability. When you saw the video when we were filming that, it was actually quite hilarious because our truck was driving up a hill at the back of our plant, and it was followed by another vehicle that kept on getting stuck on the hill. So we really know that that these hub motors are really going to have an impact for our consumers, and also regenerative braking. So the idea here is that a fleet consumer buyer is really concerned about lowest total cost of ownership. So with the gas savings as well as the maintenance savings, we believe that our truck will get a fleet buyer about a $20,000 cost savings over 5 years, as compared to your Ford F-150 or your traditional fleet vehicle. So really exciting product, and we have already sold our first year's full year's worth of production in pre-order. So there's definitely a lot of excitement amongst fleet buyers and fleet buyers throughout the marketplace for this vehicle. So with that, I will leave it open for any questions that you have about Lordstown Motors. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Chris. Before we get to the next set of questions, John Moliterno, the Executive Director of the Western Reserve Port Authority, is going to provide us with an overview of the proposed U.S. DOT build grant for the Smart Logistics Hub.
Okay, thank you very much, Randy. And I'd like to start by thanking Youngstown State University, Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, and Bright Energy Innovators for allowing us to be a part of this panel today. Certainly, we're honored to be able to talk a little bit about a project that we've been working on now for about 1.5 years. The topic of the day seems to have been collaboration and cooperation. Certainly, that is what has gone into this project to allow us to get as far as we have with it. It's a project called the Lordstown Smart Logistics Hub. It's a strategic infrastructure initiative which capitalizes on Lordstown's location at the intersection of multimodal freight transportation, broadband, and vehicle electrification that will hopefully position this area as a premier regional warehousing and distribution hub, not only in Eastern Ohio, but potentially all of Ohio. This is a grant application that we have made to the United States Department of Transportation. It's called the Build Grant. And it's a program that has allowed the Department of Transportation over the last decade to give out approximately $8 billion to communities all over this country. And it's a very unique program that allows them to be able to invest in rail, transit, and other transportation programs that they feel will enhance job creation and activities within those communities. We're very excited about being a part of it. Even more so, September 15th is the deadline for our community to hear back as to whether or not we receive this grant. So we're most appreciative of this opportunity to be able to talk a little bit more about it. The project embraces a 3-pronged approach to smart logistics. Vehicle electrification, again, which has been a topic certainly of the other speakers on this panel. Connected and automated ready infrastructure, and future-focused transfer yards. It incorporates cutting-edge technology to maximize the efficiency, reliability, and safety of freight mobility and enhance supply chain resiliency. That's a lot to say. It quite honestly, what we are doing is we are capitalizing on Lordstown's location and the tremendous amount of activity that's taken place in that Lordstown area. You've already heard from Altium and Lordstown Motors. We have TJX and Lordstown Energy. That group has invested over $4 billion in the very recent years in that area, and it all looking toward the future. As a valley that has historically dealt with the steel industry, it's very exciting for us to be able to start to look to the future. And what's happened with Tom Gallagher talking about what's taken place at Altium, with Chris talking about Lordstown Motors, and I've seen that video a number of times, Chris. I can't help but get excited every time I see it, because that is our future, and we're very happy to be a part of that. The project is about reshoring manufacturing jobs. We have over 3,000 acres of shovel-ready development land that occupy the corridors that are readily available for logistics and distribution. We have quick access in domestic and global markets through the Ohio Turnpike and our nearby waterways. The region has always been very proud of its skilled manufacturing workforce. That is something that's inherent in our nature. That's the people, and that's who we are. That's why when we start to talk about the new jobs that are going to be created and trying to fill those jobs, we know we have the people that can do that. And again, they were proud to serve General Motors in the past, and they'll be proud to be a part of the General Motors LG facility into the future. This project is a large coalition of local entities as well as national entities. By local, we've talked a little bit about some of the entities that are on this call as well. We've got Bright Energy Innovators, Youngstown State University, Youngstown Warren Regional Chamber, and the Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. We also have something you're familiar with, Randy. The Ohio Turnpike Commission has been a very active partner in this project. Drive Ohio has been a very active partner in this project. And we also have a very unique and interesting group called Select, which is also a part of that partnership. That group, Select, is Sustainable Electrified Transportation Center, and includes Utah State University, Purdue, University of Colorado Boulder, University of Colorado Springs, and the University of Texas at El Paso. Again, what we have is this much larger group that is all excited about this project and excited about where we're going to go as a valley. Again, thank you to the university for allowing us to make this presentation and be a part of it today.
Is Rick Stock not only a U.S. But a time entrepreneur and supporter of entrepreneurs in manufacturing in Northeast Ohio and native Northeast Ohioan, for the passion he has about how all of this comes together and Bright's role in helping to foster this collaboration. Rick?
Thanks so much, Randy. Well, first off, before I get into my my talk here, I want to say I just realized yesterday, thanks to LinkedIn, that I've been in this job for 3 years and 1 day as of today. And when I started out, I knew a lot about entrepreneurship and how to help people. But what I didn't know is what an amazing ecosystem that we had. So this panel that we just got to hear from have been people that have become heroes to me in many ways over the last 3 years. Many of our organization and our region's big wins have came because of these folks' heart and passion to really change the world and change it in a meaningful way. And, you know, I was fortunate enough to grow up in the Mahoning Valley. My father was a steel worker, and, you know, I got to see how he connected trains. He worked in a blast furnace, and he moved product all over the world from, you know, a steel mill in Alliance, Ohio. And, you know, that's just something to me that is so amazing that, in that time or in the times early on, that the Mahoning Valley has always been an important transportation hub. And I think all these folks that have been on this panel so far have really shown us, what that means to start investing in it. So I'm honored to be president and CEO of Bright Energy Innovators. We're the only energy-focused incubator program in the state of Ohio, and we're located in Warren, Ohio. It's right in the heart of the Mahoning Valley. And my job for nearly my entire career has been de-risking. Whether it was when I was training Afghan and Hungarian special forces in northern Afghanistan, or what I do now with helping companies to get to the point that they're investable and are going to be successful. Our organization was founded on partnership between the Department of Energy and Youngstown State and the state of Ohio. And of course, amazing vision by our early board members and specifically Congressman Ryan's belief in future-facing technologies. I fervently believe that people start new businesses really for two reasons, opportunity and necessity. Opportunity comes when a person has some sort of insight into a business case or it gives them an opportunity to be successful. We see a lot of research spin-outs come from opportunity. Someone leaving an established business and starting something in the supply chain, like that's when opportunity happens. Necessity often happens, we see it a ton in immigrant communities, or someone loses their job and they have no other option to figure out how to support their family. They have to go out and start their own thing. And we also see that in places that have had massive layoffs. We've had a lot of necessity in the Mahoning Valley. When we lost GM's investment in the Valley, we had a lot of people quickly meet necessity. And when COVID-19, we quickly saw opportunity and necessity and hit the Valley all at once. And frankly, this is an opportunity that we can't miss. There's so many talented people here that have the opportunity to start their own businesses. There's so many talented young people. When I think about me living in the Mahoning Valley and my 4- and 6-year-old and thinking what they're going to do, I want them to have the opportunity and the necessity to want to stay in the Mahoning Valley and build something great. So during COVID-19, our deal flows and organizations of new startup ideas quadrupled. I can't tell you how impressed I was with our team that they were able to come together and see just all of these great ideas that were coming out because so many people instantly lost their job to no fault of their own, and that happened during COVID-19, and we're seeing a bounce back, but we still have these great ideas and opportunities that are out there. But organizationally, we just didn't and still don't have all the assets that we need to meet that opportunity. And this was just in the energy startup space. We're so lucky, and thanks to Ramsey and his team, that IN2 came up with a grant that we were able to leverage to be able to help utilize our energy storage laboratory. That gave us an opportunity to meaningfully engage with researchers at Carnegie Mellon and Ohio State and other places to show them how they could continue doing their research. And that grant opportunity really helped us solidify our relationship with Anna at Carnegie Mellon, as Venkat is now doing research from his couch while our operation is being able to test his unique battery technologies. We quickly realized that our region is poised and perfectly located to be a center of excellence for electrification and transportation and logistics. Not only with the investments that Lordstown Motors and GM have made getting back into the region with LG Chem and Tom running Altium, we already have built assets. Tata Steel, that's in Warren, Ohio, or Thomas Steel Strip, as we affectionately call it, has been creating casings for batteries for Energizer and Duracell forever. Aptiv has a research center in Warren, Ohio, where they're looking at wireless charging of electric vehicles. We've been doing electric and building cars for a very long time. I don't know if you've heard of Packard Motors, the people that got the first patent on the steering wheel. Yeah, that was in Warren, Ohio in 1901. We not only see that we have the assets in our immediate region with emerging opportunities with Youngstown State and ourselves to be able to do research, but we also realize that our role in Appalachia with Carnegie Mellon in West Virginia, that we can really change the game. We have companies that are looking to reshore here. And we have government partners that are ready and poised to help us with unique public and private partnerships. What's really going to help us be successful to understand our assets and our partner goals and see where we can come alongside them and do what we're good at and help de-risk their ideas and help them navigate this ecosystem to be successful. I'll try to show you guys a quick picture. As I had a very strange week last week, we were very fortunate due to some of our work. I actually got to go meet Alex Fitzsimmons in person, which was great. Let's try this. Share. Is my sharing working?
It's starting. You've got it. You're good.
Yes, we can see it.
All right, great. So last week I got a call on a Friday to be at the White House on Monday. A couple of our companies actually were able to be in opportunity zone invested companies. So we were able to take what we thought was a really good program when it started, and as it got through Congress and as things happen, we realized that it's actually pretty hard to be able to invest in operating companies using opportunity zones. Our company, Entwine Connect, that we work with, as well as Megajoule Ventures and a couple others, were able to figure out what that means. So we were able to go visit Secretary Carson, hang out on Pebble Beach for a little bit, and do some interviews. So that was just a very cool opportunity to see that as a region, we need to be working together to move our economy forward, but we also need to understand and be able to utilize national resources and international resources, that there are best practices out there that we can take home. And also, apparently, the rest of the world has an opportunity to learn a little bit of something from companies in the Mahoning Valley. So Anna had her numbers up there, so I just wanted to share ours a little bit. So since 2011, our companies have received over $235 million of investment. We've been able to help 300 plus companies and create over 500 jobs. And we really believe that we're just getting started as an organization. And we've got some goals leading up to 2024. So we want to see 150 new energy startups that we're able to work with. We want 10 new successful energy businesses that have exited. We want to see over 20 new companies that are utilizing and have access to our lab. And we want to help those companies attract over $50 million in new capital. These aren't small goals. And we really absolutely need, as an organization, and as a region, to be able to come alongside of each other and to help each other, to understand what each other's goals are and collaborate in a meaningful way. And so we're very excited to be able to support the Build Grant that is going to help the region move forward, EDA funding that is coming to the region, and be able to support YSU and be able to figure out the best ways to make sure that Lordstown Motors is extremely successful and Altium is changing the game as far as electrification. And the last thing I want to say is, as an organization, we're very lucky to have built just an outstanding team. And that has come with a lot of heart and a lot of support from our local partners. And the latest person to be on our team that we're very excited about and to focus on electrification and transportation is Randy Cole. So we're so blessed to be able to have the support that we have as an organization, and to be able to have organizations like Eastgate and others in the Port Authority in the community that can move us forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. So, Dominic, Sharon, do we have hands raised or additional questions that have come in? Or at this time, again, any of the participants who are on the inside the meeting can unmute themselves or raise a hand and let us know, and we'll work through all of the questions in our remaining time. Thank you.
I do want to mention that Farzan sorry if I mess it up, made a statement that says he is looking forward to adding the new truck to the Turnpike fleet.
Great, thanks so much.
Chris, you can put that right in the sales pipeline.
I'll have our sales team follow up.
I feel like there's got to be some questions out there, right?
Hey, Randy, this is Patrick Smith with Drive Ohio. I'm the Senior Managing Director for Stakeholder Affairs. This has really been cool to listen into and to kind of hear these different folks kind of share the different moving parts and advancements going on. Drive Ohio, where as some of you may know, we're the State Center for Smart Mobility, kind of focused on connected and automated vehicles and infrastructure on the ground and in the air. But certainly, as I've had the chance over recent years to be engaged in different collaborations up in that part of the state in the Mahoning Valley, it's been awesome to see the amount of activity and the true collaboration going on. I've heard a lot of the panel members talk about that collaboration, and I've not seen it done as quite as well and as exciting as what I'm seeing going on with Bright Energy and Youngstown State University and the Lordstown community, Youngstown community. It really is special to see it, and we in Drive Ohio have had the chance to collaborate with them quite a bit on the advancements of these technologies. And certainly for us, electrification, and as electrification continues to advance, has been a big part of this smart mobility conversation. Really, we're seeing it as an enabler of that technology and what that looks like. We've been exploring different charging infrastructure capabilities around the state and where there may be gaps and how that can kind of continue to build momentum in this space. So more of a comment, Randy, I suppose, than a question, but I guess if you see other ways for increased collaboration, we're excited for that. And I can't say enough again for these partners on this call that I've seen advancing.
Thanks very much, Patrick. And Drive Ohio is just one more example of how the state of Ohio is supporting this through Team NEO, Jobs Ohio, the other state agencies who are part of this, of course, the collaboration and potential collaboration with the Turnpike. But thank you very much for both your participation and your future support.
We do have a question from Daniel Simmons and then Prima Quaid.
All right, this is Daniel Simmons again. Thank you to Rick for working with the Department of Energy. Really appreciate that. And a question for everyone on the panel. There's a lot of talk about collaboration today, and any thoughts of additional collaborations with the Department of Energy? Any additional asks that you have of us? Is from the Lordstown Motor perspective, technologies that we should be investigating that you see as important for your success? Any additional thoughts there?
Well, thanks, Mr. Assistant Secretary. I think, when Secretary Briette came to Lordstown Motors, he talked a lot about, minerals and metals and the importance that they are to the supply chain for electric vehicles. So just wanted to kind of reiterate that point and get your thoughts on that as you see, it's a national security issue and then also an issue in regards to supply chains for all electric vehicles.
Sure. We spend a decent amount of time working across the federal government on the issue of critical materials because the United States, for many critical materials that are very important for battery electric vehicles, they do not get produced, they do not get processed in the United States. And so looking at ways to collaborate with with our allied countries, I guess, to make sure that critical minerals will not become an issue like it was for Japan when China restricted their supply of some rare earth battery materials in 2000, 2001, not 2000, but 2010-ish. So it needs to be an international effort, but looking at what we can do. It's an international effort. It's also a domestic effort because at reducing the environmental challenges of processing of some of those. So it is a across the federal government issue of improving critical mineral supply chain, and it's not an easy issue. It's not this is not one where we can just wave a magic wand. But there are a number of things that we are trying to do from across the supply chain to make it a reality. But a lot of work still to do.
Assistant Secretary, I have an answer from an academic's perspective. As a person who's been in a corporate background and also done consulting, I'd like to encourage you to continue to have funding streams that encourage public-private partnerships. I think that the industry voice within an applied academic setting is critically important. But the role of true R&D is also really important. I mean, if we think back to when new technologies happen, in many cases it has been behind a closed door in a lab. So I'd like to just encourage, in addition to the competitions which we fully support, that traditional R&D funding continue to move forward, as well as applied that has partnerships with industry. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. One of I'll note, since Ramsey just mentioned the work with the Martin Keller, the director of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. One of Martin's points that he likes to make is that it is important for the lab to have a wide range of activities, from the most basic research to getting into the applied space and some of those partnerships. And I think that is critically important. That we need to be the gestation of ideas needs to be from the very beginning to those partnerships as well. So it again, not easy. None of it's easy, but and that's where I think that the collaboration matters most.
Randy, if I may.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes, please.
So this is David Myhall again from Toyo System. One thing I just throw out to everybody, and certainly to the Assistant Secretary, as we're looking at how not only we but others can create this voltage valley. One of the things we've been focused on since we've been in this space for 30 years is also sort of the last part of this, when batteries are starting to get to the point, and I'm sure we all read the article in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend about how many of these electric vehicles by 2030 will be coming offline, and what do we do with the batteries? How do we recycle? One of the things that we have actually been working on for about 5 years is the development of a reuse certification, so that we're maximizing the use of batteries over their entire life cycle, and also managing that from a safety perspective, so that from start to finish, that battery is getting every piece of use out of it possible, even if it might need to be reused in a different way, storage on site for homes or any other purposes. But I just throw that challenge out as we're looking at things that we need to be looking at as an industry, and certainly something we're doing here at Toyo System is what do we do at the end, and how do we make sure that the environmental concerns are met of having a huge number of batteries that need to see the end of their life and not hurt the environment.
Well, and along those lines, people that are interested, I would ask you to. Last year, we launched a battery recycling center called Resell at Argonne National Laboratory. So I guess it's just to check out that work, because it is an important issue for the Department of Energy. The various types of battery recycling, such as reuse, as David just mentioned, reuse until where it has no usable life, and how we then recycle it, because the recycling can then help the critical material issues, as Chris mentioned. The challenge is that batteries change over time, it will constantly be a challenge to figuring out how best to reuse batteries. But it's a very important issue as we think about electrification.
And Assistant Secretary, very quickly, I just want to also thank you for the work of Office of Tech Transitions and the EPIC program as well. I know we're excited to finish our application for that, but in the next iteration of that program, we're also very excited to be co-applicants, hopefully with Carnegie Mellon and others on this call for that larger award that comes through. So very excited to see how we can help commercialize technologies and not just do the research and get them actually out there to market. So programs like that are, I think, extremely beneficial to our region.
Dominic, Sharon, do we have any additional questions? Because if not, we can land this plane.
Randy, we have Leo from DOT who would like to ask a question.
Fantastic. Welcome to the call.
Hi, good morning. My name's Leo Watula. I'm with the Build America Bureau, which is part of the Office of the Secretary of DOT. And we are kind of like a one-stop shop for technical assistance for transportation infrastructure. And we administer some of the department's large credit assistance programs and also coordinate with the BUILD program in the Secretary's office. So I'm very glad to see that you've applied for the BUILD grant. I'm very familiar with that program, and it's an excellent program. And I wish you all the success in that. This is just a general question for the panel. I'm wondering, in terms of transportation infrastructure, can you please comment on what some of your needs might be? I mean, the region is already blessed with strong transportation infrastructure because of its history and the industrial heritage there. But things that these types of industries, obviously, there are changes that are required. So, what are some of your needs in terms of transportation infrastructure? As I said, my office, we deal only with infrastructure. We can't do R&D, we can't do operations, but we do have a number of programs to assist with transportation infrastructure. So I'd like to hear what some of your needs are. Thank you.
So this is Tom Gallagher from Ultium Cells. So as we look forward to our global supply chain for battery cell manufacturing, intermodal capability will be important. So as we receive refined materials from which we can to the region, quickly transition those materials from a system to our property. So nearby intermodal will be important for access. So that's one key element I would point to.
Any other comments? And one of the things that we need for our programs, typically, I mean, we for example, we do fund and finance intermodal facilities. So we would be looking for an appropriate sponsor to approach us and to discuss what your needs are. And we really like, actually, for our grant programs and for our loan programs, this kind of, we talked about connectedness and having a bunch of different partners that are involved. That's one of the things that we look for, but we do need a lead to approach us for any kind of potential, funding or financing. So who would be an appropriate lead for those types of facilities in your region? Council of Governments, for example, or it could be any government level. It could actually be we also work with somebody mentioned public-private partnerships. So we actually strongly encourage those, and we are kind of like a technical assistance center for PPPs for transportation infrastructure as well. So we strongly encourage those and have a lot of expertise in the area of promoting PPPs for transportation infrastructure.
This is Randy, and I'm hoping Jim Kinnick or someone from Eastgate could maybe chime in. But on this call, you've heard from the Ohio Turnpike, Drive Ohio, which is part of the Ohio Department of Transportation. We have all come together, and we've even come together with our partners in Pennsylvania and Michigan for federal funding related to advanced transportation technologies, for planning for those and infrastructure build itself. So I think you've got a number of participants in this call who could be the lead agency. And again, Eastgate is host for this meeting, that is the MPO, does the transportation planning there in the Valley, and has a strong network of local governments who also potentially could take the lead on a project.
Hi, Randy. It's Jim. Thanks for the lead in. Yes, we certainly have been working on the collaboration and building the vision for the team. We're proud of the partnerships we've established. And when we even focus specifically on the build grant that we put in for in Lordstown and the partnerships we've developed stronger with the Ohio Turnpike, I think that can't be glossed over, the efforts and the investment that the Turnpike's putting in that interchange, and then expanding their search when it comes to their fiber optics, where they have 240 miles going east to west along that corridor. The ability to reach out to Select, which is a partnership with Utah State and the other universities that are advancing in-road charging. We got the perfect backdrop with the split interchange out there, and we want to test that technology where right in front of where the batteries are being built and the trucks are being produced. But you're exactly right, being able to work with our regional partners, the university, the Port Authority, Bright, and it's growing. We have the Transportation Research Center in Columbus is actively being involved with what we're trying to do out there and offering assistance. So it is a strong relationship we got, and we're building momentum as we continue to move forward.
Great. Just to let you know, I mean, the build is one of our programs, and it's an excellent program, but there is limited funding. So we'd like to work. When a potential partner receives a build grant, and again, I hope you're successful in a couple of weeks when you hear back. Often we work, together with the build program to kind of coordinate, other funding sources and financial assistance programs that we have, including large loan programs at very, very beneficial terms. To kind of coordinate that build grant with other large projects, to kind of really facilitate it and think of like kind of larger regional needs as well. So if at some point, if you're successful in that, or if you're not and you apply again next year, we're very willing to talk to you about some of your needs and how we can work together with Build and what other kind of financial assistance programs we might have available for you.
That's great. Thank you. Dominic, any other questions in the room or on the screen?
Krima Quay.
Krima? K-R-I-M-A.
Krima Quay has a question.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm a commercialization executive at the U.S. Department of Energy. Sorry, I have. Can you still hear me?
You're back. I think you accidentally muted yourself, but we can hear you now, Krima.
Sorry about that. I had feedback.
No worries.
So the question is, well, I applaud this region for embracing electrification. I think that that is an area of innovation that we definitely in this country would like to dominate. One thing to keep in mind is that in European countries and in Japan and China, they are also, in addition to electrification, embracing bidirectional electric vehicles. So being able to use those same batteries to get from point A to point B to provide other services like backup generation to homes or provide services to the grid. And these things have been tested in the US, and there are pilot programs throughout. So with that in mind, and understanding the potential for that, I have a question for David, who spoke earlier about his technology. One of the things that will be needed, in addition to testing the safety of the batteries, is as we start to see more progression into bidirectionality, we also have a need for testing the chargers, as you could imagine, especially if they're going to be in your garage, right? And so just wanted to pose that question. Is that something you guys would be interested in, are looking into? And and maybe a general question for the group is bidirectionality something you all are considering because there is a lot of pieces that need to be put together to make that all work here.
Yeah, specifically on the charger issue, we don't really do any work on that. We're focused primarily on the battery, but along the other part of your question, we are very much focused on the different uses, sort of, afterlife in a car uses. So whether that be, putting batteries on site, we've dreamed for a long time of seeing sort of air conditioning like units on the back of homes that could be used for off-peak storage, to save and level out the entire grid. And looking at whether or not batteries can be used in their second life that way, making sure that they're safe for the homeowner, making sure that they're still viable. That's something we're definitely focused on, but not so much the charging aspect of it, but the safety of the battery.
Understood. That's helpful. And as you can imagine, if we're using batteries to drive our cars and then being able to recycle that same battery to then use for stationary storage, it reduces the need for some of the critical materials, which were also brought up in the conversation earlier.
Yeah, and I will say we've come across a couple of emerging technologies that are in that space, absolutely, and looking at different opportunities for that. I think the biggest thing that we see that's a difference in the United States as far as Europe is the utilities, and so there's a lot of regulation around breaking into that industry in the U.S. So we're actively looking at different opportunities to be able to help those companies kind of understand and navigate that particular technology subset. But I do think it's absolutely an emerging technology that is worthwhile looking at.
Well, just there is a little bit of a misnomer that regulation is a huge hindrance. It is when you're talking about V2G, vehicle to grid, but vehicle to building, there is not.
But along both of those tracks, Rima, it's a great question. It's a great concept. We again, a partner not on the call right now, but who has been active in this is the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio, who is, along with Drive Ohio, looking very closely at the electrification ecosystem and what it means for our economy overall. And Bright specifically has involvement in a board member from the largest utility in Northeast Ohio and one of the largest in the country. And the other utilities are backing some of the electrification efforts and some of the startups who we're talking to around the state of Ohio. So, I think we are capturing that from all three legs, and hopefully that provides a synergy that helps move that forward, exactly those types of ideas. But thank you very much for the question, Rima.
Thank you.
I'd make one last point, Karima, and we certainly could talk offline about this, because I think what you're alluding to is some of the off-grid usage that is very prevalent in countries like Japan, where you're using solar generation and storage exclusively, and it's not on the grid. Obviously, there's some limitations with that, given the solar capacity of the region, but in different parts of this country, you certainly could utilize that.
Very exciting. Thank you.
Okay, Randy, I think that's all the questions, and great panel, great discussion. Randy, thanks for great moderating, and we thank you all so much, and we look forward to following up on all the pertinent and salient topics that we discussed today. So great work, and then I'd like to get ready to introduce our second panel at this time. Thank you all. Okay, at this time, we're going to have a welcome video prepared by U.S. Congressman Bill Johnson from Ohio's 6th District.
Hi, friends. I'm Congressman Bill Johnson. Thank you all for being a part of today's activities. I especially want to thank Doug Linnett, EDA Director of the Office of Economic Integration, and Mr. Daniel Simmons, Department of Energy's Assistant Secretary of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, for offering your perspectives. Over the last few years, we've seen an explosion of opportunities in the oil and gas industry in the Mahoning Valley and Eastern Ohio. You know, we are blessed with an abundance of natural resources here. Now it's up to us to take full advantage of those resources. We can all see the progress with the ethane cracker plant right across the river in Monaca, Pennsylvania. I marvel at the size and scope of it every time I drive by. There's a good chance we're going to see one right here in Ohio in the near future, in Belmont County. It would be the largest construction project in Ohio's history, and it would be the largest petrochemical facility in the United States. And although it would have a game-changing positive impact up and down the Ohio River, the boom won't stop at the county line. In addition to the full-time and construction jobs it would create, demand will increase for downstream businesses in the region, like plastics and textile manufacturing. The Mahoning Valley must be ready. Despite the coronavirus, things are looking up here. And a major component of the economic recovery, both here and across the country, will be the abundance of reliable, affordable energy to enable America's manufacturing and other sectors to reignite the pre-pandemic boom we were experiencing. And the good news, we can lead the way. Thank you, and I hope you find today's session informative.
Great, thank you, Congressman Johnson. At this time, session 2, topic is petrochemical industry asset, opportunity, and challenges. And I'd like to welcome our moderator, Musa Cassis, a certified global business professional and director of the Ohio SBDC Export Assistance Network, as well as the Ohio Export Internship Program. He will also introduce his panelist, Maria Karna, and at this point, turn it over to Musa.
Thank you, Congressman Bill Johnson, for this introduction, and thank you, Dominic and Rachel, for your hard work putting this wonderful event together. Good morning, everyone. SBDC Export Assistance Network is funded by the Small Business Administration, SBA, and partially funded by Ohio Development Services Agencies and Williamson College of Business Administration at Youngstown State University. We provide a comprehensive export services and assistance to 13 counties in Northeast Ohio, a total population of 1.56 million people, which is equivalent to approximately 13% of Ohio total residents. Our center clients have a combined domestic and national sale of approximately $3 billion and an export sale of $290 million at the end of 2019 calendar year, exporting to more than 70 countries. 90% of the companies are in the manufacturing sector and 10 are in advanced services and agriculture. Today, we would like to present on the opportunities and challenges of the petrochemical cluster that is developing and unfolding in Ohio and other adjacent states in a geographic area of the Appalachia. It came at the confluence of many robust factors relatively happening at the same time. Number one, record increase in US and oil gas production and export sales, cheap energy prices comparing to the historical record in recent history, and third, massive investment by national and foreign investors, Shell and potential PTT Global Chemical. These factors compelled us at our center to pay special attention and to redirect our limited resources toward this very important energy sector. However, before we dive into our study and action plans, I would like to point to a few things on this map. Okay. Showing.
One second, we got to do different sharing.
And then take it off prison. Because it's like that's the second screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Showing is a map of 41 counties representing 3 states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. The shale play is not limited to these counties, but really expands within each state on the map, as well into other states, mainly Kentucky in this case. What we also show in this map is Beaver County, Pennsylvania, which is the site of Shell Cracker Plant, and Belmont County, Ohio, the future site of PTT Global Chemical from Thailand. In between them, the dark line is Ohio River with Wellsville International Intermodal Facility, which is the highest deep river port in Columbiana County, Ohio. The estimated combined investment between the two projects is between 15 to 18 billion dollars. And by the way, the distance between the two projects is about 60 miles. We only show these counties because our center's activities and collaboration have built a close working relationship and partnership across the border to collaborate in building the chemical cluster with the goal of making the region an exporting powerhouse for petrochemical products and byproducts, among other manufacturing goods and services. The Ohio-Pennsylvania State Line Export Initiative, which was established in 2014, is an example of that collaboration. It's a partnership between Northwest Commission of Pennsylvania, Youngstown Warren Regional Chamber of Commerce, SBDC Export Assistance Network at Youngstown State University, our office. This partnership was modeled and supported by Brookings Institute, JP Morgan Chase, in a program called Global Cities Initiative. That is based on the notion that GDP is produced in cities and regions around the world as an ongoing trend rather than just countries. And so is our focus on this multi-state regional efforts. In addition to that, we have built numerous working relationships with state of Ohio as well, and among them are Team NEO covering Northeast Ohio, Jobs Ohio that covers the whole state, Columbiana Port Authority, American Petroleum Institute, API, among others. All these efforts to build the petrochemical cluster and the export powerhouse are guided and supported by an advisory board of 25 professionals that includes international trade attorneys, bankers, freight forwarders, custom brokers, export compliance professionals, just to name a few. This will give us an idea about the size of the 41 counties included in this map. With a total population of about 5 million people live within 50 to 60 mile radius on that map, and a total distance of 22,000 square miles. Now, I would like to turn the focus on 13 Ohio counties that our SBDC EAN office at YSU serve on a daily basis, where we provide export assistance to more than 160 companies and counting. Combined domestic sale of approximately $3 billion and export of $290 million of goods and services. The 13 counties combined produce about 56 billion in gross regional product. On the spreadsheet, it shows total population per county, average income, manufacturing job, which is we will get back to in more details, and gross regional product. Export sales from these counties is $8.5 billion, which will be discussed in more details later on. Now, share of the jobs by industry. Here we shown in the pie chart, the 3 largest are education and healthcare service at 23%, manufacturing jobs at 18%, and retail trade at 12% among other industries. The manufacturing labor force in our region is unique in many ways. Out of 723,000 jobs in the region, 132,000 or 18.3% are manufacturing sector. This percentage is more than 2.5 times the national average of 7.9%. In this pie chart, share of establishment and manufacturing subsector, the top 7 subsectors in manufacturing makes up a total of 70% of total industries. Fabricated metals at 24%, machinery, electric and mechanical at 11%, plastic at 9%, primary and metallic combined are 9%, wood and paper 9%, and food and beverage at 8%. Now we took a deep dive into the petrochemical cluster and found that a heavy concentration already exists within the 13 counties. There are 172 companies, among them 94 are in plastic industry that are spread over 12 different NAICS codes directly related to petrochemicals ethylene production. And then we show the breakdown in this one, the differences in the petrochemical sectors and subsectors. And we notice that the majority of them, 94%, are in plastic and among other industries that show it. Now, just to take a bigger picture back to the larger map that we started with, and if we take a look at the 41 counties combined in the 3 states and take a look at the upstream, the midstream and downstream, we have a total of 124 companies, upstream 38 midstream and 292 downstream, with a total of 454 companies. Yet, if we take a look beyond the region of focus, which is we have here, and look within 400 miles radius, we find there are more than 17,000 companies in downstream petrochemical. It includes many states as showing on the map. Furthermore, if we look at the United States heat map, showing the advantages of the petrochemical plastic concentration within the 700 miles radius, it shows the 3 states have the national lion's share in the plastic manufacturing, with the advantage of having shorter delivery lead time within the 700 miles and 5 to 10% delivery cost advantage due to the shorter shipping distances. This is a map that shows where we at in the waterway system that was provided by the ODOT Maritime System Study. If we look at this map, it's showing the advantage of petrochemical plastic concentration within the 700-mile radius. Okay. This map, maritime study, shows also the advantage of Ohio, but is actually showing the region waterway system that makes it very economical and efficient to ship products through waterway system, mainly Ohio River and Lake Erie, to a different parts of the country and also globally through Gulf of Mexico and other ports. For further information, we encourage you to look deeper into that study that is provided. And here we have the stock of the waterway and highways that are provided in Ohio. Over 460 navigable waterway on Ohio River, 9 locks and dams, 80 plus terminals, all but 2 are privately owned and operated, 3 principal ports, Wellsville Deep River Port in Columbiana County, Ohio, on top of that river. And highways, we have 5 interstate highways, I-77, 70, 76, 80, as well as 90. 12 4 highway, 4-lane highways, and approximately 123,000 miles of road. All of that will lead us to focus also on the exporting powerhouse that the region is. Export of product and services made up 15% of gross regional products within the 13 counties. The region ranks as the highest in Ohio in percentage terms and third highest in the nation, also in percentage of total regional products, according to a Metro study from the Brookings Institute. To give you an idea about the region's exporting products and industry sector, we chose this sample from a study that we conducted in which it represents 6 counties in Pennsylvania, the top ones in the diagram, and 4 counties in Ohio, the bottom 4. Please notice the similarities between them, which are an indication of the region's two-state compatibility. Here, I would like to make the case on how we see the importance of selling our region's petroleum products and byproducts to the world in addition to other goods and services. 15 cents on a dollar is coming from export, as we indicated before. According to Observatory of Economic Complexity, U.S. is responsible for 10% of the international ethylene polymer trade, only second to Saudi Arabia of 15%. Why not beat and exceed that number? Increase of our region export by 10% is equivalent to $1 billion, which will lead to economic growth, increase of employment of about 4,000 good paying jobs, attract business and investment, and keep brain power and talent in our area. This week, for the first time ever, China imports of oil from the United States have surpassed their import from Saudi Arabia, according to Bloomberg News. We witness a fierce competition between countries to fill the supply chain gap and to dominate the global market share due to COVID-19 disruption and disruption between US and China trade flow. This provides great and timely opportunity for US to fill that gap. Marco and Laura hurricanes have shut down 58% of the Gulf of Mexico production of oil and 45% of gas even before their landfall, and over 80% after the landfall, which make it important for the Appalachian region to be as another major source nationally and globally of oil, gas, and petrochemical products. And finally, there are many countries even teaming up to fill the gap, such as India, Japan, and Australia as one team, in addition to individual countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, and others. On this map, also, we would also related to the export from the region is showing on this map the closest refinery that can handle the medium-sized vessel. And with that we mean the capacity of 262,000 barrels of ethane at cavern pressure is Marcus Hook, located southwest of Philadelphia. The NGLs are transported to Marcus Hook through the Mariner East pipeline. There are 3 pipelines that make up Mariner East: Mariner East 1, Mariner East 2, and Mariner East 2X. These pipelines will carry NGLs from the Utica and Marcellus shale in Ohio and Pennsylvania to Marcus Hook facility to be shipped to other parts of the country and export. Most of the NGLs that are exported from this terminal are destined for Europe. Most of the NGLs that are in 2015, the US surpassed Norway as a top exporter of ethane in the world. All the US ethane exported from 2014 to 2015 were destined to Canada and were transported primarily through pipelines. However, in 2018, the US exports of ethane were sent to 10 different countries globally. With the capacity at 450,000 barrels per day, the U.S. currently exports ethane to Brazil, Canada, Mexico, India, Norway, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. Since the petrochemical industry is not in a vacuum, but rather it is related very closely to other industries, I would like to introduce my colleague, Mariah Karna, to further discuss our views and finding about this in addition to other issues. Right?
Thank you, Musa. So to fully understand the supply chain, it was imperative that we researched industry clusters. The plastics cluster in the region is ranked 16th in the United States. It is over 5 times more concentrated in this region than the national average. The plastics cluster encompasses each one of these industries shown in the picture and shows a strong correlation. It has a between cluster relatedness over the 95th percentile, or the strongest correlation, meaning they have the most significant impact on each other, with lighting, downstream chemicals, metalworking, recreational goods, and medical devices. The next closely related industry clusters, with a between cluster relatedness between the 90th and 94th percentile, are printing, downstream metals, production technology, automotive, and jewelry. Both of these are shown by the shade of the lines that connect them. The colors show what industry clusters have a stronger specialization compared to the national economic landscape. The darker blue shows the strong clusters that are among the 90th percentile of specialization, being lighting, downstream chemicals, and metalworking. In total, the plastics industry employs 12,635 individuals, and the entire cluster employs 51,911 individuals just in our region. As you can see, the automotive sector is closely related to plastics and ranks 28th in the country. We have an already existing automotive industry in our region. With the addition of the electric vehicles coming to Lordstown, not only will the automotive cluster grow in terms of employment and rank, but the correlation will also impact and increase the region's plastics sector and overall cluster. This will ultimately have a positive effect on the upstream petrochemical industry. Lordstown will stretch the corridor among the Wellsville Port, Shell, and the proposed PTT plant. Ohio is the 7th largest state in terms of international employment related to foreign direct investment, with a total of 267,500 jobs in 2018. The region is home to 138 foreign companies representing 22 countries. Of the 138 companies, 24 of them, or 17.4%, are directly related to the petrochemical and chemical industries. Our vision for the region is to create an ecosystem that will focus on these 4 elements. 1, building a successful value and supply chain for the petrochemical and plastics industries. We want to connect existing companies that we have identified and attract new companies to invest in this region. By having companies source products locally rather than internationally, companies could cut down on transportation time, transportation costs, supply chain disruptions, tariffs, and more. 2, attracting and retaining diverse businesses and high-paying jobs. We want to continue to attract diverse businesses that can all benefit from the petrochemical play, whether that be through ethane or refined ethylene that can be used in production of plastics, synthetic rubber, and industrial chemicals. 3, attracting and retaining human capital. By building upon existing businesses and attracting companies, we need to attract and retain skilled workers. There are universities, technical schools, and organizations aimed to create programming for these STEM fields already. We want to keep our skilled students and workers in the region. And 4, implementing a proactive international strategy. One of our jobs as a center is to help clients form a proactive international strategy to expand their international footprint and increase their sales. We want to help formulate these strategies with petrochemical companies to help push end products that not only were manufactured here, but the raw materials were taken from the region out into the world.
Thank you, Mariah. And the main reason that we put that vision up in also to draw strategies and actionable items. And that's the main goal for that compel us to do this study. And these actionable items are not actually just done by one group, which is us, but rather it is, and it should be coming by a collaborative efforts by everybody. So therefore, we have this as 4 major points in working in these actionable items. We start with the collaboration. So to collaborate with other economic development groups like Chamber of Commerce, academic institutions, trade school, industry association, workforce development programs, and collaborate with federal, state, and local governments in order to build a strong ecosystem. Build on the strength of established traded cluster in the region, which we have more than 11 sectors already exist. Third, market the region to the world by conducting and participating in trade shows, buyer's mission, and FDI existing companies that we mentioned before. And fourth, build a sustainable pipeline of companies that are already exporting, companies that are new to export or new to the foreign market with a focus on SMEs. In other words, build a sustainable, global, and proactive ecosystem. Among the things that we identify and working with our partners in the region is actually the federal designated opportunity zones. So we identify Ohio opportunity zones in the region, provide convincing evidence for development due to the geographic access to highly developed air, rail, land, and water transportation. Wellsville, Ohio, in Columbiana County is the highest point on the Ohio River, making it one of the prime locations for investment in petrochemical industry cluster. And beside that opportunity zone, also a possibility to build a free trade zones in the area and mainly on Ohio River. This will summarize our value proposition for chemical and plastics that we mentioned in our study, which is proximity to the market within the 700-mile radius we mentioned, a strong export potential as it is now at 15% on a dollar coming from exporting, skilled labor and higher education, and that's at 18% manufacturing jobs in the area. That means a lot and how we could build it more. Logistic and transport that we mentioned also with the highways and waterways that is existing, and improve manufacturing efficiency. So the job, this is our vision, but also the job will continue for other factors. And finally, I would like to mention some of the challenges that we have in this project. Develop the petrochemical cluster to become a fully functioning cluster. And what I mean by that, the companies in upstream are strongly connected with the midstream and downstream companies. Funding and resources needed to develop that cluster. Infrastructure development and upgrade, for example, the river locks, dams, broadband in the Appalachian region. Attracting big companies and industries because of the cheap energies, companies like cement, glass, data processing, fertilizing company, and so on. Keeping and attracting talent in the region. This is one of the things that we also have a challenge to keep. Build consensus and shared vision among all the stakeholders, including private and public players, companies, economic development groups, workforce development groups, and so on. Division of labor, and here we mean division in roles and specialties among groups. So each one will do a designated and coordinated task with each other. Examples, Chamber of Commerce, business retention and expansion. Exporting would be my office. FDI, that is Team Neo and Jobs Ohio, Workforce Development, University and Trade School. Port authorities work on port development and business attraction. So this will make an ecosystem of collaboration that will, as they always say, rising tide will lift all the boats. This is our motto, and this is what we are working on. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the leadership at Youngstown State University for their tremendous support of our efforts. President Jim Tressel, Dean Betty Jo Licata at Williamson College of Business Administration, and Patricia Weiss, Director of Ohio SBDC Office at YSU. Special thanks to Mr. Secretary of Energy, Dan Brulette, and all the leadership and staff at DOE for being with us today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Musa and Mariah. That was fantastic. And at this time, am I good to go? At this time, we have a special message from Dan Brulette to capstone the energy sector discussion. We thank Dan Brulette, for Secretary of U.S. Department of Energy, for taking the time to be with us today. And after Dan's presentation, we'd like everybody, if you could please think about your questions, use the raise your hand feature, and we'll get to the questions after Dan's discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm sorry I can't be with you today in person to participate in this important event, but I want to thank the Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, Youngstown State University, and Cleveland State University for hosting today's summit on topics that are so critical to Ohio's economic future. Earlier, you heard from Dan Simmons about the Department of Energy's efforts to advance electric vehicle and transportation technology. Our Vehicle Technologies Office is investing in research and development of next-generation vehicle batteries that will help Lordstown reach its potential as the home of America's Voltage Valley. Back in June, Vice President Pence and I had the chance to tour the Lordstown Motors plant and witness the unveiling of their Endurance electric truck. I was very impressed and left with the feeling that the future of Ohio's automotive industry is very bright, and that's coming from a former Ford executive. Later today, you'll hear about another industry that's so critical to Ohio and the nation: advanced manufacturing. There's no question in my mind that America needs to get back in the business of making things. Doing so promotes economic strength and economic prosperity. This is a major priority for the Department of Energy and the Trump administration, and we look forward to working with Ohio to bring back manufacturing jobs here to the Buckeye State. The Appalachian region, and Eastern Ohio in particular, possesses vast natural resource assets to pursue the expansive opportunities in both petrochemical processing and downstream manufacturing. The most important of these are the abundant natural gas reserves of the Utica and Marcellus shale formations. Just to paint the picture of how abundant these resources are, if Appalachia were an independent country, it would be the third largest natural gas producer on Earth. On its own, Ohio is the fifth largest producer of natural gas in America, and according to the Energy Information Administration, or EIA as we refer to it here, the state's production is expected to increase through the year 2050. This uniquely positions Ohio to be at the forefront of a second energy renaissance, especially at a time when economic recovery is needed most, following the devastating impact of COVID-19. And there are promising signs on the horizon for this industry of the future. The first is the importance of and the consistent demand for products like plastics, automotive parts, medical devices, clothing, agricultural inputs, and even personal protective equipment, PPE. Another is the sustainability of natural gas and the associated natural gas liquids, which serve as the feedstock for production of the products I just mentioned, and many more used by Americans every single day. Sustained natural gas availability will make Ohio an attractive place for private sector investment, and we're already seeing investment in the region for these and other regions. Just last year, the President visited the Pennsylvania site of Shell's cracker plant to meet the project's workforce and to talk about energy. At peak construction, the Shell plant was employing more than 7,500 union construction workers, many from Ohio union halls. When it's completed, it will create 600 direct jobs and 4,200 indirect jobs. In addition, there are plans to bring a world-class processing plant to nearby Belmont County. It's estimated this project could create as many as 6,000 jobs during the construction phase and another 600 operational jobs once the facility comes online, providing employment opportunities for workers all across eastern Ohio. I am encouraged that PTT Global is committed to moving this project forward and finding new investors that share their vision for the future. Manufacturing has always been synonymous with American economic strength and prosperity. Youngstown knows this better than most. You know the incredible opportunity that comes from energy-intensive development of products like glass, steel, and aluminum. It's time that we revive American factories. Appalachia and Ohio are the place to begin this redevelopment. There are several challenges we must meet, however, if we are to realize the full potential of petrochemical processing and its many economic benefits. While ultimately it is private investment that will bolster these industries to reach their full potential, the federal government does have a limited but important role to play in achieving Ohio's full potential. First, we must maintain the pro-growth tax and regulatory business environment fostered under the Trump administration. If states or future administrations advance policies that stifle natural gas exploration and production, these tremendous opportunities will pass us by. Next, the federal government must continue to invest in public infrastructure. Upgraded roads and railways, as well as expanded broadband internet, will make the region more attractive to private investment. Third, we must support workforce development. DOE is doing its part by partnering with the Appalachian Regional Commission to ensure the region's workers are trained to fill future jobs. And finally, we will continue to fund research and development at colleges, universities, entrepreneurial companies that produce innovative energy technologies. It's our hope that these innovations can be commercialized so that energy, petrochemicals, and manufacturing have a place in Ohio's future for generations to come. Our department commits billions of dollars a year to science and technology to keep America the world leader in innovations that unleash private sector prosperity. Ohio is poised to experience a second energy boom. The state has the natural resources. You have the workforce, and the demand for these products is only going to increase. Together with the right combination of public and private sector engagement, we can make the promise of these energy and economic opportunities a reality. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we don't have any questions yet, so maybe at this time, if any folks from the Department of Energy that are on the call, if you had any questions or responses that you'd like to share at this time? Okay, well, if there's no questions, we are looking to be right on time. Oh, Carlan, go ahead. Looks like we have one from Carlan Unger.
Thanks. Yeah, I just heard, where one of your needs was around, you mentioned broadband. And in my work as our economic development integrator, that's something that continues to be brought up. And so I was hoping you could speak a little bit to, your needs exactly around broadband, whether it's, technical assistance or feasibility studies or, broadband expansion. So there are, lots of different programs within government agencies around broadband, but we kind of have to narrow down more specifically a little bit what those gaps are and what those kind of needs are. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Very, very good. Even though we are not an expert on the broadband, technology and all that, but the need actually that we heard from our clients, and mainly in the southern counties south of this area. If you look at the broadband distribution and availability in these on the map, it shows that actually some of the counties are below 50%, some of them at 60% availability of a broadband. And definitely that's an area that is needed as a part of the infrastructure to make that connection available, for that region in order to connect with businesses and conduct their business the right way.
This is Jim from Eastgate. I'd like to add to that. Carlin, that's a great question. When it comes to broadband, we look at it in a couple of different ways. Rural areas that don't have access. We don't have high-speed internet in all of our urbanized areas, but one of the issues that come to light, especially during the pandemic, is affordability of broadband in our inner cities. And that's not just in the inner cities, there are rural areas that do have access but can't afford it. What we've done is we've proposed, and we're working with EDA and ARC to fund a feasibility study for our 3 counties, looking for the problems and really looking for the solutions. What I felt that we were really missing, and it's difficult to find, and we're working with our local officials and statewide for expertise on where do we move forward and how do we get there. Everybody's confident that the direction we're taking with the feasibility study that we should have out as an RFP and bring on a consultant on board here early fall and hopefully have some legitimate solutions we can look to implement here early next year or at this time next year is what our focus is. But we kind of really found it as a three areas that we're trying to search for the solutions and look for that connectivity.
Great, thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Carlin, and thank you, Jim and Musa, for your responses. Any other questions coming in? So we are at lunchtime. All right. Well, thank you. Great first 2 panels. I want to thank again our moderators and panelists from session 1 and 2. And we have about a 35 to 40-minute break here till noon before our session 3 starts for lunch. That session will be covering additive and advanced manufacturing, and we'll be hearing from Senator Sherrod Brown, and the moderator will be Barb Ewing, our CEO of the Youngstown Business Incubator. So thank you, everybody, for your participation thus far, and we look forward to continuing this great event here in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Transition to share. All right. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dominic Marchiana, Principal Investigator for the Lordstown Recovery Project. For those of you that just joining us, welcome. We're excited to continue a great Regional Economic Diversification Summit event. We had a great morning with 2 sessions covering electric vehicles and battery research, as well as logistics and distribution, and the second session, petrochemical industry assets, opportunity and challenges. Continuing our event, session 3 will be kicked off with additive and advanced manufacturing, which we're extremely excited for. To open the event, U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown would like to share a message with everybody before I'll turn it over to our moderator today, Barb Ewing, CEO of our Youngstown Business Incubator.
I'm Sherrod Brown. It's a privilege to serve as United States Senator. Thank you to Doug Leinott and Daniel Simmons for hosting today's EDA REDS event. Ohioans know how important manufacturing is to our economy. Our workers are among the best in the world. Sometimes people hear the word manufacturing, they think dirty, dusty old jobs. Too many people use the outdated and, to me, highly offensive term to describe us, Rust Belt. But today's factories in Ohio, they're not rusting, they're innovative, they're high tech. They'll employ thousands of Ohioans in the years to come. All too often, the national media will come in and paint the entire Mahoning Valley in broad strokes. They almost never mention advanced manufacturing like America Makes or the Youngstown Business Incubator. They rarely talk about the research being conducted at Youngstown State or the workforce development at Eastern Gateway. But we know that advanced manufacturing is vital to this region's and to our state's growing economy. It's why my office partners with local Ohio companies and organizations to host manufacturing camps around the state for elementary and middle schoolers each summer. We've done that now for seven or 8 straight years. Even during the pandemic, Youngstown's camp went virtual this summer, continuing to give students in the Valley a window into all the paths they can take in manufacturing and STEM. It's why the work of America Makes and Youngstown Business Incubator is so important, particularly now after GM's abandonment of Lordstown and President Trump's betrayal of the workers there that he promised to fight for. GM failed to see what we all know. We have the manufacturing workforce and know-how to put it all together right here in Ohio, from Lordstown Motor Company electric pickup truck to LG Chen's battery plant for electric vehicles to the Youngstown Business Incubator and America Makes advanced manufacturing. The only thing Youngstown's missing is a president and a federal government who care. We need Washington to wake up, to stop focusing all the attention on Wall Street and start supporting our skilled workers and invest in 21st century technology and manufacturing. Federal investment will ensure that our workers are equipped to continue building our nation's economic prosperity and drive Ohio's success throughout the 21st century. It's my dream to see advanced manufacturing products stamped made in Ohio and sold all over the world. There's no better place to develop and manufacture the next generation of advanced technology and vehicles than right here in Northeast Ohio and throughout our state. Thanks so much.
And now I'll turn it over to our moderator, Barb Ewing.
All right. Thank you. I'm hearing some feedback. Are you hearing it as well?
She's in the meeting. Barb, you're in the meeting twice, it looks like.
Well, that would explain a lot. Let me get out.
Okay, Barb, can you hear it?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can, but your camera is turned off.
Well, that could be deliberate. So, all right, sorry about that. All right, so let me start with my thank you to YSU as a whole, and especially to Dominic Marchionda and Rachel McCartney, they have been putting up with these shenanigans for me for about the last 2 months. And they have done a yeoman's job in pulling this together and keeping me on track. So thank you to the two of you and to all of YSU for pulling this together. A little bit of background on YBI, just very quickly. We're a pretty diverse economic development organization for our region. We have a 200,000 square foot campus in downtown Youngstown that's home to digital software companies, additive manufacturing startups, minority and women-owned businesses, as well as America Makes, which is the flagship program for Manufacturing USA. Most people equate YBI with startups and small businesses, but we actually have a pretty robust program that supports the integration of additive manufacturing into industry. And we've done a number of projects along with YSU and America Makes with the Air Force, the Army, Valoric, Goodyear, and lots of local SMEs as well. We're very proud of the work that we've done to help reimagine Youngstown. We've really helped to build a local ecosystem that has at its core, at its foundation, the partnership between America Makes, YSU, and YBI, and they are great partners indeed. We also have strong partnerships throughout the region. We are one of the founders of the Northeast Ohio Additive Manufacturing Cluster with Magnet, our MEP, Team NEO, the Northeast Ohio Jobs Ohio affiliate, as well as America Makes. Youngstown and Warren already have really deep engagement with the federal government, and I think as you've seen throughout the day and will continue to hear, that investment is making a difference in the Mahoning Valley. And you're going to hear a little bit more about the organizations that are engaged with us and the story that we have to tell. Just a quick tease, after the presentations are over and Q&A, we have a major announcement to make. So stay tuned. We're pretty excited about this opportunity. And without any further ado, I'll quickly introduce the panelists and let them tell you about their organizations. So John Wozinski is the Executive Director of America Makes, the flagship program for Manufacturing USA, the National Network for Manufacturing Innovation. Lonnie Love is the corporate fellow for Oak Ridge National Lab, part of the Department of Energy's lab system. And it may feel like Lonnie is on the wrong panel, but in fact, Oak Ridge National Lab is very invested in additive manufacturing because of its ability to reduce the carbon footprint of manufacturing. David Sapusik, who is Associate General Counsel for Research and the Executive Director of the Excellence Training Center at YSU, which will have a focus on advanced manufacturing. And Zach DiVincenzo, President and co-founder of Juggerbot 3D, who is a great example of a company that is leveraging all of these resources to build their business in the Mahoning Valley. So gentlemen, you should not be muted. Feel free to interact with each other as we go throughout this. And you can control your own screens if you're showing slides. If there's an issue with the slides, YSU can take control of those, just let us know. So with that, John, you want to kick us off?
Unmute. We got it. Well, everyone can see my slides, I presume. Slide. Yeah, John. Okay, perfect. I'm getting some little bit of background noise, but so thanks first of all to Barb. Really appreciate the opportunity from YSU and YBI to be part of this activity. So I want to talk a little bit just about who we are, what the Institute's focused on, and really how we're working together with folks in the community to build kind of a national ecosystem for additive manufacturing, what we see our role as, and a little bit of where we're going. So for anyone who's not aware, there's a network of organizations out across the U.S. called the Manufacturing Innovation Institutes. There's now, well, soon to be 16 of them. We are the first of those institutes, and we are focused primarily on additive manufacturing. So each of the institutes has a different topic that they're focused on, and we work well together across topics, but we all have our own individual focus area. So back in 2012, we teamed up with YSU and YBI and many others to put in a proposal for what this first institute was that none of us really understood what it was going to turn into. And we think we've done a pretty good job getting to where we are now. But ultimately, we are a public-private partnership focused on additive and really focusing on a couple of key tenets, those being technology development and education and workforce development. Our initial funding at the Institute came in from a wide variety of different agencies, and this is a model that has continued across the various institutes as they've been deployed, where we receive funding from Department of Education, Department of Energy, Department of Commerce. A large portion of our funding has come in through Department of Defense, NASA, NSF, et cetera. The list goes on. Ultimately, we are positioning ourselves as an organization who's trying to bring the community together to accelerate the overall adoption of additive manufacturing. So how do we do that? We're doing that with all those various government agencies that we mentioned. We really focus on the public-private partner portion of our description, if you will. We have well over 200 different members that make up anyone from a small business with a couple of folks to large organizations, multinationals with hundreds of thousands of employees. So we do this in a very collaborative way across many different organizations and industries, really focusing on some of the very things that a YBI and a YSU are also trying to accomplish. We're trying to set up a national platform and able to do that, and we are managed by a nonprofit that is called the National Center for Defense Manufacturing and Machining, a group that's been working in a similar space across advanced manufacturing for years. Let's see if I can figure out how to advance slides. Perfect. So our overall mission is really can be thought of, the big takeaway from today, or the simplest takeaway from my talk is we're looking to accelerate the adoption of additive manufacturing by doing three key things: convene, coordinate, and catalyze the industry. So we're trying to bring people together, get them focused, and then take an action. And that's our approach to everything that we do, whether it's the development of technology through the various work that we do on applied research development, whether it's related to tech transfer and information dissemination, or it's the development of the human capital. So a big part of what we're all realizing, and many new, is no matter how much technology that we develop, as a region or as a nation, if we're not developing the workforce and growing the companies that can take advantage of this, we're not doing the technology justice and ultimately not getting what we can out of the technology. We try to do this by building a national ecosystem, but we're really focused on working here in our region, Northeast Ohio, to prove out models, figure out what works. We have tremendous partners in the area, and we work very closely together as a region to work on these various initiatives. And then we try to take those learnings and kind of the suite of skills that comes out of that, and then deploy it in various parts across the country. So we have something called a satellite center network that exists. The home of America Makes is in Youngstown, so that's kind of the epicenter of all AM activity that we're doing. And with that, we pull a lot of people to this area. And then we've also worked closely with UTEP down in El Paso, Texas, Texas A&M and College Station, and Wichita State in Kansas, really trying to deploy that model, take advantage of the learnings. And these are not just tech learning. So this is not just about developing technology to take the next step. That's a big part of what we do. It's very important because, it ultimately enables us to transition technology and develop us as a community to transition technologies and develop businesses. But there's a lot of other areas that we need to leverage. We work closely with the national labs, so you'll hear from Lonnie here in a little bit. We also work very closely with academic research institutes, much like YSU. We've partnered on many different programs over the 8 years that we've been in existence. All of that really to get to the point where we're sharing information in a manner that we can, in a pre-competitive way, get that information out to everybody, so that we're, really, again, getting back to this, broadening the adoption of additive manufacturing. We're all working on this together, trying to get to the point that we're truly taking advantage of this technology such that it leads to economic development within a region and ultimately within our country, leading towards global competitiveness for the United States in the technology. That's really what we're all about. Happy to discuss in more detail here in a few minutes when we get in the panel, but that's all I have for comments.
All right, thank you, John, very much. Lonnie, are you up and ready to go?
I'm always up and ready to go.
All right, very good. I knew that would be the right answer from you.
Let me see. Are you guys getting my slide?
Yep, I can see them.
Okay, great. Well, first off, Barb, thanks for inviting me. One of the things that Oak Ridge and America Makes goes way back. I remember Ed Morris and Ralph Resnick calling me back in the 2012, 2013 timeframe when they awarded America Makes, had the kickoff. And at that point in time, they needed, Oak Ridge has been doing additive for a long time, and they needed some support. And I'll never forget, my wife and I, we've been working with a number of high schools in the FIRST Robotics and really integrating 3D printing into their program. And I remember piling a bunch of kids in a van and coming up to the kickoff. It was such a thrilling event. I've always loved America Makes and what they mean. And I think Youngstown really is the National Center of Excellence for additive. You're the home of America Makes, where you're focused on industrial integration of additive. YSU is one of the nation's top additive universities. YBI, I mean, you have it all going on. Even NCDMM with the fence. You really have it all going on in that area. And there's this amazing ecosystem that to me in Youngstown is second to none in terms of additive. If you look at Oak Ridge, I think we're second to none in terms of science and energy. And the lab this is a little dated, but we're about a $2 billion a year R&D shop. And our core strengths are in materials. We have the largest materials research portfolio. When you look at 3D printing, you're welding, and you're getting a lot of residual stress. So there's a lot of modeling and sim that we do. So we have the world's most powerful, well, now it's the second most powerful supercomputer. It's been surpassed by China. But we have a new exascale system coming online, so doing a lot of modeling and simulation. And then using neutrons for validation, for really understanding these stresses. So we have a lot of the building blocks for additive that we really are wanting to leverage, working side by side with America Makes to provide access to all of these tools. Where I work is the manufacturing demonstration facility, and our primary focus is advanced manufacturing. We have about 110,000 square foot facility that has close to about 80 different additive systems, and we're working side by side with America Makes to provide access to their users to really work side by side in kind of a strategic vision for the nation where additive needs to go. And we really have four main buckets in terms of research. We have our core R&D. We have large cooperative research and development agreements with companies like GKN, Lincoln Electric. Lincoln Electric, we're working on large-scale metal 3D printing, and all of this is directed towards tool and die. They're building a factory, it's called the Beehive, up in Cleveland. So really, they're going to have, I think, on the order of 300 of these work cells, really trying to recapture, use advancements in additive to recapture the tool and die industry. I'll talk a lot about industry collaboration. We are only as good as the companies that we're working with. We want to work side by side with industry to deploy the technology. So our core R&D works with the machine tool manufacturers on maturing the technology. And then we have an industrial collaboration program where companies can come in and they have access to the technology. This provides a feedback mechanism to the equipment manufacturers in terms of what can work and what doesn't work. And then we do a number of demonstration projects, these moonshots. We printed the first car with Local Motors and Cincinnati Incorporated back in 2014. We then printed an excavator at the construction at ConExpo with Case New Holland. And now we have a nuclear energy program where we're looking at 3D printing a nuclear reactor, a 3 megawatt small modular nuclear reactor using additive. So really trying to push the envelope of where the technology can go. And again, we have a tremendous amount of capabilities in terms of large-scale metal, composites, powder bed. I think an area that I'm really excited about that we're talking with YSU and America Makes about is hybrid machines. When you look at typical 3D printers, metal 3D printers, most of the companies that make them, companies like EOS, GE with Arcam and Concept Laser, the number of machines that they make is relatively low, on the order of measured in hundreds, maybe 1,000 units per year. When these machine tool manufacturers, which they're doing now, start to make additive systems or hybrid systems, it's going to radically change the landscape of additive manufacturing. Mazak alone in Florence, Kentucky, makes on the order of 1,000 CNCs a month. There's about 100,000 machine tools made yearly across the globe. And this is an area that I think that we, as the United States, need to be leading. We need to be recapturing this, and we need to be showing how it can be used to be competitive in terms of manufacturing. So we try to work with the full supply chain, and this is where we're starting a discussion with YSU, with America Makes. Oak Ridge has a DOE program, an industrial collaboration program, where at no cost we can work side by side with companies to try the technology. They have access to the equipment, they have access to staff at no cost. It's really to demonstrate the technology. We do about 50 a year, but the problem you'll notice is that it's very regional. And so we're starting a vision towards what we call a hub and spoke, where we're looking at regions where we want to partner with those regions, focus on a specific area. For example, we've been working with Maine, just ran out, started a hub and spoke. It's much like what America Makes is doing with their regions, with their hubs and their spokes. It's the same thing from a Department of Energy's perspective, is providing access to these regions and really allowing them to leverage the capabilities of the national labs, but for their own ecosystem. So for the University of Maine, there it's biomaterials. The pulp and paper industry has been in collapse, and so it's looking at how we can leverage their capabilities in terms of material processing and ours in terms of additive to really transform and build new industries for them. With the Youngstown area, we're starting to look at tooling. The tool and die industry is a huge industry. Every part that you have, chairs that you sit in, desks you sit in, cars you drive are made with tooling. 70 to 80% of it has been offshored to Asia and industry. And this is where we think there's a tremendous opportunity in terms of where additive could, and Youngstown could really help reshore that tool and die industry. As a perfect example, we just finished printing a B pillar for a large automotive company, and I can't say what the model is, but I can say it's a large U.S. automotive company. They're reintroducing an old vehicle, but it's going to be a 2021, and we 3D printed the hot stamp die for the B pillar on this vehicle. Normally this die is going to cost the automotive company on the order of a few $100,000. Lead time is going to be measured in months. We printed it in 3 days. We're going to deliver it to them. It's got conformal cooling in it. All the wonderful things in terms of additive it's got, but it's going to, if it works out, it's going to change the way the automotive industry looks at tooling. And then it's going to change the way aerospace looks at tooling. It's going to change the way that even appliances look at making tooling. And this is where I think this partnership between Oak Ridge and Youngstown and Ohio could really transform the whole U.S. manufacturing landscape. So that's it. Now I need to figure out how I turn off. Oh, there we go. Stop. So that's it for me, Barb. We'll stop sharing.
A shout out to one of our portfolio companies and somebody that we all know locally, Chuck George. The company, I think, that was engaged with Oak Ridge on that 3D printed car with Cincinnati Inc. is very much part and parcel of our local ecosystem. A great partner to us. Chuck is also a member of the YSU Board of Directors, and with Oak Ridge National Lab, received an award for the commercialization of that technology. So we're very, very proud of that and other relationships that you have locally.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I'll echo that. I love Chuck. Chuck is
he's a great guy.
Awesome to work with.
All right, moving on. David Sapusik from YSU. You want to give us some sense of the local ecosystem?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess my love for Chuck is only expanded based on the expressions by Lonnie and Barb yourself. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this today. Again, Dominic, Rachel, everyone on the team who's put this together is an amazing staff and great work in putting this together. Again, just happy to be a part of it. I'll just share a little bit. Hopefully we can get this queued up. So if you can see my slides, we'll get rolling. I wanted to highlight today the Excellence Training Center. I know there's certainly a lot of ways we can go with Youngstown State University and its partnerships and collaborations, but one of the newest gems that is in the works right now is the Excellence Training Center. So if you go down, if you're from the area, down by Fifth Avenue in the corner of Commerce Street, you'll see what looks like, total revitalization. There's a lot of construction going on. There's multiple projects involved down in that corner, and it's great to see. And one of those construction projects is the Excellence Training Center. It's a one-of-a-kind education, innovation, and research facility. It's going to be located here in Youngstown. It's going to be focused on the acceleration and development of the 21st century workforce. In support of our mission, the ETC is going to offer access to a broad range of advanced manufacturing assets, including additive manufacturing. We're going to try to dedicate that to meet the needs of the region, whether it's workforce development, education, research, or commercial projects. It's a 53,000 square foot facility. It's $12 million worth of construction going into this project. The funding source, and this is where the long list of thank yous begins, whether it's state of Ohio capital funding, whether it's the USEDA, Doug, if you're out there, thank you, thank you, thank you. It wouldn't be without our state and federal, congressional, and government leaders that we have this funding to be able to build this amazing facility right here in Youngstown. So again, I couldn't go individually because I know that we would forget someone, but thank you again to both the state and federal leaders for your assistance in making this a reality. Projected completion date of the center is coming up quickly, March of 2021. So we can see the finish line, and so we're getting close. What are we going to do with this beautiful facility? Again, the CTC, it's going to be powered just like everything else in the Mahoning Valley, powered by work, owned, managed, and operated by Youngstown State. And as I mentioned, those 4 buckets: workforce development, education, research, and commercial projects. It's an ambitious project, but we are super excited about where we're headed with this. Going just a little bit deeper on those 4 pillars. In workforce, we're looking to offer non-degree and degree-based certificates, employee training, cohort training, internships and co-ops. Education piece, YSU has certainly partnered with Eastern Gateway Community College, the Career and Technical Centers in Columbiana, Mahoning, and Trumbull County, and Youngstown City Schools and the Schaffen Career Center. In the research area, of course, as Lonnie just touched on, additive manufacturing opportunities, whether it's a hybrid system with Oak Ridge or other technology 4.0 training initiatives, affiliated partners with R&D, tech transfer, and intellectual property associated with that research. And then in the commercial aspect, we'll have the ability and capability to do prototypes, low volume printing, and support our regional manufacturers as well. Would be remiss if we didn't touch base on the Mahoning Valley Innovation and Commercialization Consortium. The MVICC finalized its formal partnership late in the fall of 2019, excuse me. And as we move forward, even though we've been challenged with the pandemic, we've stayed in touch, and this group of education and industry and commercial partners comes together to discuss the future and how we can better promote advanced manufacturing and additive manufacturing in the region. So again, it's an exciting time here at Youngstown State. And Barb, that's my comments for now.
All right, Zach DiVincenzo, you are up.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thanks, Barb.
It's a little hard to hear you.
Okay. How's that?
Better.
Better? Okay. Let me share my screen.
Can you get any closer? It's still not great.
Okay. I may have to put my headset in. Hold on, everyone. Better? Okay, Barb?
Nope, it's gotten worse. So go back to where you were. We could at least hear you then.
Okay, how's that?
We can hear.
Okay. I'll speak up for sure. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Great. All right. So, well, thank you, Barb. And I appreciate actually going last in this order of panelists. I think everyone has a good understanding of why it is important to be part of this ecosystem. And there's really a perfect example of why someone would want to start up a company in the Mahoning Valley or even the Tri-County. Juggerbot 3D is the designers and manufacturers of industrial grade 3D printers. Myself and my fellow co-founder Dan Fernback stemmed at Youngstown State University back in 2014. And it was just at the beginning when Youngstown was making an effort into additive manufacturing. And American Makes had a big role to play in our involvement in even where to set up shop. And this collaboration between Youngstown State University, the Youngstown Business Incubator, and American Makes provide this perfect ecosystem to foster a hardware company entering into the additive manufacturing industry. So just to give a little bit more background, again, Juggernaut 3D, we are the designers and manufacturers of these large-scale 3D printing equipment here in Youngstown, Ohio. We're doing the designing, the manufacturing, the assembly, the quality testing, the inspection, even the ancillary services for all of our customers in the aerospace, general industrial, oil and gas, and aerospace industry. We're doing the installations, the training, the servicing. And so, first and foremost, if we didn't have our strategic partnerships or our relationships, I'd be the first one to tell you that we wouldn't be in the position we are today. We are a portfolio company, the Youngstown Business Incubator. We took great advantage of the resources that were at our fingertips. And as I mentioned, most everyone, you get what you give. And so for us as young graduates of Youngstown State University, engineers graduating from the Industrial and Systems Engineering department, we didn't know how to start a business. We didn't know anything about accounting or marketing or all of the nuances that a business need to grow. And the Youngstown Business Incubator was there for us and fostered us to the company we are today. At every stage of our growth, the YBI has been played a role, and space has been the one fortunate part of it that we've needed the most. We started our business with no more than 300 square feet in a small office, maybe one window, 10 feet, 13 feet in the air. And now we occupy roughly 3,500 square feet in YBI's newest installment, which is called Tech Block Building 5, a building that they've purchased back in 2017 that's dedicated purely to the advancement of additive manufacturing. Along with the YBI, we took advantage of strategic relationships that come with American Makes, the YBI, and Youngstown State University. All three of the panelists before me gave reasons for companies to be involved in additive manufacturing, and each one of them, Juggernaut has had a part in. And so, first and foremost, American Makes has been, like I said, one of the pivotal roles of our growth in this valley. Even our first internships involving additive manufacturing started with American Makes. Youngstown Business Incubator giving us the support we need, and Youngstown State University doing their part as investing as much as they possibly can in the newest technologies and providing their staff with the abilities to educate young engineers and young individuals who are thinking about entering the market. Along with that comes incredible organizations like Oak Ridge National Labs, and Lonnie did a tremendous job explaining benefits of doing research and promoting the growth of this technology. Here recently, Juggernaut 3D has been fortunate enough to capture some of that research, and we just recently closed on an agreement through a program that Oak Ridge calls the Creative Research and Development Agreement. These are small projects that kind of foster new innovation and allows young or mature organizations to grow the ideas, but you're doing it hand in hand with some of the brightest minds within Oak Ridge National Labs. Within that ecosystem, they naturally attract some of the biggest players in the game, materials being one of them. Everything within additive manufacturing begins with how the materials are being used and what materials could be actually adopted into manufacturing. DSM, which is a Dutch-based material company focused on plastics, is one of the largest players in the game when it comes to additive manufacturing, and we've been fortunate enough to be able to work with them from the beginning of their involvement, and it's helped us with affiliation and kind of instant validation for why larger companies would want to work with a smaller company. Last but not least, I know we've all mentioned, and at least three of the panelists have mentioned John George. He seems to be the rock star in this panel or this session. But Strong Press is the manufacturers of pellet extruders. which, oh, I apologize, motion sensors in the room. But pellet extruders, the technology that's extruding the thermoplastic in our equipment. Chuck George has worked with hand in hand with Oak Ridge National Labs, DSM, and even more companies that I look to work in the future. Our story is pretty interesting. It's as we're talking about all these organizations and we're talking about this ecosystem. I would be the first one to explain that, again, we would not be here where we're at today if we didn't have these opportunities. If we didn't have America Makes kind of giving that self-validation or providing the large organizations and coupling them with small organizations. Oak Ridge National Labs giving us the time of day and allowing us to access some of the work that they've done in previous years and then help us alongside our engineering teams develop new technology in the space. And then YBI creating this consortium or creating this ecosystem that fosters young, mature, large companies, small companies, and brings them together. We're now 6 years in the making of something pretty interesting, and I'd like to show you guys just some of the things that we've been doing the past 6 years. So as I mentioned, we're the designers and developers of these pieces of equipment, and we're doing everything from start to finish. So I would tell you that 100% of that design that you're looking at on the screen is ours, and at least over 75% of that is manufactured here in the United States. We do our best to stay local as possible. Our fabricators are only within 15 miles radius from us, and our off-the-shelf components, we're doing the best we can to work with local distributors to keep growing this ecosystem in this community. So you're looking at what we've developed is the P344. This is the pellet extrusion, printing parts 3 feet to 4 feet by 4 feet. We're developing equipment that is in calling it the Tradesman series because it looks and has a feel of traditional manufacturing equipment that tool and die makers and machinists are accustomed to. We're designing new equipment with new technology that we in a workforce that's actually pretty old, that's actually using older equipment that's used to doing things a certain way. And if the education part of the new technology development is not there, we have to kind of take that on with us. Along with large format pellet extrusion, we do large format filament extrusion. I'm not going to go into the details of the two different types of filament or pellet, but it's just, it's interesting to explain that additive manufacturing or 3D printing is actually a wide range of manufacturing processes. Lonnie kind of touched on a couple of them and explained the ability to 3D print with metals, and here in Youngstown we have the ability to print with metals, ceramics, sand, and even thermoplastics. So our equipment that we develop here are focused on thermoplastics. And to dive into the manufacturing part of things, Lonnie and David both mentioned this, and even John talked about tooling and the reason for wanting to involve 3D printing with tooling. Everyone has a mindset that you're 3D printing or you're manufacturing the end part. They completely overlook the fact that you can 3D print or produce the tooling that you can be used to manufacture the final part. And one industry that's being overlooked drastically is the casting industry. Northeast Ohio and even in just the north region of the United States is riddled with casting facilities. These are metal casting facilities, either aluminum casting or magnesium casting, and for low volume production, 3D printing is a perfect alternative to manufactured tooling. This is something what people forget that is actually what's called a dying trade. The individuals that are used to designing tools for the casting industry are pattern makers, and there is not, my generation is not actively coming out of high school or college, universities like Youngstown State University to become a pattern maker. This is something that in the course of the next 10 to 15 years is going to be a scarce commodity when it comes to the manufacturing sector. And additive manufacturing is a perfect type of technology that can intervene, either give pattern making, revitalize them and give them a new tool, or you can allow the casting facilities themselves to take this on and do it from a digital standpoint. On top of manufacturing tools, you can also manufacturing aids or assisting applications make machine guarding and effectors, produce parts for grippers. And as we talk about autonomous vehicles, we can't forget about talking about autonomous automation or robotics. So when you start thinking about Industry 4.0 and you start thinking about incorporating automation to be able to manufacture some of these things that we've been talking about here today, you actually have to think about robots and the incorporation of them. And so 3D printing, guarding and end effectors for the end of those robots are highly customizable, and additive is a great solution for cost reduction and time savings. Last but not least, we talk about the autonomous vehicles. We talk about non-pneumatic tires, production of incredible innovative solutions. And this is another instance that Juggernaut 3D, our company, has had the chance to gain access to either federal or state funding, and by means of through MEPs or SBIRs or STTRs to capture small projects to allow us to foster our technology and to grow it into industry. So I'm sure I'm going to talk more about this, more about federal funding and state funding and some of the questions, but that's all I have for right now. Thanks, Barbara.
All right, thank you, Zach. So just two comments before we do the announcement. I think there are 2 points that we really need to make in terms of the existing commitment. You see Youngstown as a very different community today than we were 20 years ago. And I think as you look at the investment that the federal government has made in both America Makes, who have their satellite centers, so they're headquartered here, but they're also touching other areas, and Oak Ridge National Labs hub and spoke model, I am a big advocate for these models because it allows Washington to get outside of Washington and into the heartland of America and into the manufacturing communities. And these programs have truly transformed Northeast Ohio and Youngstown specifically. And I'm happy to say that the best is yet to come. The second piece of this will actually lead into the announcement, but there was also an investment in YBI 3 years ago, funding through the U.S. Economic Development Administration, the state of Ohio, the city of Youngstown, allowed us to do renovations to a 65,000 square foot manufacturing facility that used to be the print house for the Youngstown Vindicator. And we turned that facility into a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. And it is a beautiful space, truly. If you have not seen it, you need to make arrangements to come for a tour. It's really amazing. We could not be more grateful to our state, federal, and local partners for the support that they gave to us. As we went back and were looking at the original application, we realized that we had projected at the end of 3 years, we would have our partnership with YSU and the Mahoning Valley Manufacturers Coalition had at that location, as well as 2 portfolio companies. Well, in less than 3 years, in just over 2.5 years, we're announcing today the 10th company to locate onto our campus. And we still, of course, have the partnership between America Makes and YSU with the equipment house there. We provide not only an amazing space for our portfolio companies, but programs that were specifically developed for entrepreneurs in additive manufacturing and 3D printing, and a very deep understanding of this market. And we leverage the assets that we have. So the faculty members at YSU, the staff at America Makes, our relationship with Oak Ridge National Labs, really provide true access, universal access to government, OEMs, technologists, so that we can grow our companies faster, better, stronger than any other community in the country. So with that, I would like to turn it back over to John to actually make the announcement. It is a truism that none of this good work would be happening without the presence of America Makes in our community. So John, if you'd do the honors, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to take the credit. I won't pretend that it's all us by any means. It's definitely a big network of folks who come together and work very hard to, try to make a difference for the region. So all that to say, we're very excited to be announcing Rugged 3D coming to our area. So just want to give a quick little intro to Colin Boring, relatively local. So he grew up nearby in Canton, Ohio, He is the CTO and founder of Rugged 3D, and he's been involved in a variety of different engineering functions over his career up until this point. Most recently, as he scaled the North American innovation operations for Goodyear in San Francisco in their innovation lab. So you might ask, why is he moving from that to developing a company in Youngstown in additive manufacturing? And it really roots back to interaction with his brother, Tyler, who is a retired Marine Corps pilot, and a conversation they had a couple of years ago where they were talking through all of the realities that his brother was dealt with when having to ground vehicles because they didn't have the components that they need. And in many cases, they're relatively simple components. And we at the Institute do quite a bit of work in this space and with expeditionary forces and those folks. And it's amazing to learn how much equipment is not able to be utilized to be, put in the fight, so to speak, when it needs to be because of access to components. So that ultimately led to a discussion and really a development of an idea that was probably turned into a dream and is now, a reality as Rugged 3D. And it's really focused on developing systems that can be used in that mission space. So looking at the austere or forward deployed situations, how do we get tools into the hands of the people that need those specific tools? So really excited to have Colin in the area. I'm going to hand it over to him to talk a little bit more about what their mission is and how they're taking it on, but really excited to have the team here in Youngstown, Ohio.
Awesome. Thanks for the introduction. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. Again, my name is Colin Boring. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Rugged 3D. And our company is really aggressively pursuing to become the #1 player for creating additive manufacturing in theater in the field, especially in austere environments. With our 3D printing systems, we've won 2 separate competitions for the U.S. Army for high impact expeditionary technology. And we're also working on a CRADA with the U.S. Army Combat Capabilities Development Command. We're really focused on taking additive manufacturing and trying to understand what needs to change about it to be forward deployable, hardened, and really to be used in these cases where you need to operate in a zero-fail environment. As John was talking about, my brother, being a Cobra pilot, experienced a lot of parts failures in the field, and we started researching this problem on 3D printers and what the military was using as an alternative. And we saw either a desktop 3D printer was getting stuffed into a case and becoming broken in the field, and eventually all the pieces went missing, or they were taking 3D printers and putting them in large shipping containers. And inside there, they're putting generators and climate control system, things to create a standard office environment, but in a forward deployable area. But that takes semi-trucks and aircrafts to relocate that type of equipment. And it's kind of insane to think about that, because if that was the solution for a laptop, when the military needed to use it in the field, if the best solution was to just bring an office with you, we wouldn't have tough books. So we started looking at, as we were scaling this company, we're a San Francisco-based company, and we basically turned a 2-car garage into a full manufacturing facility with in-house CNC machining, plating, assembly, quality stations, and testing rooms. And as we're scaling this, we're starting to understand that San Francisco isn't really a place focused on 3D printing, a lot of digital tech. So we started investigating, trying to find what region, where can we go to learn from other industry experts in additive manufacturing. And that's kind of when YBI really stood out to us, especially the Youngstown area. We had reached out to YBI and learned so much about the cluster and the ecosystem that's available here between American Makes, Center Street Technologies, Juggerbot, Freshmade, such a huge variety of additive manufacturing. And as a CTO, I thrive from being around other industry experts to be able to absorb their knowledge and information and be able to translate that into new products and development for our own company. So I knew if I wanted to take Rugged 3D to the next level, that we had to come to Youngstown, we had to come to YSU. We had to be at YBI. If YBI would have been on the moon, we'd be going there too, because that is where we're going to get the industry knowledge and to get the connections and network in this ecosystem to really advance our products and our capabilities. We are proud, we are announcing that we have our manufacturing facility, our headquarters now in Tech Block Building 5. And we just produced our first 2 3D printers off of the manufacturing line here in Youngstown. So it's been a really exciting time. We're really excited to keep partnering with YBI and all the other people in the network, American Makes, and to keep advancing our products and working with our military to improve our local community efforts as well as warfighters worldwide. But we really appreciate all the time. And anyone who's interested in additive manufacturing and afford deployable environment, or even, pull it out even further, just in general, advanced manufacturing in austere environments, we'd love to start a conversation. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Colin. We are thrilled to have you on campus and really excited at the opportunities that you're going to present to us and to our community to watch you grow. So this is great stuff and why we do this work. So congratulations and best wishes, and we will get you to the finish line.
All right, thank you.
So one last comment on that before we jump into the question and answers. But the other part of the announcement today is that with the exception of one small conference office space below Colin's new office, all of the space that was renovated in the original EDA grant that was completed in 2017 has been leased, and they're actually operating out of our old conference room at this place. So we are a few weeks away from completing our next EDA application. Also have had conversations with the state of Ohio and Jobs Ohio. We fully understand that these are very difficult times. But these investments are paying dividends for our community, and we would not have companies like Juggerbot and Rugged 3D and a whole host of other companies like this, and Strong Press, who we should mention over and over again, just since Chuck couldn't be here today. We wouldn't have these stories if it weren't for those investments, and so we thank everybody for their commitment. So with that, I am going to open it up to questions from the audience. I have some to get it started, and am happy to take any questions as they come in. While we're waiting for that to happen, one of the things that Zach mentioned that we only briefly touched on, but I think it's very important, is the work that we are doing as part of the Northeast Ohio Additive Manufacturing Cluster to really engage SMEs in advanced manufacturing, not just additive, but we work with Team NEO on their smart manufacturing cluster. And those are efforts to really engage traditional manufacturers, small businesses, just get people thinking about advanced technology. From everybody's perspective, the cluster and beyond, what else can we all be doing? What other options are there? What other programs can we be looking at to help engage our manufacturing base in the region in these technologies? How do we get every player on the field? Karen, I see you talking.
Yeah. Barb, I was going to jump in. Colin, by the way, welcome to the Youngstown area. It's wonderful to see you here. It's wonderful to have you a part of the ecosystem. And definitely from YSU's perspective, look forward to building out and developing a relationship with you and your company moving forward. Barb, I think, at least from the Youngstown State side, with the new training center coming on board, I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities to engage the SMEs in conversations about, I've heard, throughout the day so far, robotics, automation, again, Industry 4.0 and technologies to get them to the table, whether they can see hands-on within the ETC as another outlet and have conversations about moving forward, or again, the wonderful facilities and equipment that you have at YBI as well. I think that could be a wonderful partnership.
Thank you, David. Anybody else?
So Barb, this is Lonnie. One thing that I think is really critical is like what you're doing today, just communicating. I sent Zach an email. I got a program, and when you showed that picture of that new pellet-driven system with a heated chamber, I got something for you. I got something big for you. So I think these are really important to have this ecosystem where you're communicating, different people from different backgrounds, working on different problems. Just communicate. It's really the key to me to taking some small company like Zach and Colin and giving them exposure to what they could be doing. I love small companies because they're so nimble. And I can tell Zach or Colin, hey, can you make this? Can you make it with this material? And if they come back, they're going to probably do it. And then I'm going to turn around and go, well, look, I need to introduce you to someone. And that's where I think really you can have huge impact. And America Makes does this every day. And I think that's where I think the rubber hits the road, is just communicating.
Yeah, just to kind of pile on there, I wrote down talk, or however you want to describe it. I think we regularly, because we're, especially a number of us, so invested in this space, and some of the things that have now got to the point of, we just take them as assumptions, and a lot of folks in the community don't really understand what some of the capabilities are. And I remember a story from years ago when we were first working with American Foundry Society, and we started to talk to them, and how few folks knew that 3D printing or sand printing was an option for them. It's sad to say that we're now years later, and that number is not that much greater. I mean, the whole technology transition and insertion side of what we do, there's so much opportunity. And I think some of it is just exposure to the community of what can be done, because, I came from a conventional manufacturing world. There's a lot of really smart people out there. If we can get the technology in their hands so that they understand it, and really, that's one of the most exciting things for me in this hybrid space. You're starting to introduce a lot of conventional manufacturers, and they're going to do things with this that we don't even understand right now. So I say keep it up and train.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to read that one out?
Wait. No, you're good.
I think Barb's mute. Barb, I think you're muted.
Sorry. I was brilliant too in those few seconds. One of the areas that we have the deepest expertise is in working with traditional manufacturers to help them understand how and when to use additive manufacturing cost effectively. We've been very successful in securing state of Ohio funding through the Advanced Manufacturing Program in ODSA to do projects with companies like Valoric to make the piercing points that they use to cut through the steel more durable using additive manufacturing and the metal casting technology that you referenced. We've done what we call our accelerated tooling adoption program, where we just work with a series of small SMEs to help them understand tooling applications for additive. We are always looking for ways to find funding to help reduce the cost and the risk for companies as they go out and start to explore these. Because what you don't want to have happen is that they have a bad experience, they don't have the support that they need, they don't have the understanding to really wade through the different options. So they've got to have some kind of technical support behind them. And I'll make my soft pitch, I hope it's soft, for a program through the Department of Commerce that has been pretty effective in supporting cluster development around the country. We have not secured those dollars. I think it's called the RIC program, the Regional Innovation Cluster Program. And it has come in and out of favor in different administrations. I believe it was funded 2 years ago. I'm not sure about last year. That is a really effective program to support communities as they go out and try to build tentacles out into their manufacturing base. And so whether it's a legislative issue in terms of needing the funding to be actually identified through the budgetary process, or if it's an agency decision in terms of how those dollars are decided, we love that program and would love to have the opportunity to apply for it. So if, as one of your takeaways, if anybody is engaged in that area, that is a great program that we would love to see move forward. All right, so I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to keep going. Zach, one of the things that you and I have talked about is the, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
This is from John Slanina. And of course, a lot of people in the chat are welcoming Rugged 3D, so welcome, Colin. I want to echo that. But John Slanina has a question. Thanks for sharing all of your insights on the current ecosystem. What are your thoughts on the existing gaps in the ecosystem to make it more robust, and which partners can get us there?
So I'm opinionated. so I think right now with additive, in some cases it's too hard, and it's too big of a leap for especially small and medium-sized enterprises. I think they're comfortable when we start looking at the work that Juggerbot's doing, that these polymer and composites companies. It's a good move forward. But when you start talking about metal, powder bed, these things are they are too big of a mountain to climb for a mom and pop shop to be able to adopt. And that's why I'm going to go back to this hybrid. I think hybrid, where you have a CNC 3-axis, 5-axis that machine shops are very familiar with. They can make money on them. And now we're just adding a twist to it. We're adding some printing capability. Most of them have been powder, and that's another one that's alien to mom and pop shops. Dealing with powder is not a trivial thing. And Lincoln, or right now with Lincoln Electric, with Mazak's coming out with wire-fed hybrid machines. So now it's welding. And again, if I look at a machine shop, you're going to see a Lincoln Electric welder, you're going to see a CNC. We're starting to bring them together. So I think that's going to be good, but there still is gaps. And I think the gap is, and again, it's something that I think that America Makes has been very supportive of, is you got to get the tools, the software tools that make it a heck of a lot easier to use. There's companies like Autodesk with their Fusion 360 that are starting to introduce tools, but they're not mature yet. And I think we need to get to the point where the mom and pop shops, the small, medium-sized enterprises, are using tools that they're very comfortable with. They're very comfortable with welding wire. They're very comfortable with welding. They're very comfortable with machining. Now it's that software that knits that all together. I think when we get to that point, and they see where they can make money, at the end of the day, you got to make money. And I think, to me, the low-hanging fruit is what a lot of us have talked about, which is tooling. So if I can take a die that's been worn down and just mill off a little bit of where it's worn down and add up and finish it, or if I can reshape that die, I can take a product that's no longer in service, but I got to move a couple of surfaces. Now that becomes something that can make me money. That, to me, is where we need to focus. But I'm sure there's others. Like I said, I'm a very opinionated person when it comes to this, but I'm also of everybody else has good experiences. It'd be good to hear others as well.
I'll jump in real quick. One of the things that I would throw out is a truism for incubation is it doesn't matter how much deal flow you have, it's never enough. And we need more people thinking about new products, new technologies, doing research that can be commercialized. We need every player on the field. I think I said that earlier. And if you're even toying around with an idea that could potentially be the next best thing, we need you to raise your hand and see if we can find a way to get you engaged, because there is never enough deal flow and there is never enough innovation. And whether it's just a manufacturer trying to figure out a better way of making a better mousetrap, or whether it's a completely re-engineered product that is making a quantum leap in the technology, we want to have conversations with you. And it's just incredibly critical that we really engage our students, that we find ways to engage socially and economically disadvantaged communities, that this is an opportunity for us to really rethink business as usual in the Mohawk Valley and engage our students and our young people in this really exciting new technology. And that can't happen young enough. We need to really be finding ways to reach into the schools to get kids excited about this technology. I think what we have seen as we've done programs in the past is that software is a little passé. That's not quite fair, but every kid knows how to program. We're not yet to the point where every kid knows how to 3D print, and they're still pretty excited about it. So this is really still a pretty sexy space, and lots of opportunities to engage kids who otherwise would not necessarily be thinking about a STEM field.
Well, to add to both of those, Lonnie and Barb, you've hit the gap quite well, and I think I can bring a different perspective when it comes to an OEM trying to deliver new technology to the industry. One of the biggest gaps, and I think Youngstown State is putting a huge amount of resources to this, is education as a whole. All right, we have to think about additive manufacturing as a complete new manufacturing vertical. And so from start to finish in the supply chain, on the way materials are manufactured, that's either metals being made into powders, that's either sand being refined, or binders being better for certain applications. That's thermoplastics that are once used for one manufacturing process, now used for a different manufacturing process. You have to think about design for additive manufacturing. We have these beautiful big pieces of equipment, and you have to remember that mechanical manufacturing engineers through Youngstown State and some of the other universities across the world were taught to design for the manufacturing. So that's design for manufacturability. You have now a new manufacturing process. You hand some of this newest technology to the biggest businesses, and they don't know how to actually optimize it. GE took a huge advantage of this by consolidating an assembly that had a mass amount of components, and actually used the technology for its benefits. The mass customization, the rapid prototyping, and the innovative designs that you can do internal to the type of components you can build from these machines. And they actually harnessed it. Most of the industry right now is looking at an apples to apples approach. They're looking at a part and saying, I do this in injection molding, can I now do this in 3D printing? And that's actually doing injustice for the new technology. It's not a one-for-one. Additive manufacturing won't necessarily be a displacement technology. It's actually going to be just another tool in the toolbox. And so this needs to now be a part of the education segment to say, how do we now educate our younger or even older engineers to design for manufacturability with additive in a mindset? So then you have supply chain on the material, supply chain when it comes to the people harnessing it with design mindset. But then you got to think about the operation, the service of equipment. We start putting out hundreds of thousands of new 3D printers out in the world. There's a whole workforce tied to servicing that equipment. And what the funny thing is, they're really not much different than a CNC mill or lathe, or even a traditional 2D Xerox machine. We actually don't require a grad student from a local university to be able to operate or service on some of the equipment that we put out there. We actually need traditional tradespeople to be able to best operate these machines. And so I think a huge gap, or it's not really a gap, it's just a part we need to pay attention to. All the organizations on this panel are actually working towards this, but it's really education as a whole from from cradle to grave of this new manufacturing segment.
Yeah, Zach, I wanted to chime in. You know, everyone that's spoken is hitting the nail right on the head. I was in recently with a meeting with the Innovation Consortium education partners, and we were talking exactly about that. How young and how early can we and should we be introducing these concepts and this technology to the students? And I think one of the gaps also would be Youngstown City, for example, is to get those children, those students involved even at a much younger age, and not just beyond the software, as Barb, I think, had mentioned, you know, hands-on and touch and feel and use these machines is going to be a great way to move forward. And so I you know, second and triple and double and quadruple everything that everybody said about where those gaps and how we can meet those gaps, especially, again, design, post-processing technique at higher levels. How we can continue to develop and engage those as well is going to be critical. So,
great. Barb, thank you. Lonnie, David, Zach, Barb, those are excellent answers. And we do have, I wanted to make sure we took some time here, Barb. We have David Heckman from DOD, and also I think someone has joined us from an MEP. So I think if anyone, David or anybody from the MEP is on right now, I think if you have any questions, it would be a great time to go ahead and speak up, or we can come back to you if anybody else has questions. I know we do have some questions in the chat that I could also read, unless you have something else, Barb.
I've got questions, but go ahead and ask the questions from the chat. I think that would be better.
Okay. Next question is from Jenna Petrola. Any efforts to incorporate equity, inclusion, or to create programming and advanced/additive that encourages a more diverse workforce or a focus on minority-owned manufacturers that can benefit?
I can kick that off. It is a truly timely question, obviously, as we look at a world that continues to evolve and trying to find ways to create a more inclusive society. We all need to be looking at the work that we're doing and trying to find ways to engage differently, as I mentioned earlier, and find new ways to conduct outreach and to support communities that we haven't previously interacted with much before. When we started this, I mentioned the fact that YBI is the home to both technology businesses as well as we're also the home for the Minority Business Assistance Center for the Eastern Corridor for the state of Ohio. And we are trying to transition our programs so that they are seamless, so that we don't have a series of programs for the Minority Business Assistance Center, which serves obviously the minority community, veterans, women, socially economically disadvantaged companies, and then separately our technology businesses. Trying to break down those silos is difficult, both from just a funding requirement and trying to hit the metrics of the programs and what you are both required to do and what the intent of the program is, and then also just trying to understand how to do things differently and how to do things better. I don't think any of us would say we are doing enough. I think it would be universal that there is much more work to be done, and I have really been looking for ways to engage with especially our minority community in the city of Youngstown and find ways to do things better and different. It is certainly time. It is certainly time.
And Barb, I would obviously second that. And as I think I mentioned just before Dominic asked that question, we were engaged with our education partners, and Justin Jennings, CEO of the Youngstown City Schools, was at the table and right on that topic about how we can engage even in younger ages, our underserved population and minority populations in advancing these technologies and these concepts to our students here. So I think there's no substitute for education, and the fact that we have so many people committed to developing these programs is a real blessing for the city of Youngstown and Mahoning Valley.
Thank you, David. Dominic, if you don't have another question right at hand, I do have an important point that Zach and I have discussed previously that I'd like to throw out on the table. And I think I jumped in too quickly. Lonnie, John, anybody else want to weigh in on the other issue? I apologize before we go to the research issue.
Just quick comment. I mean, I think we're certainly very aware. We've engaged recently in a couple of different kind of roundtable conversations to make sure, inclusion is considered as we're doing things. We're all looking at everything differently right now. The way it is most apparent is how we're presenting content out publicly. And we're very conscious in how we're representing the various communities that are engaged. One thing that's, I'll say, positive, and I love about our world, or our community, is just the diversity that is presented in 3D printing in general versus more conventional manufacturing that I came from. It's a different world. It looks a lot different than engineering school that I went to 20 plus years ago. which to me is a fantastic thing. There's lots of work to do, for sure.
Yeah, I always try to, I think to me, the best strategy is to look at those that have been successful, try to emulate or leverage. And, again, I'm going to go back. We've worked with First Robotics for, 10 years, 12 years. And I've always been impressed with their focus on getting women engaged and excited about engineering. There's universities, Georgia Tech has been really aggressive at pulling in minorities. So don't reinvent the wheel. Look for those who have been really successful at it and leverage them. And most you find are very, very open and helpful in trying to share their lessons learned.
Great. Thank you again. Amazing responses. We did have one question. I believe David Stein from the MEP has raised his hand. So David, if you wanted to go forward.
He's unmuted.
Yes. Am I on mute?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. David Stein. I'm currently at the MEP at Columbus State, which is the Central Ohio affiliate for the MEP program. I assume a lot of people in this conference call right now are very familiar with Magnet, which is the Northeast Ohio, including Youngstown area. So I will say, just as a personal note, I grew up across the border in Pennsylvania in New Wilmington, PA. So Youngstown was our big city. I was happy to sit in on this and find out all the things that are going on. So to get back to the additive manufacturing and 3D printing, the MEP, which stands for Manufacturing Extension Partnership, is a NIST program that's kind of filtered down through the states, and then the state of Ohio breaks it up into these regional affiliates. We are focused on just trying to help small and medium-sized manufacturings increase their competitiveness. So I was interested in this particular section just to see how additive manufacturing could apply that. I know you've talked about it a little bit, so I'm sorry I forgot who was talking about it, but the comments earlier were how if you're a plastics manufacturer, it's easier to see how additive manufacturing fits in, but if you're more of a machine shop, it seems like it's a bigger thing to take on. So for those kind of manufacturers, is the way forward to try to find certain applications where additive manufacturing really shows an ROI, or is it better to try to partner with companies that do the additive manufacturing to try to do some more like one-offs and prove it that way?
So this is Lonnie. I'm very familiar with MEP. When COVID hit, I always believe in taking advantage of a crisis. And when COVID hit, I reached out to Rob Ivester at NIST. He's over the MEP programs. And we said, look, we had some designs for masks, for test tubes. And we started leveraging the MEP. We said, we need injection molders. We need people that have capacity. We'll provide the tooling, and they need to go into production, and then they can sell those products to companies like Thermo Fisher and Longhorn and all the testing companies. But I think that's where I think there's tremendous opportunities, is you have your fingertips on all of these injection molding houses, these machine shops, and I think there's mechanisms to actually get them engaged without them having to make the big investment up front, to get them to where they're using it and they're building confidence. I think that's one of the big things. But I think pulling MEP nationally into something like America Makes would be a brilliant idea, because you have your fingers on so many companies. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so just to pile on that, so I was hoping something along this lines would come up. So I think we're at a really interesting point, and we've been talking pretty boldly about this as far as what we see additive's role in the future of manufacturing. I think we've all experienced a very interesting kind of reality of how AM helped fight or responded to COVID in some way. And that's led us down, a variety of paths. And we're talking a lot about that. That's great. But what does it mean for overall supply chain agility and resiliency as we move forward? So to get back to your question, how do we get there? We've got to do all the things we've already talked about. We need to, increase awareness. We need to get training to the right people. One thing that we're doing to try to address this directly is actually a program with MEP that we should connect afterwards. We actually picked Columbus as one of the 3 regions across the U.S. to focus on as part of a deployment strategy. How do we do what Ronnie did, but how do we get it in the, how are we in the position that we know how to deploy a playbook that we actually have in hand, so when this something bad happens, whatever that might be, we can take advantage of it. So we're going to be actually hosting a series of different virtual workshops with folks across the country, and Columbus is one of the 3 target areas. So we'll be
we're very interested.
We'll become friends.
Sounds great.
I think that the really important thing as we circle back to what does this mean for all of us is, that's we need to be better prepared for crisis. Absolutely. We need to be more agile and more resilient overall so that those small businesses know how to react when there's a downturn in some market that they currently serve, that they're better positioned to actually do something and pivot. So they're not having to reduce workforce, that they can more quickly transition to some new opportunity. I mean, that's what all of these advanced manufacturing technologies enable us to do if we know what they are and how to really take advantage and train our people to them. So,
fantastic. Barb, I know you had maybe some other questions or discussion, but I want to maybe give 30 seconds or a minute here. We did have several, at least 2 people unmute themselves that have joined by phone. So we could just give them a couple seconds here, and if they want to ask a question, inviting the audience to go ahead and do that. All right, Barb, turn it back to you.
All right. I think one of the last things we really want to touch on, and before we just wrap up, is the role of the SBIR, STTR program, and other federal research programs. It's not a secret that the Mahoning Valley in particular has a pretty low rate of submission to those programs. And I think one of the issues that we face is just a preconceived notion that they're unachievable, they're unattainable. Often people believe that they're hardwired and that it's not really a truly open process. I think that if we have a message that we would like to share with the state and the federal officials, and Zach, as you and I have talked about this, please feel free to weigh in, that whatever you can do to make that process go smoothly for small businesses that are truly trying to get their feet wet, it is really critical for us that those dollars be open and accessible. Zach, you want to talk about your experience any, or the background that we shared?
Yeah. I like talking about this subject because SBIRs, STTRs are 2 platforms or areas for a small business to kind of take an approach into R&D. So thinking about Juggerbot 3D, we manufacture these machines. If you stay in the mindset of a tech startup, so growing through the ecosystem of the Youngstown Business Incubator, we really only have one shot at doing our research and development because we're bootstrapped on funding and resources, and we're doing all of our development with hopes that the product that we're creating actually is something that the industry wants. And so if you get to the point where you're starting to market and sell and you find out no one wants to buy your product, you didn't innovate enough, you didn't capture the right features, you kind of have to take a step backwards. Having an area like SBIRs, STTRs, that couple small business either with research facilities like Youngstown State University or Oak Ridge National Labs, or large organizations, large businesses like one of the top tier automotive facilities, that allows a funding resource to fund that small business's R&D so that they can actually promote it and not actually have to take a stream amount of funds to just work on an idea. So on the STTR side of things, a small business actually has to run 60% of the workload and take on workload from resource standpoint of people and funding. And then we have to be coupled with a research facility like Youngstown State University or maybe even a local one or even global. There's no restrictions, but one thing is making it easier for those relationships to be fostered and then go through the path of submitting these projects. And then on the SBIR side, the requirements are that a small business and a large business have to be together. And so you have to have organizations like America Makes, which they've been doing quite well. And this our only chance of even submitting an SBIR is that that affiliation and them introducing us to a large organization, maybe an organization we would never have a chance to speak with before because of our location in Youngstown, or just because of our size and maybe we're just not heard of. We need to have that ability to get out to the larger companies and let everyone know what our capabilities are. The process is pretty difficult. You have to be somewhat of an expert or dedicate a full-time representative within your organization to do the searching for what projects are actually go hand in hand with what you're already doing. We can be considered an R&D center where all we are doing is searching out SBIRs and STTRs, and we could be doing a new project every quarter. But that's not our business model. Our business model is to make big, large 3D printers and then sell them to the industry and automotive industry or aerospace industry. So we need to find a project that goes along with our product line, or else we're diverting our resources. We're actually hindering our growth because we have to do something that meets the requirements of that SBIR, STTR. And so there's a pretty big restraint on what you have to do in that project. And you have to think about who's submitting. Is this a small business submitting that has to stay on course with what they're currently developing so they don't divert too far? Or are we just a research facility that's doing new product every month, every quarter, every year? And then making that process a shorter period of time because it can take months for writing the submissions, gathering all the information, gathering your partners, identifying the cost and the resources required to do the project, and then taking months to even get word back if you're in a review period, or if you're even going to be something that meets the expectations of the project. And then the feedback afterwards of saying, why were you not selected? Were you not selected because you didn't have the resources, you weren't coupled with the right research facility, you didn't have the commercialization plan intact, or you're just new and we never give an SBIR to a new company. You got to learn your salt, you got to learn everything, and you have to come back for the second time or third time. So I can tell you that Juggernaut 3D has submitted at least 3 proposals, either through the Army, Air Force. We just recently submitted an STTR through the Army with the research facility at Penn State Barron. And as of last Friday, we were at least told that we were in the review period, which is a good sign. That's not bad. It's not good. It can still be a no. But I think there's a lot that needs to be looked at this process for small businesses when it comes to the process of submitting, the resources required to submit, and even the timeline and the feedback afterwards of why you did not receive that funding.
Sure. And I have one more thing to tag on to that, Zach. Along with the, also being a small business that worked really hard to get denied a bunch of times on SBIRs and STTRs because of the complexity, you can see a lot of the different branches of the military are making some programs that are trying to expedite either connections with small business. For instance, X-Tech Search is a contest with the Army Innovation Combine. AFWorks has some challenges that you can get involved with that may not be a SBIR, but they kind of have some, cash tied to it and some contracts that can lead into it. But again, what Zach mentioned, the time and the effort and the money to search out every one of those competitions and every one of these small business engagements from the military that they're trying to help make a better connection with us, it's extremely labor intensive to just know about all of them. I'm submitting for a competition with SoftWorks that I've known about for about 12 hours now. It's due in 2 days. Just because there's so many out there, and when you find one that's specific enough you can apply for, that keeps you in line with kind of your development strategy with your company, it can be challenging at times to navigate those waters and make sure that you're picking the right ones and that you're also aware of all of them, because the government appears to be working really hard to try to engage small business and create opportunities like this.
Anybody else before we wrap up? Dominic, you got any more questions on your end?
Nope, we're good. We're good. Thank you all so much. It was excellent.
Yes. Thank you, John, Lonnie, David, Zach, and Colin, for putting up with my innumerable emails and less than stellar note taking at certain points. So I appreciate your support and your assistance, and this is really great. Thank you all.
Thanks a lot, Barb.
Thank you.
Barb, thank you for getting this excellent panel together, and too humble. It wasn't hard at all. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Thank you. Right. All right. At this time, again, another great session, and another thank you to all those panelists and Barb, our moderator. We look forward to continuing the ongoing innovation and work that YBI and America Makes are driving with the great partnerships that were mentioned, such as Oak Ridge. Now moving on to our fourth session, and it's actually going to be an A and a B session, so it's going to be split up into two. The first one is moderated by, they're both going to be moderated by Killian Rayano, the Associate Director at the Kent State University Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative. And the topic for the session 4, A and B, is reuse and redevelopment. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to our moderator, Killian Rayano, and if you wanted to introduce panelists on session 4A.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Dominic. Thank you so much for inviting me to do this today. It's such a great event, so it's such an important event for the Mahoning Valley. I want to thank you, Eastgate. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah. I want to thank Eastgate for all the work that they've been putting together to this, YSU, everyone is, all the work that brought, to bring this together, as well as CSU, whose economics department has been working. We at the Kent State Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative are part of the EDA team that has been looking at this Lordstown project. Later on, Kristen, one of my colleagues, is going to go over some of the work that we've been doing. But generally, I wanted to share a little bit. I am, my name is Killian Rayano. I studied architecture and have been working as an urban designer for a couple of decades. And although somewhat new to Cleveland, and greetings from Cleveland, I have been working in the Mahoning Valley for over 6 years in Warren, Youngstown, and with Dominic on some of that. And very much looking forward to bringing some issues around the physical environment and the built environment about the great things we've been hearing about. So the reuse and redevelopment panel will take a look at the physical and built environment in the Mahoning Valley, emphasizing the networks, infrastructures, and facilities that ensure the economic development of the Lordstown site and its surrounding communities. Our section, as has been mentioned, is going to be broken down into two basic sections. First, you will hear from Kristen Siever, the project manager at the CUDC, who will talk about the networks, infrastructure, and facilities that ensure the economic development. She's going to be talking about some of the work that we've done so far into this project, and then maybe a little bit about what we hope to do. Then Joanne Wiseman, Joanne Ansenwine is going to talk about the Mahoning River revitalization and associated development prospects along the Mahoning River. She's going to talk about some of the dams that have been already removed, some of the project that is moving forward, and what's next. Then we will talk about an issue that's dear to my heart as an Air Force veteran, which is the role of the Mahoning Valley and keeping both air power in the military way, but also keeping air corridors open in the region. And then we would hear first from Julie Green, the director of Trumbull County's Planning Commission, about the land use project around the airport and the base. Then from James Dignan and Vito Abruzzino about the military projects going on around the area. So first I'm gonna do first introductions to panel A, and then we'll move to panel B. So I'll give introductions to our two speakers, and then I will let them begin to go in. And for this, I'm sorry to go. I'm gonna go here so you can also see the bios. Kristen Sieber is a project manager and adjunct faculty at Kent State University's Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative, where she contributes to a neighborhood planning, research, and mapping efforts across Northeast Ohio. She's a licensed architect in the state of Ohio and holds a Bachelor of Architecture from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Architecture and Urbanism from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Terry Schwartz is our director. She's not presenting today, but has been behind working with us on all these projects. And Joanne Assenwine is the current director of planning at Eastgate Regional Council of Governments and has worked for Eastgate since June 2015. Joanne worked for the Ohio Department of Transportation for 30 years as a project engineer, design engineer, and capital planning manager. Joanne was born in Youngstown, Ohio, and raised in Lowellville, Ohio. Graduated from Lowellville High School and currently resides in Lowellville with her husband, Ben. Joanne earned a Bachelor of Engineering Civil at Youngstown State University and a Master of Business Administration from the Youngstown State University. Joanne works collaboratively with regional partners on a wide range of projects and initiatives and supervises Eastgate's program managers for the Appalachian Regional Commission, Water Quality, Environmental, and Economic Development Administration. So I'll stop sharing now, and Kristen, please go ahead.
Let me get mine shared. Okay, can you see my screen now?
It says loading.
Okay. Well, while that's going ahead and loading, thanks, Killian, for the introduction. As Killian mentioned, he and I work together at the Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative, and we have been very collaborative in putting this presentation together today. So there might be some tag teaming between the two of us back and forth. So like he mentioned, the Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative is part of Kent State University. We're part of the College of Architecture and Environmental Design. We're a staff of professional architects, urban designers, and planners, and we work throughout Northeast Ohio on a variety of projects with advocacy, outreach, and research initiatives. So we've been working in the Mahoning Valley for a really long time as an organization, and Killian and I both have a lot of personal history in the Mahoning Valley as well. We've been working in this region for a while now. So we've heard a lot today about all of the development and the innovation that's really happening around the Mahoning Valley, centering on Lordstown, but also touching Warren, Youngstown, and beyond. So our role in this project has really been to try to put all of these pieces and parts into one larger spatial framework, to try to understand the design opportunities that we have as a region to connect and strengthen the individual components of our industries and our infrastructures. So the main question that we're really asking today and moving forward is, how can we leverage all of these emerging industries that you all are putting forward to improve the region, not just economically, but also spatially and physically as well? So to that end, we've been gathering data, base mapping, and speaking with stakeholders, including many folks in the room today, to map existing conditions and trends that might help us understand how all of these emerging economic opportunities can really start to work together spatially to improve the region. This includes some things like employment centers, vacancy, corridors and infrastructure, brownfields, thinking about existing sites that we can reuse, opportunity zones, and really from there distilling it down into a series of priority sites and corridors that will be our focus moving forward. Okay, so we've been hearing a lot today about the different job clusters through the region and all the different sectors where they're at. And one of our primary roles was really trying to understand where these jobs are and how they're starting to emerge around the region. So this is a map from 2017 of some of the jobs in the region. And you'll see, obviously, there's a lot of them clustered in the city centers, but there's a lot of jobs out in the outskirts of the cities as well, and especially in the kind of Lordstown area. You'll see that the Lordstown, because this data is from 2017, that dashed circle is the GM plant that has since closed. But on a whole, in these two counties, we have about 166,000 jobs in the region. And we find it really interesting to see where the spatial distribution of these are. And from here, we really separated it out into different sectors, thinking about the different industries and where they are as a way of thinking about making those larger connections and making links physically as well. So this is manufacturing in the region. We've heard so much today about how important the manufacturing sector is to the heritage of the Mahoning Valley and to the future of the Mahoning Valley. So as we think about the manufacturing sector, how do those pieces start to distribute around the region, and how do we start to link them up as well? The other emerging industry we've been hearing a lot about today is some of the logistics and shipping, transportation. How do we think about the logistics opportunities in the region? And obviously, we've been hearing a lot about just how well located this region is in the larger country. So thinking about ways that we can really leverage that industry and the assets that we have around the region as well. We've looked at vacancy as well. So looking at existing sites that either already had some development on them and are now vacant. So that's a lot of the condition in the city of Warren and Youngstown. You'll see a lot of residential vacancy in orange, but there's a lot of industrial vacancy too. A lot of this was clustered along the river, as you can see in the dark blue. And those sites are probably the things that we're most interested in terms of looking at potential reuse and redevelopment. They're larger parcels. They had that industrial heritage. They are well located. They were built where they were for a reason. So looking at those sites as a way of honing in on some of the opportunities of the region. So from there, we really started thinking about the infrastructure. We've been thinking a lot about different ways of connections. And obviously, as urban designers, these are the things that we are most interested in, are ways to connect and looking at these existing patterns. And I want to start, when we're thinking about the corridors of the region, I want to start with the water, because the river is really the backbone of the region. And I know Joanne will be speaking quite a bit more to that. But the Mahoning River is why the industry developed where it did in the first place. It's how the town settled in the first place. The river is still really the backbone of the region. And moving forward, Joanne will make the argument that that's still the case, and it will be the case for the future as well. So we think the river is really the primary and original corridor of the region. And from there, as the industry located along the river, we had a lot of rail lines. These are existing rail lines along the river. We have a CSX rail yard as well. So we have a lot of space and connections through the rail networks as well. Thinking about air, so air is a corridor that we can think about in the region too. So the airport here, one of the largest employers in Trumbull County, and creates regional access and regional linkages as well. And then of course the road networks and the interstate networks. So like we've heard a lot about today, this region is really well located as a kind of crossroads between the Midwest, Chicago, and the East Coast. And a lot of the interstate network that connects through here is really instrumental in that. So that's a really important part as we're thinking about connections and corridors. The other thing I want to add when we're thinking about road networks, though, is transit. So we've heard some also today about access and equity. And I think as we're thinking about, as we're locating job networks and job placement centers and new emerging industries, we have to think about how our workforce is actually getting there as well. So this is a map of the WRTA lines. This is actually recently quite expanded. WRTA did a lot in the past couple of years to massively expand their networks of bus lines in the area. And above and beyond that, they also have a lot of other services. You can call for appointments to get access to doctor's appointments and things like that. And they're really interested in working with industry, with different industry centers to think about how to make sure that all the people in our region who need to get access to their potential places of employment can really get there. So they're a really key player currently and in the future, thinking about WRTA as a really important network. We've been looking at a lot of existing sites. Like I mentioned, we've been looking at brownfields and other former industrial sites. A lot of these, like I said, were along the river. These are really important sites, not just from sort of large scale site opportunity, but also when we're thinking about the industrial heritage of the region, rather than developing out in a greenfield, rather out in the suburbs, how do we actually use the existing industrial sites that we have to build on the industrial character that we have in the region and reimagine what that might be for the 21st century? We put this map together in conjunction with the Eastgate's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. So thinking about priority sites that that SED study has already put together, where those are, how they start making connections. The darker brown here are available sites through that the regional chamber has identified. Okay, sorry, I think I have a slight delay on my screen here. Can you see the opportunity zone slide here?
Not yet.
Okay.
On brownfields still.
It's still on brownfields. There seems to be a delay here. Okay, so the other thing that we looked at was layering on the opportunity zones. A lot of these are along the former industrial sites along the river. So you'll see the dark blue here is really where those opportunity zones are. It's a lot of the existing city centers in Youngstown and Warren, which is a pretty exciting opportunity. Okay, so that was kind of some of our existing conditions analysis around some of those corridors, some of the infrastructure, and some of the available sites. We talked to a lot of different stakeholders in the area, interviewed other people and community priorities around where the sites specifically are that people are really interested in redeveloping. And we kind of gathered some consensus and came up with this map that really distills it all down. So these are some of the existing sites that we're really interested in drilling down into some further analysis on. Obviously centering on Lordstown and the plant there, but also looking at connections and corridors from Lordstown to Youngstown to Warren and some of the other opportunity sites that we've identified. So we've talked about Lordstown. This is really the center of our investigation. That's the whole purpose of the grant that we have together today. And we know that we're looking at the plants, the surroundings around the area. This is the main focus. But again, we're thinking about the larger region and how everything connects with it. This is the Lordstown plant from above. We know that the Lordstown Motors is coming in, which is wonderful. There is still space left in the plant that is underutilized. So how can we think about that as an opportunity as well? We know the new LG plant is under construction through here as well. So there is a lot of new development coming online in the region, which is really exciting. There is still some vacancy. So there is kind of a slight overbuilt of industrial area out here of some small scale warehousing and industry that is, we're seeing things like this that are still available. So how do we use that as an opportunity to develop for the future as well? I keep mentioning corridors. Like I said, we're urban designers. We're really interested in how all these things start connecting back. I think for something like 422, State Road 45, and the Mahoning Avenue are really the key connections between Lordstown and Warren and Youngstown. And obviously, you'll see that in some of the transit maps and how all these things connect as well. Thinking about those not just from a kind of physical connection standpoint, but also from a redevelopment opportunity. So how do we think about those corridors as being opportunities to develop along it, and what might that look like? This is what that looks like out in, I think this is where, sorry, I'm kind of lost my bearings here. I think this is Mahoning Avenue. Yeah, this is Mahoning Avenue.
Which is an area that is beginning to see a lot more industrial work that supports Lordstown. And just down the street on State Route 45, where it meets Mahoning Avenue. And one of the sites in which the WRTA is beginning to provide services at the beginning and end of shifts of specific manufacturing and production companies.
This is the CSX rail yard that I was speaking about. So you can get a sense of how it sits in the landscape, not just on a map, but also, spatially, how it, the area around it and opportunities to capitalize on that as well. Okay, we've talked a little bit about the airport and that as being a really important connection to the region. It's a really important employer in the region as well. We know that that's something that a lot of emerging industries are interested in as well. It's kind of connecting to air opportunities. This is how that sits in the landscape to the east side of Warren. And then, like I said, our focus has really been on a lot of the brownfield sites. This is the Copperweld site in the northwest side of Warren, a really important old industrial site, still has a lot of its existing infrastructure. How can we think about these brownfields? Like I said, kind of building on the industrial character of the city and thinking about this as an opportunity to reimagine what industry is for the region moving forward into the future as well. This is, again, some of the scale of that out along the river. So thinking about connections to the river as we're redeveloping the river, how can these sites really become not a liability, but an opportunity?
And I would add that also thinking about how these sites can become part of that ecosystem that we have kept hearing about all day today. That this is not about centralizing so much, but creating ecosystems of works, of parts, of similar activities, and putting that all throughout the valley.
The last site that I'll really go over in a little bit of detail is the Golden Triangle. So this site is something that we've heard from lots of different people in the region. There's a lot of interest in this. There's a lot of energy around this. This is a site that I believe this is where one of the first cars was built in the country in 1890. So as we're thinking about, 130 years of car manufacturing in the Mahoning Valley, this site has a lot of really important, not just physical, but also, heritage opportunities as well.
This is the site of the Packard. The first Packard was built in the Golden Triangle in the 1890s. And as has been said before, from an ecosystem of the internal combustion engine to an ecosystem of new modes of transportation and technologies, this is kind of a key part of not only the region's narrative, but a national narrative.
And again, this is how the Golden Triangle sits between Warren and Howland. Okay, so those are the primary sites and corridors that we've examined for today so far. Our next steps from here moving forward are to further assess and evaluate these specific sites for that potential reuse and redevelopment, and to work with our larger team to develop some specific design and development recommendations for where your emerging industries can really locate and how they can be built out to further connect and strengthen the region as a whole, again, not just economically, but also physically. So stay tuned for our further work on that front. Killian, do you have anything else to add before we pass it along to hearing more from Joanne about the river?
The only thing I'll add is that, again, some of the things that are driving our work and our thinking is both ecosystems kind of conversation and way of thinking, but also pipelines. One of the other things that has been talked about quite a bit is the opportunities that exist already in the region, employment opportunities, and other wonderful work you heard about from Pride and many other local groups America makes. But how to make sure that the local communities can be part of that renaissance of the valley. So also thinking about how the reusing and redevelopment of these sites can include pipeline ideas.
Great, and with that, I will.
Thank you, Kristen.
Yeah.
Joanne, as Kristen stops sharing her, do you have a presentation you want to share?
Yes. It should be coming up here right now.
It's
ready.
ready.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to highlight the Mahoning River, something we're very excited about at Eastgate and in the region. It's more of an update on our progress on cleaning the river. We were once told that if we succeed with this, it could be a national success story, and I want to show you how far we are on our way to reaching that. So the Mahoning River has 9 dams in 6 communities. The Mahoning River, rich in natural resources, fueled the entire country with 9 major steel mills constructed along the river that produced steel to defend our nation in world wars and allowed the United States to urbanize. The dams are installed in the river to trap huge amounts of water to cool the steel, and this caused large amounts of industrial waste to be returned to the river. Now it's time to clean the river and remove the dams and let the river flow freely for the first time in well over a century. So the mayors along the Mahoning River joined forces with Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, the Western Reserve Port Authority, the Regional Chamber, the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, the Army Corps of Engineers, and all of our federal, state, and local representatives on our initiative to clean the Mahoning River. The first dam is in the village of Lowville, and that happens to be where I live. It's the furthest downstream just before you enter into Pennsylvania. We are very happy to say this project is funded, designed, and completed. I didn't get down there yesterday or today, but they were just removing the foundation and cleanup left, and that is all. And at the same time, they have a grant from ODNR to put in a boat launch, and that is being designed. They purchased property, the village purchased property along the river, and they're looking to put a walkway around the river and a park. A local resident purchased property adjacent to the dams here, close to the boat launch. They're looking to renting kayaks and providing tours. So this is just a small example that what can be done when the Mahoning River is cleaned. Now we're going upstream to the city of Struthers, to the next dam. This is a fully funded project. It's at the 30% design phase, and the HECRAS, which is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Hydrologic Engineer Center's River Analysis Systems, and they're completed, and that's basically a study of what the river will look like when the dams are removed compared to how they look now. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit is in and is being processed as we talk, and weather permitting, the work on this project should begin in the spring of 2021 to go in the river, clean it, and remove the dams. Then going upstream, the next 3 dams are in the city of Youngstown. This project is funded and is on schedule with the Ohio EPA on all their deadlines to obtain the funding. Youngstown is working with the EPA to secure a sponsor, and once all the deadlines are met, a sponsor is secured. They can advertise for a design-build team and begin their design and hopefully begin their work in the spring, summer of 2022. The next one is the Girard Dam. This is the largest and most expensive project, and that is why we submitted a Section 206 letter of interest to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to request their help with this project. The region received funding from the state biennium to perform studies along the river to create a vision for the Mahoning River and revitalization of the economy and the preservation of natural resources. This plan has 2 components, the engineering and planning. The engineering component includes the HECRAS to be performed on this dam and all the ones in Trumbull County through Leavittsburg. The HECRAS results will be available to the Army Corps to be used for their feasibility study, which is the first step into helping us remove this dam. We also have in this engineering portion sediment sampling being done to come up with a better estimate, and that'll also be available to the Army Corps for their study. McDonald Steel at this time uses this dam pool for their operations. We are working closely with them, and they are a stakeholder in this project, and we'll be working with our engineers of MS Consultants when determining if the dam removal will impact their operations, and if it does, what will be needed to give them the amount of water they need to keep their industry going. Because one thing we will not do is shut down any businesses we already have going on along the river. So we want to work with them to make sure they're whole when this is done. Then we move upstream to Warren Township in the Main Street Dam. This is also part of the engineering revitalization plan study. ArcelorMittal is the mill that uses this dam pool for their operations. They are also a stakeholder and will be working with the engineers when determining if the dam removal will impact their operations, and if it does, what will be needed to get the amount of water they need for their operations. So all that's being done now. We're working closely with them to make sure they're whole when we're done with this project. The next dam going upstream is the Summit Street Dam in the city of Warren. The Mahoning River Initiative also received $1.5 million for the state biennium to be used towards cleaning the river in Mahoning and Trumbull County. A WRRSP, which is Water Resource Restoration Sponsor Program, application was submitted for this project Thursday, August 27th. And this funding included the 1.5 million from the state. So we only had to ask for a portion of all the money needed to remove this dam and clean the river. So we're hopeful that we will make their funding list in December. We'll know in December for sure. The last one is in the Mahoning River Initiative is the Leavittsburg Dam and the Trumbull Metro Parks. The engineers performing the HECRAS will be working with the Metro Parks to assess their needs and help them determine if and when they want to remove their dam. Our goal is to apply for their funding in 2021 if everything works out correctly. So here's the summary of all the funding, and as you can see, the total estimate to clean the river is $29,230,000. $12,704,500 is already funded. Out of the unfunded, $10.5 million is just for the Girard Dam. So that leaves us $6,025,500 for dredging and dam removals for the last 3 dams, which would be the Warren, the Trumbull Metro Parks, and the one in Warren Township. So we're working with one voice to secure the funding to restore the Mahoning River to its natural free-flowing state. And once this is done, we look for a lot of economic development along the river. People like the river. We already have many people kayaking and canoeing. A lot stop in the village of Lowville. Some start there and go into Pennsylvania. And there's many users of the river now, many people fishing, and we'll have a cleaner, safer river for them to use. And that's all I have. And thank you for your time and allowing us to highlight this project.
Great, thank you, Joanne. That was excellent.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Yeah. So I think at this time, if folks want to start raising their hands, putting questions on the chat, or just feel free to send any. I will start with the room. Dominic, are there any questions there for Kristen and or Joanne?
Nothing yet. I'll let you know if anything comes in. I did want to note that I know some representatives from the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers are on the line. So if they would like to unmute themselves or ask a question at this time, please go ahead. Just wanted to make note of that. And then if we get any more questions, we'll definitely relay them.
Dominic, this is Jim from Eastgate. I just want to reinforce and appreciate Kelly and Joanne's presentation. But I think just highlighting the river shows that this region has a comprehensive plan that covers all aspects of economic development. We recognize how important it is for quality of life, and that was the focus on the river project. And it's been, I've lived in this area all my life. When I was young, my mother said, stay away from the river because you could catch it on fire. And it was truly 120 degrees at some point during the heyday of the steel mills. And to be able to bring that back where people can actually fish it now, can kayak it, canoe it, walk along it, and enjoy the river has been certainly a joy to everybody that's been in this area. We're hoping that this is certainly the equation to keep the younger people in this region, and that's how we build out the economic development. A lot of the initiatives that focus on the river also focus on water trails or bike paths and connections to various cities along the river. So it really is a regional strategy and it fulfills the quality of life issues that we're trying to enhance.
Thank you.
Hi, this is John Gosselin from US EPA Revive Office in Chicago. Can folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got some folks from US EPA on the line from both our Chicago office as well as our Westlake, Ohio office. And it's great to hear about the 2 perspectives on both the land revitalization as well as the water enhancements in these projects. And I know that we've been involved in some part of both of these in the past. You're working with Ohio EPA, which is great. And I flagged a couple of our grant opportunities in the chat box. just for folks who are thinking about the land revitalization side and what resources might be available from the federal government. And the question I wanted to ask to both groups is, you both laid out some visions of some big projects that had some larger price tags and were underway. A lot of work's been done, but what is the next step you're looking for from a federal participant? Or what's the need or the ask that you might throw out as the most urgent need? I know with the dams, you've got the laundry list of the total prices of unmet need. Is there a specific need or ask associated with one of those projects? Or with the land side, is there a next step on what happens now that the vision is coming together, or what next step needs to be filled that's a gap right now?
Well, the first one is what we talked about with the Girard Dam, helping us come up with the funding to do the work out there. Once we have a study going on for it's called our revitalization plan, and it's looking at the river itself, and it's also looking at the land along the river. So we know we can answer your question better probably in a year from now, or actually in the spring. But there's a lot of brownfields along the river also that we're going to need help with cleaning up. And they're going to look at the different, where we're at in remediation and what needs done to them. And so we'll have a list of that we're going to need help with also. And Jim may be able to add to that list.
Sure. I guess the immediate need is we've been able to chip away at some of these dams, split some of the costs, utilizing some state funding, some EPA funding. The challenge is when we get to the Girard Dam, the biggest dam we have out there, and Joanne painted a picture, we're actually going to skip over it because we don't have the way to come up with half the money and then find a match. That's a $10 million one. We're working with the EPA, the U.S. Army Corps has been asked and been taking a look at it too. But that price tag's enormous for some of the dams we've already got through and be able to find partial funding for. So that's a real challenge when it comes to dams. Joanne did a nice job framing that we have a study underway that's going to turn around and present a plan to continue to revitalize the areas, upstream and downstream from the dams. The work that's been done in Lowville with a dam that just came out, and some of the bank restoration that's been able to be put back, and the connection to the community is unbelievable. Met with just smiles and people jumping up and down. We've been talking about this for a long time. And we got 8 other celebrations we want to have here in the near future for the remaining dams. But the challenge, if we focus on what our real challenge is the Girard Dam, that $10 million price tag. That's going to be very difficult for us to find locally or even at a state level.
That's great. Thank you. Those details are really helpful. So we know that there's a study underway and that more information is coming. And we'll stay tuned for when that finer grain detail is available. These dam removal stories before, we know they can lead to economic and environmental revitalization. So looking forward to hearing more on that front. Sorry, Kristen, keep going with the land side.
I was going to say that in conjunction with the river development, a lot of the industrial sites that we have identified are along the river because that's where a lot of the steel mills were in the first place. So as we think about a larger regional redevelopment strategy, I do think some of those brownfield sites and some of the corridor connections between them and between Lordstown back to the river are going to be really important as well. In terms of specific numbers, it's a little too early for us to say anything about that right now. But yeah, I think one of the things that we're really thinking about is ways that we can redevelop some of those sites that had already been developed in the area so that we can come up with a larger connection.
I want to thank you for the question. I thank you for posting all these possibilities, especially into Brownsfields. They're very helpful. Like Kristen's saying, we were just identifying. We just started this grant, right? So we're just at the point of identifying the issues and the potential sites. What I can share with you is that there's a lot of excitement in the community to think a little more deeply about what to do with these specific Brownsfields that are creating sites that like Kristen showed, are becoming large ruins. So how to redevelop them using ideas around Brownsfields are going to be very important. We're probably going to have some more specifics also, probably in the first quarter of next year. that's when we're gonna have some specific things and some specific asks moving forward.
Thank you. And I encourage you guys not to wait on sharing those specifics because we have windows of opportunity for brownfield resources. So I pasted them in the chat box because now is the time. And if folks want to apply, there's a lot of different types of resources. If you follow these links, we've got webinars planned. We have a workshop tomorrow specific to Ohio that'll focus on some case studies and teasing out strategies for how to best apply for federal funds. So it's not the kind of thing you can kind of circle back to in 6 months when you're ready. It's kind of now or it's a year from now. So think about that. And then also just know that the city of Youngstown already has money in hand from EPA. At the moment, it's probably not a lot of money. They've been doing a lot of projects that are exactly in keeping with what you're talking about here. So it's a good time to think about refilling the pot. So if you need more money, now's the time to go after it. Think of who your partners are going to be. And I'd also encourage you to think about people that haven't necessarily come to the environmental table looking for brownfield dollars. We always accept new applicants, whether it's a county, a city, another type of regional entity that can handle the brownfield responsibilities and the funding. So do think, there's a lot of need out there with these projects. Who might be a partner that potentially could work on holding some brownfield funding from the federal government, the state, and getting some projects done. And I'm glad to hear you're working with Ohio EPA on some of these activities as well. They're such a critical partner in making anything happen in this area. So it's really helpful to see that you're already looping in a lot of the people that should be players in this conversation.
Thank you.
Anyone else from EPA want to jump in with any comments or questions?
Mark, did I see your hand up, or Mark Glowcheski?
You got that. Yeah, I'm from the Corps of Engineers, and I just wanted to say congratulations to everyone here on such a collaborative event. Since the beginning of March, the Corps of Engineers Pittsburgh District's mantra has been flexible and adaptable, and I think that this forum embodies that. So well done, right? It would have been great to meet everybody in person and have that networking opportunity, but this has been great, and I really appreciate all of the presentations that I've sat through today. I just wanted to say that we share the view of the Mahoning River as the backbone through the region. And we're proud of the efforts that we've been able to bring to bear in that. The Mahoning River is part of that larger watershed, including the 3 reservoirs upstream, Berlin, MJ Kerwin, and Mosquito. And so we're glad and happy to work with Eastgate in at the section 206 that Joanne had mentioned, as well as some other of our continuing authorities programs. I encourage the entire region as they encounter water resources, obstacles, or problems to reach out to the Corps of Engineers for assistance. We have programs, and we also work across the federal bureau, so to speak, with EPA and other federal agencies to try and to help out our local non-federal sponsors. So thank you for the invitation. It's been great to sit here and listen, and look forward to what else comes out of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any other questions and issues, or do you guys want to respond?
Yes, we did have another question coming on the chat. This one's from John Slanina, a local resident. What is the potential for biking/hiking trails along the length of the Mahoning River, given existing developments such as railroad right-of-way and existing structures?
That's a very good question. We did have GPD look at that at one point, and along the rail is an issue in some locations more than others. As you know, the city of Warren already has a walkway, I'm sure a bikeway along the river. The village of Lowville, there's a walk that starts in Struthers and ends in Newcastle that is adjacent to the river. And we're trying to look at a way to connect all of it. And some of it may be on a street away from, not right adjacent to the river because of the rail. And but then it'll all be looked at as part of our study to find the best way. And they've also trying to look at opportunities to cross the river like old abandoned rail bridges and seeing if they'll cooperate with us using those. So there's still a lot of work to be done on that front, but it's definitely being looked at because we realize it's also a very important part of this whole economic development and quality of life along the river.
And that could also add in to the question of equity and access as well. So, I kind of showed the slide about the WRTA, but if there's a real robust network of bike trails through the region too, that's another way that people can get around and get access to places. So not just from a recreation and, quality of life standpoint, but also from an access perspective. That's a really important question.
I know Terry is not here, but maybe that's a potential Midwest design charrette project. Wink, wink.
There you go.
Yeah, Joanna, you may have mentioned this, but I may have missed it. But also, Lowellville's already is not on the river, very close to a regional bike trail that brings 8,000 people or more a year, right? And then the two things working together are seen as a potential major economic development opportunity.
Yes, and as you go east on the bike trail, you get closer to the river. So by the time it ends, you're right along the river of the bike trail. So it's very scenic. Very well, like you said, it's used quite a bit, the bike trail. So they are used, there's a lot of use for them. So they are definitely part of our total plan.
Thank you for that question. Is there another one, Dominic?
Nothing more at this time.
Well,
Oh, wait, Carlin?
Oh, Carlan has one.
I just wanted to share an example of another REDS that EPA hosted in Huntington, West Virginia, that was around an industrial site. And I think it's a really good example of actually an integration between EPA's programs and EDAs. So, both of those programs provided funding for that investment. So I just wanted to highlight that example, and I can actually reach out to our Philadelphia regional office. So they're the ones that really coordinated that. But there might be some, best practices or something that just could be useful for for these projects as well. So I just wanted to just provide that example, and I can follow up with that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlan.
Well, if there are no other questions, all I would say is that it's very exciting to see both these sets of projects. And I think that the way that John kind of broke it up, the land and the river I know those things are attached, and because industry brought them together too, and the need to clean them and redevelop both. But it's great to see these sets of projects, and hopefully we can get into some of these kind of next steps on both of these very quickly. And if it's okay with everyone, and starting just a little bit early, and if everyone's here, maybe we can move to the second panel, since it has one more presenter.
Okay.
Any more questions? Okay.
I'm good.
Yep. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much, Joanne. Thank you so much, Kristen.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne, Kristen.
Does everyone see my screen?
Yep.
So I'm going to present the next set of presenters. There's 3 of them, and they're all going to be talking around both the way that military land use and the airport in the Youngstown Warren area. Again, one of the major other both stakeholders and group and in the area, as well as one of the major potential corridors, both for people and the use, as well as for goods and services. So I'm gonna introduce you to our next 3 speakers. Julie Green. Julie Green is the current director of the Trumbull County Planning Commission and has worked for Trumbull County for over 20 years, carrying out a wide range of community and economic development throughout the Trumbull County and the region. Julie was born and raised in Youngstown, Ohio, graduated from Cheney High School, and currently resides in Girard with her husband, Jim. Julie earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from the Geography Department at Youngstown State University and a Master of Science degree from the University of Akron. Julie works collaboratively with regional partners on a variety of and a wide range of projects and initiatives, including recreation and infrastructure projects, economic development efforts, and quality of life issues impacting the region. I think I'll leave it at that, and then folks can read the rest, but that gives Julie a good introduction. James Dignan, he's an accomplished senior executive with public, private, and nonprofit sector experience. Extensive experience with military and government systems requiring deep understanding of critical drivers across multiple markets and industries. Proven leader and team player with an extensive background in both international and multicultural operations, highly successful in building relationships with upper-level decision makers, seizing control of critical problem areas, and then delivering on customer commitments. And I think I'll leave it at that. And again, folks everyone has these introductions, but I want to give them a little bit more. Vito Abruzzino is an attorney in Browse McDowell's estate, succession planning and probate administration practice group. He has been advising clients since 2007 and is a strong advocate for timely, decisive action in contested matters with a pragmatic approach to complex legal issues. A major in the U.S. Air Force Reserves, Judge Advocate General Jack Corr. Vito also serves as the Vice President of Defense Programs and Director of the Eastern Ohio Military Affairs Commission, which is tasked with leading community support for the Youngstown Air Reserve Station, home of the 910th Airlift Wing, and Camp James A. Garfield Joint Military Training Center in Ravenna. Prior to beginning his civilian practice in 2013, Vito served as a felony-level military prosecutor, command legal advisor, and security assistant U.S. attorney at both Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and Fort Bragg in North Carolina. He has been honored with the Meritorious Service Medal, Army Commendation Medal with 2 oak leaf clusters, and the Army Achievement Medal with an oak leaf cluster. Vito earned both his bachelor's and law degree from West Virginia University and lives in Perry Township with his wife and dog. Thank you so much, and join me in welcoming Julie.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. He did say for me to start first, correct?
Yep, you're good.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm Julie Green with the Trumbull County Planning Commission. I just wanted to first give a brief background on the team that I belong to. I have 5-person staff at the Trumbull County Planning Commission in Warren, and an 11-member board, which includes our 3 commissioners, Mr. Cantala Mesa, Mr. Fuda, and Mr. Polivka, and our current president of our Planning Commission, Mr. Bobby Marino. So I'm lucky to be part of that team. I'm also part of the Eastgate Regional Council of Governments team, serving currently as the chairperson for the General Policy Board. So thank you to everybody for the event being organized today through Cleveland State, Youngstown State, and Eastgate, and all of the hard work that was done to coordinate this. It's a really valuable event to help us move forward in our valley. So some historical context for the initiation of the Joint Land Use Study began in, I think, 2016. Oh, I think it began prior to my involvement. Colonel Dignan is here with me, and Vito Abruzzino and attorney John Rossi had presented the idea to apply for funding to fund a joint land use study for the Youngstown Air Reserve Station in 2016, and somehow convinced me to join their initiative. And so I worked on the grant application through the Office of Economic Adjustment. We were very lucky to have Mr. Jay Sweat lead that initiative, and he was very helpful. He works for the Office of Economic Adjustment through the Department of Defense. We began the planning process, I believe, late 2017, early 2018, and the grant was successfully funded, and the goal of completing a joint land use study for the Youngstown Air Reserve Station is to ensure its long-term sustainability and success for years to come. So it's a community-driven, cooperative, strategic planning process with the Youngstown Air Reserve Station, the larger stakeholder group, including the Western Missouri Port Authority, elected officials, Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, Eastern Ohio Military Affairs Commission, and a number of other stakeholders. So the purpose of a joint land use study is to promote community development that is compatible with the military training and testing and operational missions at Youngstown Air Reserve Station, and also seek ways to reduce the operational impacts on adjacent land, and to encourage all of our communities that are located adjacent to the Youngstown Air Reserve Station to implement measures that prevent the introduction of incompatible civilian development and land use that might impair the continued operational utility of our Youngstown Air Reserve Station, and to preserve and protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those living near YARS. So that's sort of the history of the beginning process of the joint land use study. The process, which spanned approximately 2 years, included our expert award-winning consultant Matrix Design Group, who helped us to carry out public workshops, public surveys. We held various technical committee meetings as well as policy committee meetings that included the elected officials, the Youngstown Warren Regional Chamber, the Eastern Ohio Military Affairs Commission, all of the representatives from the Youngstown Air Reserve Station, our Port Authority, our local universities. It was a very large group of collaborators who met regularly to discuss the findings from the workshops, the public outreach, as well as the recommendations made by Matrix Design Group. So the final plan and the summary are all found on yarsjlos.com. So thanks for having that up. And it does really contain every detail of the planning process. And part of that included looking at the compatibility factors related to the land use in the surrounding adjacent areas, and how, in an effort to promote an environment where both Youngstown Air Reserve Station and the surrounding communities can coexist successfully. Sorry. So the Matrix Design Group made some recommendations within the final plan, and they asked the technical committee, the policy committee members, and the Trumbull County commissioners who sponsored the joint land use to consider the implementation phase. What is next? And so taking those recommendations that were included in the final plan and putting together a funding request for a military installation sustainability grant request, which was recently funded. That's about a $450,000 project that has not started yet. We're working on the details on how to get that started. So some of the recommendations that were included in the final plan, and which we are going to look at in this next phase, are the development of a vertical obstruction tool to be available for use by the local governments if they choose to use it in considering their local land use, zoning, and development projects. Looking at ways to educate the public and the greater community on military compatibility, as well as the development of zoning and planning overlay districts in order for, again, to be used potentially by the local officials in making decisions on local planning and zoning. So we're planning on starting that very soon. The details of all of the recommendations can be found at yarsjls.com. We're looking forward to another round of public engagement and a number of other tasks that are going to be carried out through this implementation phase. And it does take a very large group of stakeholders to accomplish this. So we're looking forward to working towards making sure that YARS is sustained long-term. It is one of our largest employers in the Valley. It does add almost $100 million to our local economy, but more importantly, the national defense presence that it provides and keeps our region and our nation safe. So I think that is all I have. I didn't think I would talk that quickly, but I'm not sure who's up next, but if there's any questions or if you have any follow-up.
Thanks so much, Julie. James is next, and we will come back around with some questions and clarifications as needed. Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm James Dignan. Been working with Julie and Vito for many years over a lot of these efforts when it comes to the base and the support. And when I came to Northeast Ohio, I came here from the Seattle area. The Air Force sent me out here. And when I first arrived, I said, who is the advocate looking after the interests of the base, locally or regionally or across the state? And there really wasn't one. The state of Ohio did not have a cohesive plan to support federal military installations. It was just, those are federal, we'll just let them operate on their own. Well, under Governor DeWine, his first move was to bring in retired Colonel Joe Zeese in as a senior advisor for aerospace and defense to go out there and first really get a good feel for what assets we have in the state of Ohio. And some of the things were rather surprising to some people. Julie hit on some of them that are known to the Valley here. Is the largest single site employer in the state of Ohio is Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Over $1 billion of direct economic impact. That's without the secondary or tertiary effects. And in Youngstown, now with the shutdown of Lordstown, the largest single site employer is Youngstown Air Reserve Station. And this should cause people a little bit concerned. They say, okay, how do we make sure that base not only stays here, but it's strengthened? And it's building off these things like Julie and the Trumbull County Commissioners started with the joint land use study of what do we have, what do we need, and how do we successfully plan within the community, and how does the community want this base to fit in? Well, the state of Ohio, I've been retained by Jobs Ohio to work on this sector. This is a new sector, part of Jobs Ohio's 2.0, the state to actively support, defend, and strengthen their federal military assets. So it's the Guard and Reserve assets, it's the active Air Force like at Dayton, it's Coast Guard up in Cleveland, it's the Defense Finance and Accounting Service in Cleveland and Columbus, DLA, you go on down the list. Ohio has a large federal presence here. And now the state of Ohio is actively looking to support either attract new business and grow those federal assets they have or to support those that are here. So at Youngstown, that was one of them, things like a new gate going in and working with the state, federal, and local officials to proactively plan and move forward to strengthen that facility. So every few years, the Department of Defense will do a review and they'll say, okay, we need to get rid of some of our bases, or we need to reduce our footprint, or we need to move some of these missions. We want Ohio to be the place for military members, their families, and those civilian workers to come here. And we're doing that here. Starts with the joint land use study and the follow-on, but it continues working with the state to make sure that this employer knows that it's valued, and that we can do what's possible within the state and local governments to incentivize, entice, or encourage additional investments to bring that here, and working with a cohesive plan that's regionally focused. How can you do things like with the new battery factory out in Lordstown and then Lordstown Motors, bringing some federal contracts and business here. Some of the things you talked about in your earlier panels, things like advanced manufacturing. Manufacturing is at the core of what we do here in the Mahoning Valley, always has been. That river is important because that's what brought all those manufacturers here. And it's important we improve it and bring it back to a center function for our communities so that we have that sense of community, that sense of place, and we can continue to build. And those do things like help strengthen our military value for our bases when the DoD looks and says, how does this rank with education? How does it rank with quality of life? Green space. Those are all things that DoD is looking at when they say, should we allow this installation to remain open or should we grow it? And one of the first things, just like with Amazon or anyone else coming in, the Department of Defense is going to look and see what are the quality of schools, what are the accessibility to jobs, what's the housing market, what's the crime rate. All those things factor into the military value for an installation like Youngstown Air Reserve Station. So now we have a state entity, and Jobs Ohio is out there doing it just as if this was a commercial business, knowing it's not, but operating and thinking about it that way, of how the state of Ohio can actively support, defend, and work alongside these federal and military entities.
Thanks so much, James. And if you're done, then Vito, please.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Excellent. Well, I managed to get in a room with a computer that didn't have a camera, so you're just going to have to stare at the screen there. I apologize for that, but at least you can hear me. So I think the two preceded me here spoke a lot about the same things that I would mention. So I'll go in kind of a different direction. EOMAC was formed 5 years ago because, frankly, when we got back the study from CDB advisors out of Beaver Creek in 2014, it essentially told us that, look, the rest of the country is well ahead in advocacy efforts and having a voice for the military missions and installations across the country. And the only place that has that type of voice, really, within the type of earnest effort, is Dayton with DDC. So, of course, that made sense. You have the largest single site employer in the state of Ohio. You have over $1 billion economic impact per year. Clearly, the Dayton region got hip to that, to the fact that that was a place they had to defend actively, a place they had to go to Washington and go to Columbus and make sure it was protected in the long term. And of course, the leaders at all those levels said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. This is a major economic driver in the state of Ohio, in the region as a whole. So then came Colonel Dignan. He was the wing commander in 2013, 2015. I think that's sounds like the right dates to me. 2016. And he came in and he basically said, I've been at these other installations in these other regions, and I'd really like to speak to whoever are voices for the military assets in the area, because I've seen some changes, and they're not good changes, and the only way to really protect these is to have an active and vibrant community engagement, community advocacy effort. Namely, one of the things that we noticed, or that he noticed when he came in looking at the overall layout of military aircraft, was the fact that Youngstown Air Reserve Station in 2015 was set to lose one of their squadrons. So you immediately took an installation that years prior had over $200 million of overall economic impact to the region. And that was taken down roughly $80 million at the end of 2015. So seeing the writing on the wall there, and that this was unacceptable and really surprised pretty much everybody, I think, except for the commander who was looking at the overall military aircraft, so this can't continue. So that's where EOMAC was stood up in roughly that time. It was originally at the Youngstown Regional Chamber, now housed at the Trumbull County Community Foundation, because it's an organization with an advisory board that meets regularly to talk about the projects and priorities of the Youngstown Reserve Station. And of course, our charge is also to lead support for Camp James A. Garfield from Camp Ravenna, or the Ravenna Arsenal. And last study I've seen on their overall impact is somewhere between $20 and $30 million overall impact. And with some of the changes and some of the things that have happened there, we're starting to see that go up as well. So yours at current, we're back up over $110 million of overall economic impact in the area. We are, I say we, as being at the base, we are the #1 employer in Trumbull County, with the Lordstown GM going away. So we went from being #2 to #1, and also now it is now the 3rd largest employer in the Mahoning Valley as a whole. So with over 2,000 employees, you have this gem, really these two gems, because a piece of James A. Garfield does sit in Trumbull County. You have these two economic drivers who are just, frankly, prime for investment and outside of the box thinking, whether that be through partnerships with communities or partnerships with private industry, to really let these installations take off. You know, when congressional leaders sit down, when you go to lobby in DC or whatever you try to do, you know, it's one thing to steer money, but in an era where earmarks are no longer a thing, you really have to look at, okay, what is a good recipient or what is a good receptacle for state dollars if they come back to the region? And to have a Title X federal asset in the Mahoning Valley, it's just the perfect place to try to steer some of these military industrial complex dollars to our area. The joint land use study that Julie talked about is going to go a long way to helping prime that pump to really let these installations take off in a direction where, frankly, possibilities are endless. But if we can put in the work with both industry and the government, I think we can showcase ourselves to really be something that people say, you know, I want to take my business here, or the Pentagon saying, I want to take my military mission here. And that's where there's finally, I believe, with really three hallmark things that UMAC and I look to do every day when we concentrate on these efforts. And the first thing is to have an active inventory of projects. And what I mean by that is you got to know what military construction projects are a priority of the government themselves, the military bases, but also what projects can really lead to a number of jobs and economic development in the area. And the second is knowing what missions are out there, what the Pentagon is looking at as far as basing the aircraft or basing the missions. I'm sure everybody in the news has heard about basing their new KC-46 aircraft or the F-35 basing process. I mean, that was all over the news. Well, in order to get on those short lists to be even considered, you got to get on that short list first. And that means things like making sure you have the fuel facilities, the fuel dumps, you have the right length runway, are you actively pursuing lengthening that runway? Doing all those things, so when the Pentagon enters in the criteria for what is needed for, say, an F-35, you make the short list. The example I always use that people seem to get pretty good is, I'm sure everyone's used Airbnb or something like that before, but say you want to have 2 bedrooms, you want to be pet friendly, and it has to be no smoking. So those are your 3 criteria. Well, when the Pentagon looks at, say, basing an aircraft, they say it's got to have a 10,000-foot runway, it's got to have lodging for 2,000 people, and the schools in the area have to be second to none. And if you don't make that short list, then you're not going to be able to go in and advocate and lobby the missions. You're just not going to be considered. So that's one of the 2 main things with regard to installation goals. Second is relationships with the base commanders. The military is a very transient job, just by nature of what it is. They rotate people in and out, and you've got new personalities in there all the time. You have to be able, for when the James Dignan, the next commander who sits down in there, sits down, you have to be ready to jump in and say, hello, sir, ma'am, I'm so-and-so from the community, and what can we do for you, and better yet, what can we do for each other to make sure we both stay vibrant and live long in the future. So building those relationships. We're now 5 years into those relationships. We have 3 commanders since I've been heading the organization, and I think we've demonstrated our overall value in both for them. I know that we're set to receive some sort of award, I've been told, because we were identified as a hallmark partnership in Air Force Reserve Command for the relationship that we have with them and with them. And third, finally, is the relationship with the congressional staff and the state elected staff. You have to know those staffers. You have to know the electeds. You've got to prove yourself as being an absolute 100%, most of the time, accurate with information and the ability to lay out, be able to speak on really anything with regard to missions on a moment's notice. Oftentimes we'll get calls and they'll say, hey, we're walking into a conference tomorrow for congressional testimony, and we really need to know how many folks commute every day to YARS, or how many folks on a drill weekend might we see there at a given drill weekend, how many folks are there, how much tarmac space do we have, how many hangars do we have. And we have that inventory of information. We're always ready to go and provide that information. So anyway, that's a long way of saying that we are here for the installations, and we're so here for the men and women that come up. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vito. I don't want to interrupt you, but just so you know, some of your sound quality was a little bit, so there might be some questions, and I might even have some follow-up questions. So I am sorry if I'm asking a question that you may have answered through your conversation. It was just slightly a little bit hard to hear you, but thank you for the fascinating information, especially about what the Department of Defense looks for. So I want to open it up to everyone for some questions. If not, I can ask some follow-ups myself.
This is Mike Ripko. I'd like to ask a question of Vito or James or Julie. Based on your studies, what do you see as the greatest potential opportunities for the Youngstown Air Reserve Station, having studied the land use, having been experienced as Eastern Ohio Military Affairs Commission leadership, and having been base commander? What are the opportunities to grow and diversify the economy with that established asset that we have?
James, you want me to take that?
Oh, you're good now.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I'll start, Vito, and then let you jump in. But I think there are a number of opportunities that are available out there. We have to take care of some of those things, which is reducing risk and increasing military value. And that's to avoid being caught up in a BRAC or getting the mission downsized, is what happened in 2015. Well, really 2008, 2013, and 2015, the base kind of whittled down. Have to be out there as a community with a plan to actively support the missions that are there first. Strengthen the facility itself, like the process that Vito's working through right now to get a new front gate put in. The old gate was put in the 1950s, doesn't have the proper standoff and some other force support requirements, which make it a higher risk, and DoD doesn't like that. So those are the things you have to modify and move forward. Other things are taking advantage of the things that are here in our community, in our region, in our state. Things like America Makes and YBI and Bright. We've talked about it earlier today about, Voltage Valley. Why not let Youngstown be that conduit, working with another Ohio asset, the Air Force Research Labs down in Dayton, to do some of that work and research and bring some of that effort here to the Valley, further tying the base to the community and the community to the base, as well as those other assets that we have across the state, trying to bring those in here. Vito mentioned a little bit before, but if you're looking for a new mission, say new airplanes or something like that, you have to make sure that your facilities are either prepared for that next round of investment, and that'll be a lower cost of entry for the Air Force or Department of Defense entity, whatever it is. Looking forward to any future missions and actively working with people like Congressman Ryan's office to get that done. And that's worked very well here the last few years in the efforts of EOMAC, of being that active advocate for the base and getting out there and helping educate those here in our community. And there will be more potential obstacles removed and some opportunities for growth at the airport and at YARS itself. And it's going to be tied to all of those other things that are going on here in this next generation of manufacturing, whether it's 3D printing or other additive manufacturing technologies, electrification of facilities or vehicles, you name it. I think there's lots of neat opportunity going on here in the Valley, and the base will be best strengthened if it's doing that alongside and with the rest of the community. Vito?
And I guess I kind of took the question a little different way. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes, perfect now.
Okay. Being what are like the low-hanging fruit or the things that are most likely to occur in the near term for possible expansion. And I would say that is the landing of C-130J aircraft. Currently, there are legacy model C-130H at the Youngstown Air Reserve Station, and we were successful in getting 4 aircraft in last year's National Defense Authorization Act. But unfortunately, in the throes of politics, 2 of those planes, or the funding for 2 of those aircraft, were taken for border wall funding and reprogramming in early February this year. So we have a basing team out there. They have been through Youngstown. felt we were in a really good position to get for those aircraft, and they were yanked. So, you know, whatever politics are, you can feel what you want about the border wall, reprogramming congressional dollars, but the bottom line is the Supreme Court has said you can go ahead and do that for the administration. So we didn't lay down for long. We got back on the horse and actively pursued working with Congressman Ryan's office and the 2 Senate offices, and those who ultimately end up on conference committees. Namely, Bill Johnson has been on the conference committee the last couple of years, most likely because of his, he's a retired Air Force colonel. He's also on the budget committee, so he's often used to that conference committee. So working with those offices and just making sure that we can try to get those things through across the finish line. So we were successful in getting those 2 aircraft and that were reprogrammed back into the House version of NDAA for this year. Conference committee should meet. We decided to get in session probably after the election at this point. But assuming that the Congress passes an NDAA before the end of the year, which they have for over 4 years, we should know if that makes it into the Parliament by December 31st. If that's the case, then we're right back into laying it on the Air Force to try to land those 4 aircraft, get Youngstown with conversion status for a new aircraft to the C-130J, because that is the future.
Things that are working besides the gate and getting that project through. Obviously, getting a recapitalization, full recapitalization at YARS, and some of the other infrastructure work and things you've been working on, like the NVG lighting for the runway here at Youngstown Regional Airport, as well as a landing strip at Camp Garfield. Those are things that add direct military value, projects that make it easier to train and less costly for the units, not just here at Youngstown Air Reserve Station, but also Pittsburgh, Niagara, Dayton, etc. So I don't know if you want to add any more on those.
I'd like to add the Youngstown Base Community Council, Youngstown Air Reserve, does a fine job of connecting the Youngstown Air Reserve Station with the larger community and the universities. And so I think they'll play an important role, and they have and will continue to in connecting and developing projects that add value to installation as well as the surrounding communities, and continuing coordinated efforts and events. Obviously, those events aren't occurring right now, but in the past, examples include participation in the air shows that are sort of a community-driven event that partners the Air Reserve Station with the larger community. You probably have more intimate details of those events that have gone on at the air base.
Yeah, Corona has caused everyone, as we see for this event, having to do things a little bit differently and slow down some of those efforts of building that sense of community. And, the base was locked down for 4 months. And the whole idea is to make sure that the base is an integral part of the community, and that the community is and feels a part of the base. And the Base Community Council has been around for over 30 years doing just that, and continuing to build on that. We have a good group, a good leadership there that's helping take it to the next level, so that Eastern Ohio Military Affairs Commission and the Base Community Council can help do that outreach on the public side that the federal installations, those military members cannot do. So all good efforts, and continue to move forward. Unfortunately, it's just a little different right now, and not having things like an air show and those types of events don't necessarily help, but we have to keep moving it forward. And it's no different than any other business we have here in the Valley, being proactive and trying to make sure the best possible outcomes, and doing our planning along with our military and federal neighbors is important.
So I have a quick question, which is related, and you may have already answered it with the gate and other questions, but what are some of the infrastructure improvements that are most critical to the expansion project of the base?
Let's say with regard to YARs, it's really new entry control points. I don't know if anyone's ever been out there, but the current entry control points are literally on the road. So when you do, say, a BRAC analysis or any type of operational security analysis, they look at that and frankly, it fails. It's just a terrible access control point, and the way the road sets up along the fence. I believe at some point they conducted a simulated Gerber bomb explosion in one of the corners of the fence line and took out 3 of the planes and half the tarmac. So, those are things that hurt you in overall military value. Analysis of looking at operational security, which is one of the pillar or foundational things they look at to decide whether or not a base scores well on a BRAC analysis or military value analysis. So, really, that new control point is going to go a long way. It's going to battle to try to get that together. Right? I won't even get into that. But what the process doesn't account for, I'm sure somebody from the Corps of Engineers can probably tell you, their version of what fair market value is from areas, either from Pittsburgh or Kentucky or wherever they're coming from, can be vastly different than it was here in comparison to what local appraisers were saying the land was worth, nearly double, and what the landowner himself felt his land was worth, nearly triple. So those are the battles where, if left to its own devices, the military just said, well, we're dead in the water on this project. What we had to do is go get together with the Port Authority, the state, and local elected leaders from the state legislature, and try to find a way to bridge that gap in funding between the two. And that's a long process. This was a project that was approved 2 years ago. We're still battling for the be ethical in everything we do, making sure we're ethical and going to documents the right way. It's still a big push. So that new ECP point, the other thing I would say from the infrastructure would be an extension of the runway. I really do think that the community in Trumbull County needs to take a hard look at what does the King Graves Road look like in the future. In that JLUS map, you kind of saw the way the road loops around the runway. What are we going to do with that? Because we need another 1,000 feet of runway if we need to be considered for KCX or future aircraft. We got to get that runway extended. And then finally, I would say the potential to put in fuel dumps. So we won't need to have a fuel truck, which is basically a rolling bomb. I mean, let's be frank, a fuel truck rolling through the middle of the installation at least once a day to make sure the aircraft have the fuel to charge your fuel dumps to allow you to cut that process down substantially, keep the fuel on installation, and then open it up the other way. Thanks.
So I know we have issue with Vito's sound, so I'll just reiterate quickly what he said in case people didn't catch it. So the top 3 priorities are land acquisition to create a larger buffer surrounding the installation, the extension of the runway, and then the installation of fuel pumps. Is that correct? Okay.
Thanks so much, Vito and Julie. I'll open up for questions. I don't know, Paul, if you might have a question. I see your video on, so I was just wondering if you have a question now. I have a couple others that we can go through also.
No, I don't. I just joined the session with no question right now.
Thanks so much. I didn't mean to put you in the spot, but I was wondering if you maybe were waiting. Is there anyone else that has a question? If not, I wanted to ask about the overall economic impact that these improvements could lead to in the area. And I know that one of the themes and one of the things that James and Julie and Vito have been talking about is the base and these improvements, making it even a bigger part of the larger ecosystem, part of the incubators, part of the jobs and making culture of the area. But I was wondering if what are some specific economic improvements that can be expected if some of these expansions and physical improvements were to come through.
All right, Vito, you want to start with that one?
Well, I switched to an iPhone, so we should be better here. I think Steve Jobs might have had the trick.
Much better. Thank you, Vito.
All right. So no to Dell, yes to Apple is what the lesson is there. So you had the 2 full squadrons there roughly, from forever until 2015, and you were getting $200 million of overall economic impact from the Youngstown Air Reserve Station. So you're looking at $200 million. That squadron and its people and reservists and staff go away, and you're down below right to around $90 million of economic impact within 18 months of that removal of that squadron. I mean, that's a huge, huge cut to see. So you say, okay, if we can get a new squadron or full recapitalization to at least 12 aircraft, you're back in that neighborhood. So we've taken what is currently the largest employer and one of the number one overall economic impacts to the area, and you're effectively doubling its impact immediately with the ability to recap the aircraft alone to gain a squadron or create a super squadron, one of those 2 criteria. So you do nothing. You hope that what you've done and what you've had funded so far, like a new gate, hopefully getting in the basing process for those new aircraft, you can keep ticking upwards. We've gone from 89 million to 114 over 5 years, and that's with the same amount of aircraft and the same amount of people. So just by creating efficiencies and getting some of these smaller projects in there, new firing range that we were able to get built, $8.5 million, those are things that led to more overall economic impact. So you do nothing, you try to skate by, you try to hope that you survive another background if you get one. And typically you see those in the second term of a lame duck president. So depending on how this election shakes out, you're saying, okay, or have we prepared enough? Do we have our game faces on for a potential background in the next 4 years? And, we're a lot further along than we were, but we want to see a lot more.
If I could pair onto that, I think some of the other expansions that could happen, and can we put a real dollar value on them? It's hard to say, but building efficiencies and using public-private and public-public partnerships to advance the mission of the base helps them become more effective and more efficient. Secretary Roper, who heads up the Air Force acquisition, came and during his confirmation hearing at the Senate, he mentioned what was going on at Youngstown Air Reserve Station. And he says, what's happening at Youngstown, I want to happen all over the Air Force. Youngstown is working with entities here in Ohio to build the new spray system, working with entities in Youngstown like America Makes and Youngstown State University, and thinking of what are new ways to manufacture just-in-time parts and equipment. What are new ways the entire Air Force enterprise can train their individuals in advanced manufacturing techniques or technologies. And doing that here, the more and more that the base is cemented with the community, the better it's going to be, and vice versa. Because now you're driving in dollars to the community that are federal dollars to do perhaps research here or to do training, you name it. And there are some secondary economic advantages that hard to quantify, but I think over time you can see that you do that. So if we do nothing, as Vito said, and stay behind the gate, you're just hoping for the best. But if the community is working together, there's going to be an opportunity for further success and further opportunities for advancing the mission and growing the mission at the base.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you guys, first of all, I want to open it up again. Any questions? Dominic, have any come in? No? Anyone else? Folks from the federal agencies? I wanted to ask the team because I asked for some questions. What I got back is a little bit that you are beginning to apply for a military implementation sustainability grant. Is that correct? And what does that entail? And if you have any questions that you want to ask to the people present on this call.
We applied for the grant funding earlier this year. The final submittal was in May. The award was made in June. We did a quality-based price proposal selection process according to the federal guidelines and selected Matrix Design Group, who had completed the original JLAS, to carry out the military installation sustainability grant tasks. And so working with Vito and the rest of the stakeholders. We took a close look at the final recommendations outlined in the joint land use study and presented a scope of work to the Office of Economic Adjustment. So they funded that grant. It was $400,000 awarded, matched with approximately $45,000 in local matching professional services. And we're scheduled to begin that process here probably at the end of the month or beginning of October.
Perfect. Thank you, Julie. So those are all the questions that I had. If there are no other questions, I wonder if there's anything else that you would want to share with us. If we want to open it up to other questions that include, I mean, one of the things that's kind of strong about what we did here is that we are talking about the corridors of the Mahoning Valley, both the Mahoning River, the roads and kind of connectors around the area, Mahoning Avenue, State Route 422, the State Route 45 that connects the Lordstown side, south, north, and south, both to Warren and down to new industrial areas. So we could open it up to some conversations about that too. But I did wonder if you, James, Julie, and Vito had anything else to add.
Regarding the joint land use study or the larger project area?
For now, the joint land use study.
I just want to add that I think that the tools that will be developed as part of this implementation piece will be very helpful to our local officials. They are advanced geographical information system tools, online tools that will be made available to trustees, zoning officials to take a look at parcel level data that will provide them with a wealth of information, and they'll be able to utilize it for many different applications, including analyzing zoning and development related projects and issues. And so even that, just that one outcome is a benefit to our greater community and also serves the larger goal, which is to help sustain our Youngstown Air Reserve Station.
And this is Vito again. I would just ask, I know that we have some federal agencies on the line, I believe, on the call from the Corps in different areas. My question would just be generally to the group, have they worked with areas that have done the joint land use study process? And has anything come from those studies in working with their agencies? Or is this a new term or a new study that they haven't heard of? Interested to know that as well.
Is there anyone in attendance that can, okay, Carla.
No, actually, I was going to comment on the brownfields grants. I was going to wait until we were ready for that. But as far as the joint land use studies and US EPA brownfields, I'm not familiar with those studies and we have not worked with them. Any formally utilized military or federal sites are exempt or are prohibited from using our grants. John might be able to offer up some more information on that.
Yes, I can. Since this blends my former life as a consultant writing JLU's plans, you can, like Carla said, not use them for the specific military component of it, but there's so much more to the joint land use study that would be applicable for a brownfield grant. And so I really liked the comments and the discussion we just had about how the community at large can support this regional asset and pointing out that everyone benefits from it, but no one owns it. And so it really takes a team effort to make anything happen regarding this particular asset in the region. So yes, I would look to the brownfield grants to be some help in revitalizing areas around it, doing maybe some adjacent planning or adjacent convening to figure out how to do some of those land use activities that are laid out in the JLUS. And I really liked the question earlier around what's next, what can be done as a recommendation out of the JLUS study.
Thanks, appreciate that insight. I would mention, I know I was in and out of the calls today throughout the day, and I know a lot of people mentioned workforce and STEM and different things of that nature. And something that I don't know if it came up or not, but the Mahoning County Educational Service Center is working on an Air Force grant right now to try to get an internship style program that'll have the base participating in it, as well as trying to get these schools and or teachers in Mahoning County accredited through the National Math and Science Initiative. So we're going to try to seek out state dollars in this next year's budget cycle to try to get some of those dollars back to the some schools in the valley to get certifications in those programs. And the reason why we do that is because that's what we've been told by the service secretaries. We wanted to create a baseline for what we consider to be a check mark in the good block for our schools surrounding our installations. And the way we've kind of standardized that is through this National Math and Science Initiative. So we can get some of those certifications in, expand them out to within 30 miles around the military installations, then that helps us a long way. And when BRAC criteria looks at the education opportunities for families, families in the area and families we want to send to be stationed there. So something else we've been working on.
Thank you so much, Vito. I actually did have a question around the schooling, and you mentioned that the services looked at that, and it sounds like there's some great work going around that too. I wanted to open it up for a couple more last questions, if there are any. We can talk about both the JLUS, or we can go back to the first two presentations if there's any final questions that people have. If not, we can take a break too.
Killian, I'm not sure if anybody has any questions, but we can certainly take a break. But one thing I wanted to mention, I know Terry's she is watching the live stream, but after John's comments, she remembered working with him on green demo spaces for vacant land in Cleveland, and maybe some type of charrette, maybe not with students, but staff, faculty, and some experts in soil science and other EPA colleagues could not only complement some of the things Joanne talked about on the Mahoning River and just the spatial use to complement all of the emerging industries in the valley that Kristen touched on, but also this joint land use study around the Air Reserve Station.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Having a specific, now that some sites and issues have been identified that can be part of this larger project, working with stakeholders and having a specific moment in which we all come together and put our priorities on the table, and we begin to think about potential ways in which to meet those challenges, especially with a little bit of urgency, given John's very appropriate urgency around getting things going quicker. And John, I see you.
Just to jump in right there, this is a great tee up for something else that we're doing in the near future. We're hosting a webinar on some of those residential demolition practices. I know today is focused a lot on the revitalization, but part of it is also neighborhood stabilization and how do you work with existing neighborhoods. So we'll actually be working and featuring some of the communities around Youngstown and some of their efforts in the future. Once we schedule a date for that webinar, I will send it around so folks can attend and learn more about what's happening locally as well as what's happening in other places on neighborhood stabilization and blight elimination.
Thank you so much, John. Mark, do you have another comment? I see you, and I don't know if you wanted to chat anything else. No.
Yeah, I wanted to just mention about the joint land use study. The Corps of Engineers does not, to my knowledge, has not participated in that. I do know, I've been in this current position for as the chief of planning for about 2 years, and I do know that there has been some. We have done some studies at the Youngstown Air Reserve Station and Camp Garfield, I believe, and so I haven't really dug into those to see what those are all about, really. But it would be interesting to see what kind of shared equities there are between the Corps of Engineers and anything we can bring to bear there. So I offer anybody that's interested to reach out, and I will certainly be reaching out to see how we can cooperate and move forward.
Thank you. I just wrote your name down.
Perfect. Well, with that, with looking at the towards the future and bringing people together, I think it's a good place to close and maybe have a little bit of a break. I want to thank everyone that participated: Kristen, Joanne, Julie, James, and Vito. Really fascinating sets of questions. One thing that is coming loud and clear is a little bit of urgency, how important thinking around some of the issues around Brownsfield are. Also thinking about looking at the 2 or 3 things that we keep coming back to: ecosystems, how each one of these investments has potential to really reach much more broadly than one site, including Lordstown itself, which is the focus of what we're looking at here, and that having that potential. Looking at pipelines and making sure that every effort, for example, what Vito mentioned about revitalizing, looking at the air station, is also looking at the local schools. Fascinating stuff. And then in the schools, teaching the skills that could fulfill and bring people to the kinds of jobs that are going to make many of these investments and on the tech belt successful. And finally, leveraging every single opportunity for all it's worth. So it's been great. Thank you so much for all the presentations, and thank you for everyone that commented.
Hey, Quinlan.
Thank you, Killian.
Killian, this is Carla Ocker with US EPA. And I would like to say one more thing about brownfields. And I've appreciated the presentations today. I've learned a lot about what's going on in the Youngstown area and Girard and in Warren and Lordstown. But I really want to encourage the participants on this webinar to take a look at the information that John Grosshans posted regarding the Brownfields grants. You guys have all the pieces you need to put together a very competitive grant. We offer assessment grants, both community-wide and site-specific assessment grants. We offer cleanup grants. And the kinds of things that make a grant application competitive are partnerships, planning that has already occurred and that can show momentum, and as well as end users. And the first couple of presentations that talked about the 3D printing and talked about the battery and electric vehicles. If you could work with some of those partners, and if any of those partners or some of the new and emerging industries were interested in using some of the properties, especially along the Mahoning River, then you could put together a very competitive grant, because you're going to have partnerships, you're going to have an end user, and we could assess and clean up some sites along the river. There are several sites that have already used our cleanup grants in the past, and if anybody's interested, I can talk to you about the successful brownfields cleanups that have happened, and kind of talk to you about what might be a good project for this coming round. I can't be too specific in giving advice on this coming round because our guidelines are already posted, but we could easily prepare a site or two for our grant applications for next year.
Thank you so much, Carla. And definitely, I think there's interest. I think we will be reaching out, and thank you.
Sure.
Carla, thank you. This is Julie Green. I know you can't speak to ongoing grant applications. However, I did want to advocate for our brownfield cleanup grant. We applied for, I believe, was it $500,000 last year for the former Leatherworks site on the Mahoning River in Girard. We did have a very good exit interview with partners, stakeholders, and our consultants that worked with the city of Girard. And so we think we have a good handle on, and when I say we, I mean the regional chamber, the city of Girard, and the planning commission are working jointly to sort of retool that application to remediate that site. But just to affirm what you said, one of the recommendations was that we have a specific end use or end user identified as part of that application. And so we are planning on applying again.
Excellent.
we were told it was a very, a good application, but I think there was a limited number awarded statewide as far as, funding distribution goes. So I agree that we should continue to go after these grant funding sources. However, they are limited and they are competitive over multiple states. That's
Right.
not to discourage anybody. It's to just so people know that, it is a very competitive arena and we do have to work together in order to succeed.
And one thing though that I do want to mention, actually, I'm the person you had your exit interview with. You didn't see me at that time, so probably, and the names always leave, always kind of slip away. But yeah, even though the grants are extremely competitive, we offer a lot of resources to help you prepare a grant application. John posted in the chat about an Ohio-specific grant writing webinar that we're putting on tomorrow in conjunction with our Kansas State University Technical Assistance to Brownfields group. It's still not too late to sign up for that, to register for that webinar. It's only going to be from 9 to 11 tomorrow and 9 to 11 on Thursday. But we are going to go over to successful grant applications in detail and give you portions of those 2 grant applications to review and score so that you can really get a good feel for how to apply for a grant, what makes a good grant, and how to be competitive. Also, as you mentioned, I can't really talk in a whole lot of detail and give a lot of advice on how to write a grant now that the grant proposal guidelines have been posted. Our grant applications are due on October 28th, and you would get your money next October 1st is when you'd be able to start spending money. But once the grant guidelines, this year's grant guidelines after October 28th, I can start working with individuals and groups and help you brainstorm how to put together a good application for next year, be it an assessment grant, be it a cleanup grant or a multi-purpose grant. Next year, we're going to have the revolving loan fund applications are going to be, next year, like FY22 is going to be multi-purpose grants again, which might be very useful along one of the corridors that we discussed today.
I agree. Thank you. You've been a great help as well as the consultant that the city utilized in helping us navigate. It's been a learning process. We appreciate your assistance.
Yes, absolutely. I enjoy helping out communities and stakeholders.
Thank you. And I think on that note of helping communities and stakeholders is a great place to end and get ready for the next panel. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll take about a 1.5, 2-minute break here to prepare for the next panel. But as Killian said, thank you, Killian, for moderating all of our panelists. Excellent discussion, and really appreciate our federal partners online with just tremendous guidance on how to move forward from here. Appreciate it. And look forward to our next and final session. Okay. All right, welcome back, everybody. Again, I want to thank everybody who's participated thus far and is still with us. And as I get ready to introduce our next topic and panel, I just want to say it's been a great discussion so far, and we look forward to wrapping this up with a strong panel on session 5, unemployment mitigation and strategy management going forward. So please keep the questions coming. And at this point, I'll turn it over and introduce our moderator and a close colleague who I've gotten to work on several projects with over the years, Dr. A.J. Summel. He's professor of economics at Youngstown State University.
All right, thank you, Dominic. And so this session is titled Unemployment Mitigation and Strategy Management, but it's more broadly about workforce development and collaboration between industry and academia and the government. And I'll point to one of the goals that Doug Leinott started with in his talk this morning. One of the goals of the EDA is enhanced collaboration between industry, academic, and government organizations as an essential role in economic development and diversification. And so I think it's appropriate that we close with today's session by focusing on some of the strategies and partnerships and collaborative efforts that YSU and local businesses and anchor institutions are implementing to develop the workforce and promote and foster long-term economic development and diversification in this region. And so we have, with that, an appropriately balanced panel between academic representatives here at YSU and industry representatives. And so the academic representatives are myself, my colleague and friend, Dr. Oh Hu, who's a fellow professor of economics here at YSU, and then Tom Wakefield, who's a professor and chair in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics. And then the industry representatives include Paul Homick, who's president of Mercy Health Foundation of Mahoning Valley, Jennifer Otto, who's the leader of IBM's external apprenticeship and initiatives, from which she launched IBM's first pre-apprenticeship program, the IT Workforce Accelerator, and Ed Moransky, who's chair and founder of the Moransky Companies and Southwoods Health. And so with that, I'll start by asking who's here in the room with us, by talking about the Lordstown Economic Recovery Grant, with which both and I are involved in and working on, because it's a great opportunity, this grant, to build partnerships and collaborations between YSU in particular, as well as local businesses. So could you describe some of the goals of this grant and the research that we're involved in, and talk a little bit about the work that your team has accomplished and hopes to accomplish in the future?
Okay, sure. Yes, first, let me start by saying that it's my pleasure to be here to talk a little about the faculty-guided research work as part of the Lordstown Economic Recovery Grant. In our team, there are 2 economics faculty members, Dr. A.J. Summel and I, and 2 talented graduate assistants, Mr. Michael Leckford and Mr. Joshua Tay. So first, the goal of our research work is to first to identify the business growth and job skill training opportunities, and to build a support system for the local economic development. We start our work this January by identifying the industry structure of the valley, the employment situation, and the educational attainment. The focus is on the labor market analysis, For example, compared to the national levels, the Youngstown, Warren, and Boardman metropolitan statistical area actually offers higher wage rates in the sectors like education, healthcare, sales, and construction. And the occupations like management, business, and the financial operations, they are underrepresented in the Valley. And also, while the jobs that require at least an associate or bachelor or master degree are among the fastest growing jobs. The number of high school graduates is still disproportionately high in this valley compared to the state and national levels. So we believe that making the higher education more accessible is vital for creating a high quality workforce and also for attracting businesses that offer higher paying jobs. And we will be very glad to share our work if anyone is interested. Yeah.
Great, thank you, O. So you touched on some of the initiatives and ways we can collaborate with industry here at YSU. So I'll ask Jennifer next to talk a little bit about a specific initiative, and that's the YSU and IBM IT Workforce Accelerator. Could you explain just a little bit about it and some of the details and goals associated with that initiative?
Sure, and thank you for having me here today. And first, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge President Trustle's vision and tenacious leadership to help IBM and YSU bring this partnership here to the Mahoning Valley. And also have to give credit to the great work of Bill Kaler and Team NEO. It is through Team NEO's Talent Development Council that really the connections and conversations started to make this initiative happen. Youngstown State and IBM announced the launch of the YSU IT Workforce Accelerator during Apprenticeship Week last November 2019. Designed by IBM, the initiative provides students and the local workforce with the skills needed for in-demand high-tech jobs in the growing digital economy. Software engineering, cybersecurity, data science, and even in the wake of the pandemic, COBOL has become a hot topic in getting our government systems up and running. So I'm also offering Z System Mainframe, which is an IBM product. So, our workforce mission and strategies really serve similar purposes that were so in line with what Congressman Ryan and Doug Leinott discussed earlier. One, reduce admin burden and the complexity of adoption of these programs, enhance that collaboration with industry, government, higher education, and the not-for-profits, and increase that funding to support innovative workforce and training initiatives. So, how are we doing this through the Workforce Accelerator, right? Like through this partnership with IBM, we have helped YSU, first of all, launch its National Registered Apprenticeship Program, and that is through the U.S. Department of Labor. So we've done this so that employers begin to leverage the apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship to train area workers in fields that we had mentioned. So why this is important is having YSU as a sponsor of these programs helps lift the admin burden and the complexity of some of these workforce programs away from the employer. And we are helping to innovate and integrate the disparate parts of that workforce development strategies like in-demand skills training, digital credentials, Department of Labor apprenticeship grants, and things like WIOA funds. So additionally, through IBM's tools and expertise, we are helping to accelerate the design and adoption of these programs for the community. And in response to the needs of the community, IBM is offering at no cost its pre-apprenticeship IT training program to really help facilitate the rapid skills training needed to get our unemployed back to work. So this is all great, but until you have everybody at the table, none of this magic happens. And I think where the real magic happens with the work we are doing is the collaboration. We are convening the whole system on a regular basis, whether it be, companies like General Motors, First Energy, Goodyear Tire and Rubber, to, the government systems, whether it's Jobs Ohio, Apprentice Ohio, several not-for-profits and other industry partners like this Consumer Technology Association we brought into this initiative. They are the largest tech association for the tech industry. And then we've also brought some national workforce partners in, like the Urban Institute, Jobs for Future, that are really helping to work together to help, one, understand the needs, and also create the education awareness, and more importantly, the adoption of these programs for our employers. And it's really cool to see the adoption through this convening. We have been bringing together both local employers and national employers who are looking to expand here in the Youngstown market. So it's really created a lot of great synergy for the entire system.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. And yeah, I like the way you described that. The magic happens in the collaboration between these organizations. And so in highlighting some of these initiatives that encourage and foster that collaboration, I'll ask my next question to Paul. Paul, so the Mercy Health Foundation Mahoning Valley supports several initiatives that align Mercy Health's workforce development efforts and provides opportunities for career growth. Could you describe some of these initiatives and how it's impacting not only Mercy Health, but in particular the Mahoning Valley in general?
Sure. Thank you, AJ. And again, as all of our panelists have mentioned, it's a pleasure to be here to speak on behalf of not only the Mercy Health Foundation Mahoning Valley, but also Mercy Health. Mercy Health is, as we know, is certainly a large employer, the largest perhaps in the Mahoning Valley, with over 5,000 associates working here. And we realize that there are a number of things because of our responsibility as a large employer, as the largest employer in the Valley, that we need to do and to be aware of as part of our commitment to the Valley and to our workforce here. So a few of the projects and initiatives that we have spearheaded through the Mercy Health Foundation Mahoning Valley are opportunities where we are able to design or to develop and help form a workforce that support the needs of certainly Mercy Health, but also other employers. And I think we can talk about them in two ways. They are outside-in strategies where we work and collaborate and partner with organizations throughout the Valley that help us identify and then train and then bring a workforce to us, but then inside up strategies. So when we have employees, associates who are in the entry-level positions, for example, or we see potential in a particular associate, we can provide them with the support as well as the mentoring and growth necessary so that they can move up within our organization. So a few of the projects that we have worked on. Recently, we funded a grant where we will be working with some of our local partners to create a health pathway program. And this is designed to grow our healthcare workforce by accelerated work readiness training, opportunities to residents, especially in the Warren area. So provide job training opportunities for applicants who complete credentialing courses such as the STNA, or that's a nurse assistant program, or in phlebotomy. Again, these local level or these opportunities. This is part of the strategy that we've employed with Inspiring Minds in Warren, where we have identified young people who have an interest in healthcare, providing them with opportunities to be mentored, to come to our facilities, to learn more broadly about our the opportunities that we have as a healthcare system, but then also to provide them with that support and that mentoring and the training. In terms of an inside up strategy, we created what we call the School at Work program, where the foundation supports training for our associates who have the potential of moving into higher level and more financially stable occupations. And this is designed to allow folks who may not have had the opportunities before to obtain an education that's going to position them for success as they go on to higher level positions, as well as higher level of training, both in Mercy's system, but also with YSU and Kent State and some other Eastern Gateway and some other organizations as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Paul. So talked about some of the initiatives that Mercy Health is taking on to identify and train employees and credential in order to provide these skills that are relevant to Mercy Health in particular. And so with that in mind, I think it's worth talking to Tom about something that YSU has done to try and also provide opportunities to YSU students in particular to meet the needs of local employers. And that's with the data analytics certification program that Tom was integral in helping to develop and create. So Tom, could you talk about what the data analytics certification program is and provide examples of local agencies or organizations that might benefit from the use of these data analytics techniques?
Definitely. Work on giving our students skills necessary to perform some benefit area companies. So you know, data analysis, a really important component in this. We designed a certificate which comprises 3 courses on the aspects of data analysis, the students the skills that we really think are necessary for in launching data and other data. And through that experience, and might be useful for techniques necessary to really that they so for example, call volume and replacement of we've also the land
new graduates in particular and the needs of employers of those new graduates. And so in your experience, have you found that there is a skills mismatch and that this is an issue in particular when hiring new employees for your companies? And if there is, what is it that you think that higher education institutions and employers could or should do to address this issue?
You were cut off for the first part of that. Is that addressed to me?
That is addressed to you, Ed. Yeah. So just your ideas or thoughts around the idea of a skills mismatch between new graduates and local employers, and what could or should be done to address the skills mismatch.
Yeah, I think what's happened through the years is that, and rightly so, maybe 20 years ago, the health and human services area of a college or university would never speak to the business students. And you would kind of get in your direction. And if you were going to be a CPA, you would go to the Williamson College, you would get a great education, and you would come out, and there would only be those certain pathways available that were kind of normal CPA business school kind of pathways. I think what we're seeing in 2020, and we've had a number of conversations with the university, in that there has been a lot, just like we had, Tom talked about the data analytics, you've had all of this investment in computers, and so many people are not getting much out of their computers. And there's all of this analytics that sits inside, yet nobody is taking all of the knowledge of analytics and learning about the business and kind of combining them. So there's a non-medical side where analytics has to match up with the business and go into internships, not just with other analytical people, but kind of learning about business and say, how can analytics, based on anyone on this call, how could it give us this intelligence that could help our businesses get better, help with our employees, et cetera? Inside the university, just at YSU, we've been working along with President Tressel, trying to couple the new health and human services area along with the Williamson College, like in revenue cycle jobs. So revenue cycle is a fancy word inside of healthcare for the accounting, kind of the overall broad brush accounting, but specific, and there's specific vernacular, there's specific ways of taking care of things for healthcare. So if a CPA could get meshed with health and human services to learn a little bit about what Mercy does, or what a doctor's office does, or what Southwoods does, along with becoming a business graduate, that person has a value to institutions in Cleveland and Pittsburgh that's a heck of a lot broader than just the business degree and becoming a CPA. So these kids graduating could get hired quicker, the rate of pay is higher, and that's true on so many levels. So I think what's happening now, especially at YSU, is we're looking at all of these programs and saying, how in the business college, how in health and human services, how could we in pre-med, how could we take things that have been happening for 20 years and get the business community in and say, all right, we've been pretty darn good at YSU engineering wise, but what's the engineering, what's the analytics, what's the economics of today, and how could that help the employers? And then if you could help the employers, then I'm going to employ some data analytic majors that are coming out of this program to help me look at all of our companies. So I think the difference today is that you have to start and say what's needed. 2020 to 2021, especially post-COVID, is a different world than it was 10 years ago. And you have to embrace it, and you have to take the education that's already happening out there, couple it, maybe have health and human services meet the business school, create 5 or 6 different curriculums that don't exist, where you might have another 20 or 30 kids that are graduating a year, finding good work. And a lot of this work, especially in healthcare, Paul, and you know that too, from our standpoint, we're hiring as many great nurses as graduate from YSU every year. So the more we can educate, especially in healthcare locally, the more that all of our hospitals and all of our doctors could do locally. And then those kids are staying within the valley. They're making a nice living. They're creating families here, and the whole economic engine gets started. So I think there's a number of ways to do it. Data analytics is one. Healthcare is a big piece to our valley. I mean, but I think it's just having, like the economics department, just kind of looking at this a little bit differently and saying it's kind of it's like the same church but a different pew. And sometimes, as we go through life, the emphasis gets on the wrong syllable, and we have to kind of redirect that and create learning environments where there's a value. Part of education, and you've heard through COVID, is there a value in what's going on here? And there's a value if there's not much debt and there's a great education that gets somebody educated and into the workforce. So to me, I think that's kind of the final coupling of that any great educational force like YSU has to continue to reinvent themselves to create value for the customers, for the kids that are coming to this and adults coming to this school to better their education, to ultimately better their lives and get themselves into a career.
Great, thank you, Ed. That is a great description and explanation of how some of the things that are being done, how it applies specifically in the business school and how it applies in health and human services, and continuing to ask ourselves, well, where there is a value and how that value contributes to essentially the productivity of employers, and trying to build that bridge between YSU and industry to make sure that value is continuing to be added. And so, because you touched on it with regard to businesses and health and human services, I'll bring it back to Jennifer, who I think can address it more specifically to technology and the IT sector. And so, Jennifer, how is IBM in particular addressing the shortage of in-demand technology skills beyond the YSU and IBM IT Workforce Accelerator, which you already described?
Yes, and thank you. So, I love hearing everything that Ed had talked about because, we still have a skills gap. Even with the recent data, we're seeing emerging trends still in software engineering, data science, cybersecurity. Many apprenticeship programs in the trade and construction industry. And so we at IBM have been really transforming that entire approach into a competency-based apprenticeship into IT. So we're starting to see apprenticeships show up in more trending in IT. We're seeing them show up in healthcare. We're seeing them show up in business services. So, as actually Congressman Ryan said earlier, we've got a lot of work to do. And one of the reasons IBM is giving back in this way is really, one organization can't do it alone, whether it's higher education, whether it's industry. We have to work together to really bridge that gap and that divide. Every company now is a tech company, whether we like it or not. And so really having that thread of IT into the skills of all of our workforce is really going to be essential, especially as we come out of this pandemic. So, our goal is by sharing all of our best practices, our playbooks, and really helping with this, the enablement in the community, we can help accelerate the adoption of these programs and get more of our citizens back to work faster.
Excellent. Thank you, Jennifer. And so, Paul, I'll bring it back to you. And if you could talk a little bit about how Mercy Health in Youngstown and its parent company, how they've been working to improve workforce development and diversification, in particular in the Valley. That I know that there was an announcement that it had joined over 40 other health systems through the Health Anchor Network. So describe this Health Anchor Network, its strategy, and how that impacts Mercy Health Youngstown's workforce development and diversification.
Sure. Thank you, AJ. And I think, I just want to comment very quickly on something that Ed had to say that really applies to this. When you take a look at workforce development and when you take a look at preparing students and others to be productive members within a workforce, it is truly multidisciplinary. There are we cannot think of ourselves any longer in tunnels. Well, this person's doing accounting and this person's doing that and this person's doing the other thing. There really is this interconnectivity with everything that we do, not only in our health system, but I think just across the board. So about a year ago now, a little more than a year ago, Mercy Health and our parent company, Bon Secours Mercy Health, joined at the time over 40, and now it's over 50 health systems across the United States to become what is known as a healthcare anchor network. So across the country, health systems are uniquely positioned as leading employers and leading economic drivers within their communities. And with the force that comes with that, it is important that we as a business leverage our everyday business practices to help address not only the work that we do within healthcare, but also the economic factors and the social determinants of health that lead to the overall health of the community, whether that be not only physical health, but also economic health and job creation, growth, health, and all of those factors that go along with it. Anchor Network, when we joined this, as well as these other large health systems have joined that, we realized that there are three things, if you will, three pillars upon which a health anchor network rests. The first being place-based investment. So the health system, because we're positioned in such a way as large employers and large economic engines, we are able to leverage our institutional resources to help address the economic, racial, environmental resource discrepancies within a particular community. The other is inclusive local procurement. If we could utilize our resources in our supply chain to identify and grow local vendors, local companies, local businesses that help us fill those supply chain gaps, then that will lead to local economic growth, create family supporting jobs, and also assist us in building community wealth. And the final aspect is inclusive local hiring and workforce development. So by removing barriers and creating career pathways for underemployed residents to come into our health system, we are able to contribute to the local ecosystem and lift up our local residents to strengthen our community and really advance health equity. So those are the three pillars on which the Health Anchor Network stands. So we are working, in fact, the three particular examples that I cited earlier help us to workforce development efforts where we have the outside in and then inside up strategies, working with local partners, both educational partners and others, to provide opportunity for our local residents to begin to develop very healthy, sustaining support family jobs within our workforce at Mercy Health, but also for the broader community.
That's great. So, so I'll transition topics just a little bit. I mean, you touched on, Paul, and Ed, you mentioned the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has shown, if anything, the strong relationship between community health and economic development, that you kind of can't have one without the other. And so given that this pandemic has impacted everyone and everything, as shown as the way this summit is being conducted today, it's created a lot of disruptions, but also a lot of opportunities to individuals and institutions and firms. And so, I'll bring it back to you here. If you could talk about how the pandemic has impacted our team's work with the Lordstown Economic Recovery Grant, and what are some of the insights that we've gained as a result from these adjustments?
Sure, yes. As we all know, within just 1 year, the Valley's economy was battered by 1-2 punch of the Lordstown plant closure and the pandemic crisis. But regardless of the causes of the economic hardship, the outcomes are the same, right? The job losses and the household income reduction and the tax base erosion. So since the onset of COVID-19, our team has geared our work to analyzing its impact on local economy and focusing on the most affected sectors like retail, restaurants, and the manufacturing. But more than just analyzing the impact, we also helped identify and reach out to the local small businesses that suffered from the pandemic and urge them to consider applying for a PPP loan. And we have learned that while the impact of COVID-19 on employment is across all sectors, but the jobs that have been hurt the most are the low-paying, low-skill jobs in sectors like retail, leisure, hospitality. So what can we do? Anything we can do to help the displaced workers, in their job-seeking process. So we propose to create a network that basically offers a customized employment assistance to the unemployment individuals that is personalizing job matches and the skill training programs. So, but achieving that requires a coordinated effort among businesses and the municipal employment agencies. So we are more than happy to play a part in the coordinated effort, to help leverage the individual level data on jobs and work experience. The purpose is to better match the job opportunities and the unemployed.
Great, thanks, O. And so that's I think a great example of how YSU can work with local organizations to leverage and match, as you said, some of the skills of unemployed workers with the needs of employers. But in relation to this COVID-19 pandemic and how it's impacted not just our work, but in particular businesses, I'll bring it back to Ed. And Ed, if you could tell us a little bit about how the pandemic has impacted your businesses in particular, and also address some of the insights or opportunities that you think businesses and individuals and organizations can gain as a result of the pandemic. He's muted, yeah. You're muted, Ed, yeah.
I got him.
Okay.
Oh,
good. No, you muted yourself again.
Good.
Okay, there you go.
My wife says I'm better muted, but I'll, whatever. I want to answer your last question first, in that I think all of us, obviously the pandemic's been horrific. People have lost lives, family members, and we're all going crazy. But I think it's given all of us a chance to kind of, as we're sitting at home or sitting doing things differently, a way to kind of reinvent ourselves. So no matter what business you're in, I think as we come out of this, remember the Roaring '20 came out of the Spanish flu of 1918. So I think it's given a lot of people to think outside the box, to reevaluate what's going on. I mean, we're very unique because at the Moransky companies, I'm going to talk about a few different businesses. Obviously, we have some in retail on the Auntie Anne side and the Rise Pie side. Kind of interesting that people are a lot more comfortable eating a pretzel, walking through a mall, than going into a restaurant of a Rise Pie. And that although the malls are not at 100% yet, Those stores are doing fairly well, and they came back a heck of a lot quicker than any of the restaurants did. Opportunity-wise, like from the Lake Club, from a country club standpoint, obviously nobody had a wedding during the summer, so there were millions of dollars lost revenue-wise, but our management staff did a great job refocusing on great outdoor dining that we had here and different ways of entertaining guests and things that, although there's no way of making that up, I think we're a better organization, and time will pass that we're now able to dance at weddings and do things differently. Healthcare wise, I think, a lot of things, we all had kind of 8 weeks of Armageddon. Some of the emergency rooms continue to be lackluster across the country and in the Valley, but I think all of us came out of it better institutions. Probably the biggest thing in healthcare that's changed, and we've been talking to the insurance companies for years, is that telehealth was always pushed as the next frontier or one of the next frontiers. And everybody wondered why it never took off. And I always used to tell the insurance companies, nobody wants to talk to a doctor if you live in Youngstown, Ohio, that's calling you that you never met, that lives in Indianapolis, Indiana. Nothing against Indianapolis, but just they don't want to do it. Medicare changed its laws that allowed us to open up telehealth. And what everybody found, Mercy included locally, is that we did tens of thousands of telehealth visits where patients felt very comfortable in their families doing that as opposed to exposing themselves to the virus. And what we found is as long as they're talking to their doctor and somebody local, that they're comfortable with healthcare, that will effectuate itself to allow more visits with the sickest of the population. So grandma, instead of just seeing the doctor once a quarter, might get checked on once or twice a week to make sure that she is taking the right medications, that she is getting her prescriptions, that she has a ride to the whatever procedure she's having done or to come to see the doctor, that there is a huge opportunity making healthcare better just because of that little factor that was caused by the coronavirus. So as I tell everybody, you could sit there and complain that things are not the same because they're not, or you could sit there and say, I know tomorrow's going to be different already. So don't get surprised that tomorrow's different, and use it, as my father-in-law once said, some of the great opportunities in all of our businesses or in life or with your family come during some of the greatest times of heartache and things happening like the coronavirus, that take advantage of those from a positive standpoint, reevaluate your businesses, reevaluate your hiring practices, who you have around you, and take what's a huge negative for all of us and turn it into the biggest positive that you can.
That's great. That's certainly a very optimistic way of viewing it. The fact that, this provides, as terrible as it is to everyone, it provides an opportunity to reevaluate how things are done and how business is conducted. And ultimately, we can expect and hope that we'll gain new efficiencies and new ways of doing things that will enhance productivity and economic development, not just in this area, but around the nation. And so there's probably time for just one more question before we take questions from the audience. So I'll ask that of Jennifer. And Ed just touched on some of the opportunities, particularly in the healthcare field. If you could talk about some of the opportunities available in the region from your perspective when it comes to workforce development, entrepreneurship, economic diversification, and growth.
Right. I think the biggest opportunity that I have seen in working with the community is just that Youngstown grit and the commitment to doing whatever it takes to bring the community and help it rise. And it's not just those who are sitting in the community today. I will say what I've been most surprised with as we continue to do outreach to employers, whether it be on a local level or national level, we have a lot of people who've been connected to the community who have maybe moved away. They own their businesses. We're starting to see employers say, hey, we're in a remote world, and this is the beauty of IT, right? We can do this. I don't need to keep hiring on the coast. I don't have to focus on Virginia where it's expensive talent and I can't find talent. I'm going to think about putting a talent outpost in the Youngstown area where I know I can get great talent. We've got a great university. And leveraging some of these apprenticeship models will really help them accelerate and get these individuals into a successful pathway and successful careers. So I was really encouraged to see some of these other organizations starting to think about putting talent from Youngstown in their organizations, even though they may be headquartered in Virginia or Dallas or on the West Coast. So that's where I see, I think, with my national lens as well, that's where I see some of the greatest opportunity. And the fact that Youngstown State has the ability to support these employers on a national basis. So, you know, if they want to put a couple in Virginia, maybe put a few more here in Youngstown in terms of talent, Youngstown can be that sole provider, and that's going to continue to drive the economic engine. And, you know, I'll land on, Center for Education Reform. This is one of my guiding posts when I talk to a lot of my communities, is the less educated and skilled the population becomes, the less incentive businesses have to put down roots here. And I think between the great work that the university is doing to the work, Ed, that you're doing, and Paul, that you're doing, and the certifications, we have so much education that is available here in the community for the workforce, for the students in degree pathways. We just need more advocacy and awareness, and we have to help them build the confidence to come into these programs and try them out. As President Trussell and I have discussed, if we can just have these incremental approaches, right? The ones who are in the degree pathway know where they're heading for the most part. But if we can take an incremental approach to get more people in our community participating in education, whether it be through certifications, apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship, or that degree pathway, we're going to create a more sustainable future for the community.
That's right. That's great. And I think it speaks to the importance of education in any economic development strategy. You said the less educated and skilled the population becomes, the less incentive businesses have to locate here. Well, it means then the flip side is the more educated and skilled the population becomes, the more incentive businesses have to locate here. And so I think it's not just about YSU, but all of our local education institutions, and promoting and encouraging workers to come here to get the skills that's needed by those local employers, and fostering that development and diversification and growth. And so with that, we have about Ed. Oh, sorry, Ed. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, Jennifer, I think you're spot on, but we also have to expand. Not like my grandma and grandpa, their definition of education was you're getting a university degree, period. I think we have to expand the horizons of our young children to understand that education as a HVAC worker or a bridge painter or whatever, any need that's out there, that skill set is still education. And not just what are you going to be, doctor, lawyer, engineer, but there's a lot of skill sets needed in the skilled trades, a lot of great lives that are being put together. And I think we have to broaden the community's definition of education. YSU has a huge piece of it. The community college has a piece. The technical schools have a piece, and just, workforce education does as well, Jennifer. So I agree with you 100%.
Absolutely. It's not just about education being a 4-year degree. It's about just education being about workforce development and providing the population with the relevant skills, whether that's through certifications or trade programs or manufacturing initiatives that's needed for economic development in the region. And so we have about 10 minutes officially left in our session. So I'll just open the floor up to any questions that anyone might have for any of the panelists about what we talked about.
Yeah, this is Carl Stahlheber with the Department of Labor in Chicago. And I just want to say, first of all, Jennifer, you are one of the best advocates for apprenticeship that I've heard in a long time, and I appreciate that. We, in the Chicago regional office, have put, at the national level, actually, we've put a lot of money into apprenticeships. And Ohio has, I think, 3 apprenticeship grants going on right now, and we are putting millions of dollars into the state of Ohio. So I think, one big takeaway I got from today is that, it's being utilized. There are hopefully, from your advocacy of apprenticeship, there's now more awareness of apprenticeship in Ohio. And that is being handled out of the Columbus office. And so anyone wanting more information about that can certainly email me, and I would give them the contact information on how to create registered apprenticeships, how, we fund the apprenticeship training and getting the registered apprenticeships up and running. Also, how many of you are working with the local workforce development boards at the Ohio Means Job Centers? They have, there's a lot of WIOA funding available to them through Columbus and through us at the national level. So there's a lot of opportunity to do recruitment there. There's a lot of opportunities for training, certifications. So, I would certainly recommend that you reach out to the local workforce development boards. In fact, I was in Mahoning County last February, right before the pandemic went full scale, and we could do no more traveling. So I was in Ohio. The Mahoning Valley was my last trip to Ohio. And I was doing a monitoring review of a multi-million-dollar grant dealing with the opioid epidemic and putting people into healthcare positions, dealing with that issue. So there's just a lot of money and different types of grants dealing with different populations that have different challenges, as well as your traditional dislocated worker. Back before I was in Mahoning in February, I was there in August reviewing the General Motors Lordstown grant that we have, putting folks into trade training and a lot of types of training in the local area to get them back working. So just to emphasize, there's a lot of opportunity for more training, certifications through the local workforce development boards there in Mahoning, and also through reaching out into Columbus.
Mm-hmm. And Carl, just to build on that, because YSU is now a national sponsor of registered apprenticeship, they could serve that capacity as well, either working with the state, working with the national grants that they have available to help facilitate and bridge, right, the complexity of it. So YSU also, and I'll have to give a shout out to Brooke Wade, who I think is joining. She is really driving a lot of the efforts to help the employers in the region build their awareness and kind of remove the barriers for the apprenticeship programs through YSU.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments?
Hi, everyone. This is Susan Brem. I'm the Acting Regional Director in Chicago's Economic Development Administration's office. First of all, I want to thank everyone. This has been a really great presentation all day. Really helpful to hear what's happening in Mahoning Valley. And I'm wondering, EDA has worked obviously closely with YBI and with YSU and Eastgate and Cleveland State. I'm wondering what kinds of changes you're anticipating or maybe already implementing for workforce training in light of the pandemic, and whether there are challenges, financially with those changes. Just sort of a bit about that would be helpful for us to know.
So the question is, what changes are YSU implementing in light of the pandemic? Is that correct?
Yeah, just I guess if there are new programs that are being developed as a result of that, or if there are major changes in existing programs that are required because of the social distancing and other mandates.
This is Mike Ripko, recently at Youngstown State University and still involved in the regional economic development. I would say that you have to have hands-on to become that technician, to become that skilled HVAC maintenance person. You have to have your hands-on and be in a lab. We saw that with nurses. We saw that with dental technicians last spring who were unable to get their certificate upon graduation because they haven't done their clinical rotations. The sciences and the skilled trades are going to have new ways of doing some virtual training, perhaps dealing with non-live subjects, to use simulations and other technology devices in order to get that hands-on experience. That'll apply to the medical profession or many of the skilled trades. That's going to be a challenge if we can't get students back in laboratories or working directly on patients. I know that we work closely with the state legislature to allow us to graduate students without ever having done a live dental procedure or nursing procedure. And they allowed us to do that on a temporary basis, provided that those graduates would go back now and receive that hands-on certification. Going forward, that virtual type of training, I believe, is going to be more and more important.
All right, that's a great answer, Mike. And you know, I would just add that when it comes to how the pandemic has changed things, I mean, it's changed everything, like on a day-to-day basis, and how not just business is conducted, but how education is delivered. And you know, O touched on some of the ways that it's impacted our research and what we're focusing on in terms of not just trying to recover from the closure of GM Lordstown, but in particular from the pandemic specifically, and how it's just disrupted and created huge amount of unemployment, and us trying to help those displaced workers find productive employment in the future. And so there's only officially a couple minutes left in this session. I don't know, maybe time for one more question or comment.
I have a comment. This is Julie Green. I would like to thank Paul Homick for bringing up the issue of racial equity and health disparity. I think it's a cross-cutting factor that has been revealed and brought to the forefront during the pandemic. And I think it's an important issue that we need to incorporate into every aspect of our economic recovery planning and all of our projects and workforce development issues.
I think, thank you for the comment. I think that it is critically important, because when you think about these social disparities, there are so many things that we may not even consider, especially when you're thinking about workforce development. Well, if people are going to be working from remotely, or there's an expectation for working remotely, well, there is a significant segment in our community who are either do not have internet access, or may not have if they have internet access, may not have a device on which to use the internet. So that's an area. But then also applying for a job, it's all done electronically now, and if you don't have that internet connection, that's yet another barrier. It's another problem. So this whole idea of the social determinants of whether it's health, whether it's economic viability, social determinants of educational attainment, they really are all the same. Fundamentally, they are all the same. And it's an important problem for us to collectively work towards some resolution to, because that is clearly a barrier in helping people live their best and healthiest lives.
Absolutely. And I think we could continue on and discuss this further, but that's an appropriate and important point. And so it's an appropriate point to end on, I think, for our session. So I want to thank all of the participants, the panelists, Jennifer, Paul, Ed, and Tom, for participating. I think it was a really enlightening and interesting and productive conversation. And so with that, I'll pass the floor back over to Dominic for some concluding remarks and talking about the way forward.
Yes, thank you, AJ. And just to reiterate, amazing panel. Thank you, panelists, and AJ for moderating. A great way to wrap up a long, exciting day full of lots to learn and lots to do. So with that being said, thank you for making this regional economic diversification summit possible by your participation. Just amazing panels, tremendous responses from all of our federal and state participants with suggested guidance. So we really thank you for taking the time all day to sit in and hear about our opportunities and challenges. With that being said, this event coming together, amid a pandemic, when we plan to be in person for a day and a half and show you all the great things here to do in the Valley, you know, it really was, it came together through just a compounding effect of well-coordinated planning and collaboration across all the people you've met here today from the Mahoning Valley. We talked a lot about public, private, nonprofit, government partnerships, spanning across sectors. So extending beyond this event, we want to continue to do the great things that we highlighted here and talked about in terms of opportunities and challenges in the Mahoning Valley, and continue that success and that growth and continue to get better. And as we have seen in other communities that have held these similar types of economic diversification summits in their region, we've often seen direct feedback and action plans to suggest tangible steps in partnership with the federal and state organizations and departments. So with that being said, Carlane, I don't want to put you on the spot, but since you were so instrumental in putting this all together and getting the federal engagement, which is, like I said, and want to reiterate, been incredible, and we're thankful. What could we do in terms of next steps to turn this into tangible action? And how do you suggest going about that? I know we had contacts, and again, great participation by everybody today, but being it's a virtual event, I'm sure there's some stuff that we didn't get to fit in, and if things do calm down, I'm sure we'll plan with all of our partners and even more that weren't here today to do this in person. But what would you suggest is the best way forward as we continue this Lordstown Recovery Project and overall economic diversification for the Mahoning Valley?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I first just want to stress that, like you were saying, that we view this really as a process, not a one-time event. So I really think this was a great kickoff where, all of us on the federal side and the state side could really, get an update on what's really happening in the Mahoning Valley. And, going forward, from what I've seen from some of these other groups, is that they've formed action teams. And so, we have 5 sessions today. I don't know if that exactly could be each of those action teams. But, I think we got a really good sense of where you're at and where you want to go. And I think, I'll echo what some of my other federal partners have said. It's really, really narrowing down those next steps and identifying those priority projects. So, within each action team, I think just sitting down and talking to industry leaders and those in the city and those, who just really have a stake in that particular area, and just really talking through, okay, what exactly do we need and what are the projects that we could do that we can really implement to get there. And so, I think that's our next step going forward. And I'll give you an example. One of them was, we were just talking about apprenticeships. Maybe forming a group around workforce development where you're bringing in those industries that we heard from today who have those workforce development needs, and thinking about some sort of, apprenticeship project around that. That's just off the top of my head. But yeah, I think we form those action teams, and then maybe we come back together and we have some more specific roundtable events where we get more into the finer details of the projects. I know you guys have the broadband feasibility study that you're working on, and I've heard throughout the day about the need for broadband. So, after that, maybe coming back and just discussing the what came out of that feasibility study and what those gaps are and exactly how we can fill those gaps. And I also think, it's important for the action teams to identify, what the assets that you guys have. I know Deb talked a lot about asset mapping. So, what can the Youngstown region bring to the area? And then sitting down with what can the state bring to this project, and what can the federal partners bring to this bring to this project. So, I think those are our next steps going forward. And I just want to say I'm really energized. I thought this was a really great event. I thought it was very informative, and I could just feel the energy from all of these different panelists, which I just thought was so great. And so just thank you guys, and yeah, I'm happy to work with you. I know us at EDA are happy to continue to work with you on this process, of course. So so those are my recommended next steps. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Carlane.
Oh, one more thing, actually. I just wanted to say, if any of the federal partners, didn't get a chance to speak today, a particular program that they think might be a good fit to any of the industry sectors, or the kind of the work streams like workforce development, please feel free to email me. I'm happy to coordinate any other offline sort of exchanges. I think, Rachel and Dominic were CC'd on some of my emails. So if you just want to go straight to them, that's fine too. And then vice versa. If any of the panelists, had a specific question about something to a federal agency that wasn't answered today, I'm happy to also coordinate that response as well.
Fantastic. Thank you again, Carlan. With that being said, as part of our work on this Lordstown Recovery Project and the greater economic diversification for the Valley, this event has been recorded from start to finish. So if you weren't able to attend a certain panel and hear a certain discussion, we will have that available in the coming days or weeks. As I look at Sharon, who's our rock star in IT, she'll tell me when that's ready, but we'll have that ready with the summary and suggested next steps from Carlan, and obviously all of our notes I know we've been avidly taking notes and just tremendous discussion throughout the day. So for those that participated live, thank you so much. For those that are watching on our live stream and have sent questions, we will try to include that in the summary report and not just stop there and throw that on a shelf. Really form these action teams spanning across industries and stakeholders to make sure we're moving towards tangible gains for our community moving forward. And with that being said, I think we can close and wrap up today's Regional Economic Diversification Summit. And thanks again to all of our participants. And we look forward to getting in touch and moving towards more action for the Valley. Thank you.